101 to 150. Old Feng, Xiao Feng, both of you are here today. Let's talk openly. Are you going to buy this pig farm or not? In the farm department's meeting room, one side was filled with the leaders of the farm department, and the other side was filled with the Feng family. Chief, let's put ourselves in each other's shoes. Everyone here knows what this pig farm is like. If the pig farm is profitable, even if I say I want to buy it, you all will not sell it. We will also not do any loss-making business. Now, we have the animal feed, technology, and money. We want to help the farm department. If the farm department still has this attitude and ask for too much, then there is no need for us to continue this discussion. Quote. Feng Yu picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Damn, this tea was quite fragrant. Even a leader of a small farm could afford to drink such good tea. This showed how much money was spent on the farm. Even if Feng Yu wanted to develop his hometown, he must have his own money. He will never hand over his money to the farm department. The farm department does not know anything about economics and still likes to make decisions. If Feng Yu was greedy, he could just get Kirilenko or Fu Guangzheng to put on a show and scam all the leaders of the farm department. What do you mean by asking for too much? That piece of land is worth that much. Assistant Director Shu insisted. Feng Yu pointed at Assistant Director Shu. I don't want to talk to you. If you still interrupt, we will leave. No one can change your mind. You, Assistant Director Shu felt insulted. He was a leader, and he was lectured by a kid. When De Guang tried to smooth things over, Xiao Yu, then give us a price. How much are you going to spend? The pig farm is worth at most 100,000 RMB. I will give you the highest price for the surrounding land, 200,000 RMB. As for the pigs in the pig farm, based on the current market price, the total value is not even 10,000 RMB. I will give you 10,000 RMB, and the total value is 310,000 RMB. 310,000 RMB. That's too little. That piece of land and the pig farm should not be worth 100,000 RMB. Yesterday, you said 500,000 RMB. The farm chief was disappointed. This amount was too little. Although what Feng Yu said was reasonable, 300,000 RMB was not enough. It was not enough to bring about immediate changes to the district. How could it be considered as a political achievement? Even if it's 500,000, you still have to satisfy my request. Chief, I don't think I need to explain how remote that piece of land is. It's in the middle of nowhere. The traffic is also not good. The dirt road is full of potholes. It's not convenient for us to transport the pigs out. Quote. We can fix it. We will fix the road for you, and the value of the land will increase, right? The officer said quickly. If that's the case, then I'll add another 100,000 yuan. It's 100,000 yuan. That should be fine, right? Also, the pigsty needs to be expanded and renovated next spring. The wood and bricks needed will also need to be purchased from the farm. How about this? I will pay another 90,000 yuan as a deposit. That will be 500,000 yuan in total. This is the highest price I can offer. Also, if the pigsty needs anything in the future, it will be purchased from the farm. This is also a sum of money. Quote. Yesterday afternoon, they felt that 1 million RMB was enough. At night, they felt that 800,000 RMB was acceptable. Now, they felt that it was reasonable for Feng Yu to offer 500,000 RMB. The chief officer was decisive and made the final decision in front of everyone. That was it. Assistant Director Shu left with a black face. Feng family, just you wait. The ventilation here is not good. We must take care to keep warm during winter. But at the same time, we should also pay attention to the ventilation. The smell here is too strong. Also, where is the pig manure? Throw it away. Don't throw it away in the future. All the manure will be piled at the northeast corner. Feng Yu went to the pigsty to take a look. When he entered, he almost vomited. The smell of pig manure was too strong. He wondered how the original workers of the pigsty survived. All the original workers of the pigsty had been transferred away, and the remaining 3 were temporary workers. They were handed over to Feng Yu by the farm department. Feng Yu was also happy to accept them. If not, there would be no one working in the pigsty now. The farm department had sent a professional veterinarian. But after Feng Yu met the veterinarian, he decided to hire another veterinarian. This veterinarian was drunk in the day. Even if he was really capable, Feng Yu was still worried. Feng Yu had contacted the pig specialist. The specialist's family used to raise pigs. But the pigs were confiscated during a certain period of time and were never returned to his family. The father and son were rearing more than 10 pigs. With the help of farming, they could only feed themselves. Feng Yu offered the father and son a high salary of 1,500 RMB per year. The three of them came over immediately. Food and lodging were provided, and they could still earn 1,500 RMB per year. The three of them could earn 4,500 RMB per year. After selling off their family's land, they could get a beautiful wife for their eldest brother in 2 years. The pigsty was more dilapidated than Feng Yu expected. A few windows were broken and covered with plastic sheets. The door was broken, and there was a hole in it. It was blocked with a bunch of grass. There were more than 100 pigs in the pigsty. Among them, there were 10 sows and 2 boars. The rest of the pigs were not big enough. Only about 10 of them were ready to be sold. Feng Yu sighed. Damn, the pigs in the pigsty were not worth 10,000 RMB. The price was too high. Change the windows today. Change the door today. Change the tools as well. Change the tools as well. Use lime water to disinfect these areas. The exterior of the pigsty also needs to be cleaned. See if there are any places that need to be renovated. Take note and clean up after spring. Quote. Damn, this pigsty was not even worth 100,000 RMB. The price was too high. Luckily there was that piece of land. This made Feng Yu feel better. If he knew this would happen, he would have visited this pigsty. If all the leaders in the district were here to negotiate, not to mention 500,000 RMB, even 300,000 RMB was too high for Feng Yu. The leaders in the district were celebrating. The pigsty had been losing money every year. Now, they could finally get rid of this burden. Although the price was lower than what they had expected, it was still very high. If it was not for Feng Yu buying the land for the food processing factory, the leaders in the district would have agreed to sell the land and the pigsty to the Feng family for 300,000 RMB. Now, with this sum of money and the money from the food processing factory, the district would be able to build a new office building or a new dormitory next year. Feng Xingtai went back to the village to hire more than 10 people to clean up the pigsty. The windows and doors were all replaced with new ones. The roof tiles were also fixed. He also arranged for some people to go to the village to buy the young pigs. The pigsty was filled up. The pigsty could still be sold before Lunar New Year. After paying and sending off the people from the village, Feng Yu looked at the new pigsty. He was satisfied. Although it was not modern, the pigsty could still be used. There was a portrait of Zhu Baji on the pigsty's door. It looked very festive. The door was too simple. He should paste a couplet. Feng Yu took some red paper and dipped the brush in ink. He wrote 4 words on the red paper. Above is the commander. He pasted the couplet on the right side of the door and pasted the red paper on the left side. Feng Yu smiled. When the leaders in the district came to visit and saw this couplet, he wanted to see if they could think of the second half. It was almost the end of the semester, and Feng Yu had to focus on his studies. Luckily the Year 1 courses were not too difficult, and with Li Na's help, Feng Yu was able to catch up with his classmates. Feng Yu received a call from Kirilenko when he returned home at night. Brother Qi, what's the good news? Are you planning to buy more goods this month? Every time Feng Yu received a call from Kirilenko, he would be in a good mood. Anyone who saw Kirilenko would be in a good mood. My dear Feng, of course, I will be buying more goods this month. But there is something more important. Do you want the obsolete trucks? I can sell them to you at half price if they are 80% new. Quote. Trucks. The Soviet Gaz, the prototype of the Liberation car. Feng Yu really wanted to buy some trucks. His father's factory was making a lot of money every month, and there was a shortage of trucks in Bing City. If he could set up a fleet of trucks, it would be more profitable. How many trucks do you have? Are you sure they are 80% new? At least 50 trucks and at most 80 trucks. All of them were produced last year and were equipped with the army. They were not used much, and the running in was not completed yet. But because of some reasons, this batch of trucks will be obsolete after the new year. Quote. Damn, this guy was so shameless. 87-year-old trucks, and you are going to be obsolete within a year. Brother Qi, I want to work with you for a long time. Will you be in danger? If you need money, you can let me know. I can lend you some without interest. Feng Yu did not want anything to happen to Kirilenko. The next 2 years would be the best time for him to import goods from the Soviet Union. If he were to get some profits now, he might lose a lot of profits. It was not easy for Feng Yu to build a good relationship with Kirilenko, and it would be hard for him to find a new partner. Ha ha ha, Feng, I am happy to hear you say this. But this time, it is not me. It is Ivanovich. He wants to get some money and asked me to contact you. I can guarantee that none of these trucks have a mileage of more than 50,000 kilometers. Quote. Ivanovich was one of the people who came with Kirilenko. His father's rank was higher than Kirilenko's father. Feng Yu was relieved to know that Kirilenko was not the one who took the risk. However, the car had not even run 50,000 meters, which was 50 kilometers. It really hadn't even finished the running in period. Alright, I'll take as many as you have. How about this, after the river is sealed in a few days, you guys can drive the cars over. I'll think about what else I need and send it over. Do you have any recommendations? I prefer industrial products. Quote. How about the refrigerator? These things are very cheap now. We can't sell them here. You can still sell them to the south of Huasha. I guarantee that the quality will be very good. Quote. In his previous life, Feng Yu had seen a piece of news. The Soviet Union's refrigeration compressors were still in use after 50 years, and they had not been repaired once. The quality of the compressors was very good. Is the refrigerator expensive? I guarantee it won't be expensive. I'll fax you the price later. You can take it back and assemble it into a refrigerator or a small freezer. You won't lose anything. Kirilenko was getting better at doing business. He knew what products were popular in Huasha and what products from Huasha were selling well in the Soviet Union. Okay, give me a price, and I will consider how much I need. You still need to help me find out more about the machinery. There will be more opportunities after Lunar New Year, and we can make a fortune together. Feng Yu kept giving Kirilenko promises, but Kirilenko got cold feet. Kirilenko did not dare to enter the market now. After the Soviet Union disintegrated, it would be hard for him to enter the market again. Feng, there's a problem. It's not easy to get the paperwork done by car. In the past, we used military trains to deliver the goods to you. This time, I might need to trouble you. Quote. Feng Yu felt troubled. He was used to using the military trains that Kirilenko had arranged for him. The paperwork was very simple. This time, it was troublesome, especially the taxes. It will not be a small amount. Let me think of a way. Just fax me the price first. Back at the company, Feng Yu sat in his office in a daze. Wu Qigang had just returned from another province. He heard that a machinery factory in Liao province wanted a high-temperature steel furnace. High-temperature steel furnace? This thing wasn't cheap. The machinery factory in Liao province was very generous. At least, it was more generous than Bing City's machinery factory. A high-temperature steel furnace, depending on the capacity and temperature, cost between 5 million rubles to 30 million rubles. It was impossible for China to produce such a furnace. Only Europe and the US had the technology. Gang, thank you for your hard work. Rest for 2 days and follow me to the city tomorrow. We need to get the paperwork for our fleet of vehicles. Fleet of vehicles? What fleet? Wu Qigang was curious. Didn't the company always use the railways to import goods? Feng Yu said casually, and Wu Qigang suddenly moved in front of Feng Yu. General Manager Feng, I have an idea. But I am not sure if it will work. Tell me about it. We can let the Russians register a fleet of vehicles to transport our goods over. This way, only the goods on the vehicles will have to pay taxes. The fleet of vehicles will not have to pay taxes. When the fleet arrives, we can write an IOU and let the Russians owe us money. If they cannot pay up, they can use the fleet of vehicles to repay their debts. This way, we will not have to pay taxes. Quote. Feng Yu's jaws dropped. Damn, why didn't he think of this idea? In his previous life, this method was widely used in second-hand housing transactions. All they need to do was to go through the legal procedures and settle the matter in a few days. They could also avoid high taxes. This was awesome. Gang, you have done a great job. After this is settled, you will get a 10,000 RMB bonus. Quote. I don't need so much. I don't need so much. Wu Zigang smiled and waved his hand to say that Feng Yu had given him too much. That's settled. You had helped the company to save so much money. This is what you deserve. Okay, you are off work today. Quote. He must not be stingy with his subordinates, especially those who have such ideas. Only in this way could he make them work hard for the company and create more profits for him and the company. At night, Li Shijiang brought back Kirilenko's fax. Feng Yu looked at it. The prices of the refrigerators were quite cheap. He could sell them to the south or manufacture refrigerators. He should be able to get at least 30% profits. Feng Yu immediately called Kirilenko and told him to consider the ice surface's endurance. He wants to install as many refrigerators as possible. He also wants as many gas cars as possible. After that, he told Kirilenko how to avoid taxes. He asked Kirilenko to register a new company as a logistics company. The payments for the refrigerators will be transferred to the company first, and the payments for the cars will be transferred to another bank account. After their discussion, Feng Yu asked Li Shijiang to find out what procedures are needed to register a logistics company. Li Shijiang felt strange about logistics company. Logistics was not profitable now. It was not worth it to purchase a batch of cars. Feng Yu told Li Shijiang that Kirilenko wanted to sell them a batch of gas cars produced last year and going to be phased out this year. Li Shijiang's expression was as Feng Yu expected. His jaw dropped. Even Feng Yu did not expect the Soviet Union's second generation to dare to do this, let alone Li Shijiang. But who cares? The more daring they were, the better. Even if it was planes or cannons, as long as they dare to sell, Feng Yu will also dare to buy. Before Feng Yu could go to the city to settle the paperwork, he received a notice from the machinery company to attend a meeting at 10 a.m. to welcome foreign businessmen. Feng Yu had not interfered with the sales of the machinery company. The machinery company had more channels than Feng Yu had expected. There was no need for anyone to go on a business trip. They only needed to make some phone calls, and there was a group of businessmen. Li Ming only asked his subordinates to tell the businessmen that the machinery company's agricultural machinery was the most advanced in China. The design, quality, and even the prices were not much higher. As soon as the businessmen heard about it, they knew that this kind of farming machine could bring them a lot of profit, so they naturally rushed over. This was also a major event for the machinery company. They only informed Feng Yu first. Fu Guangzheng also did not reply when he received the notice. Selling goods was not buying goods. It was making money. What's there to worry about? He had sent a financial representative to the company, and Feng Yu was there to look after the company. Feng Yu wanted to see how the machinery company was doing. If there were any problems, he would not hide it. He would definitely point it out. This was important to the company's future. This time, the machinery company was mainly producing plowing tools and spare parts for the plowing tools. After spring, these things would be selling well. The people in the meeting room were all the leaders of the machinery factory. All of them were excited. They had only displayed some samples yesterday, and all the businessmen had surrounded them. The future of these products was very good. Everyone, we are now discussing the pricing. One is the wholesale price, and the other is the retail price. If you all have anything to say, feel free to speak. Li Ming had already made a decision in his heart. He was only saying this to show a democratic stance. Based on past practices, those deputies would either reject or give some ambiguous answers. In the end, they would still use the price on the piece of paper he handed out. But today was different. After Li Ming finished speaking, someone spoke. I think we can set the wholesale price, but not the retail price. The market is changing very fast now. If we set the retail price, especially if the price is too high, it will be hard for us to take over the market. Feng Yu looked at Li Ming and said. Li Ming looked at Feng Yu unhappily. Xiao Feng, you still don't understand the market. Our machines are of better quality, more durable, and more practical, so of course the price is higher. Quote. Feng Yu shook his head. Manager Li, I also think that the wholesale price is a bit high. What is most important for us now is the market. If we can sell our products all over the country and let our ice machine brand be deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, then it would be worth it to lose some money now. Moreover, according to our previous sales price, we still have a profit, and it's not low either, so there's no need to raise the price. Quote. Li Ming did not say anything and looked at the sales section chief. The sales section chief immediately retorted, Xiao Feng, we are buying these machines for free. Do we not need money to purchase technology? If it's still the same price as before, although there will still be profits, when will we be able to recoup our cost? Quote. Feng Yu didn't say anything. It seemed that everyone was on the same side, and nothing he said would change anything. Just let them be. They have no brand awareness at all. If you F*C King build up the brand and make it deeply rooted in people's hearts, give people the impression that the product is of good quality, practical and durable, and then raise the price to open up the market, then you will earn much more than what you are earning now. Never mind, I don't have the mood to argue with them. In a year or two, the controlling shareholder of this company will be changed to Feng Yu. Let's see if they can still be so arrogant then. Is there anyone else who objects? Then it's settled. Later, the sales section will sign the contracts with the businessmen. If this batch of products is sold, everyone will get a large bonus on New Year's Day. The bonus will not be less than 100 RMB. Quote. The rest of the people applauded, and Feng Yu snorted. You call 100 RMB a large bonus? When the prices rise again after New Year, you all will know that money is worthless. In the afternoon, Feng Yu watched the signing of the contracts. It was more popular than he expected. At first, Feng Yu thought that the agricultural machines would be easy to sell, but he did not expect them to be so popular. The group of businessmen acted as if they were robbers, waving their checkbooks in the air. Within an hour, more than 20 businessmen had signed the contracts. Half of them were from other provinces. Feng Yu casually asked the sales section chief how many contracts were signed. The sales section chief proudly replied that it was only about 8 million RMB. Humph, you are just a kid. You think you can order us around just because you are related to the Soviet Union. In terms of machinery sales, you are too far behind me. 8 million RMB. This figure was something to be proud of. This sales section chief was still considered qualified. Based on the machinery company's cost and wholesale prices, after deducting taxes, the profits would be at least 12%. That was about 1 million RMB. This was only the initial phase. If the sales were successful and the factory started production, the profits would be more than 10 million RMB. This was only the plowing machines. After some time, when the engines were manufactured and the tractors were off the production line, the profits would be higher. This was also good. The faster the machinery company developed, the more benefits it would be for Feng Yu. Li Mingde was a proud person, and he wanted to climb up the corporate ladder. If the machinery company developed well, Li Mingde would be promoted next year. The new chairman of the company would not be as cohesive as Li Mingde. This was the best opportunity for Feng Yu to take over the machinery company's shares. If the machinery company was in the hands of those bureaucrats, it might be able to bring in a lot of taxes for the city. But if it was in the hands of Feng Yu, the city's taxes would increase by a few times or even more than 10 times. Furthermore, Feng Yu did not have the habit of helping others. This time, he was using his technologies to invest in the company. This was just a move. Feng Yu wanted to let the machinery company and the city have a taste of the benefits first. After that, he will increase the investments and dilute the city's shares. For example, Feng Yu could cooperate with the machinery company to set up a workshop to manufacture the refrigerators and freezers. This way, the profits would be much higher than selling the refrigerators. But when Feng Yu suggested this cooperation to Li Mingde immediately rejected. Freezer, can this thing be sold now? It was winter now. Even if it was summer, the sales in the northeast would not be good. If you want to sell to the south, there were refrigerator factories in the south. Feng Yu was disappointed with Li Mingde's refusal. Luckily, he still had a backup plan. The motor factory was still thinking of cooperating with Feng Yu. Although the motor factory had recovered, who would mind having more money? Feng Yu only mentioned it, and the motor factory agreed. The old rules were still the same. The motor factory would be the OEM and Taiwan Trading would assemble and manufacture the refrigerators. The motor factory would not be using the motor factory's brand. The profits from each refrigerator would be at least 100 RMB. Feng Yu agreed without any hesitation. He wanted to let the machinery company know that even if the machinery company did not have high hopes for their products, as long as Feng Yu was in charge of them, there would be high profits. This way, the machinery company would not reject him the next time he proposes to cooperate with them. Tomorrow is the final exam. How is your revision? Wen Dongjun looked at Feng Yu listlessly. It's all right. I can't say it's great, but it's not bad either. From your looks, you are not confident. How many places do you intend to improve? Feng Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at Wen Dongjun. Didn't you improve a few places in one exam? Didn't you become the top student in school before graduation? Keep bragging. Of course I will improve. I will be able to get out of the last 10 places in the class. But I am still 10 places away from the middle of the class. What should I do? Wen Dongjun frowned. Feng Yu asked curiously, Uncle Wen wants you to be in the middle of the class this semester. No, anyway, as long as I maintain my current results, I will be able to get into a university. It will not be my parents. It will be someone else. Wen Dongjun said and looked forward. Damn, this idiot dares to think about my girl. Feng Yu was furious. Wen Dongjun was looking at Li Na just now. But when he thought about it, Wen Dongjun was not that kind of person. Furthermore, he knew Li Na well. Li Na would not change her mind after seeing someone else. Could it be, damn, Wen Dongjun had fallen for fat chick? Feng Yu opened his eyes wide and stared at Wen Dongjun. He was not an alien in disguise. His brain must have been hit by a door yesterday. Wen Dongjun was furious. Why are you staring at me? You, like fat chick. Feng Yu felt sorry for Wen Dongjun. Every time he went out with Li Na, fat chick would follow him. Feng Yu used Wen Dongjun as a shield to block fat chick. But he did not expect Wen Dongjun to fall for fat chick. This was too funny. Can't I? What fat chick? You are not respectful at all. She has a name. Her name is Zhang Han. Quote. Fine. So you like Zhang Han? I was wondering why you weren't chasing after the prettiest girl in the class next door. It turns out that you've fallen for someone else. You actually want to study hard for her, but don't you think Zhang Han has put on a little bit of weight? Feng Yu made a small gesture with his hand and couldn't help but smile. So what if I'm fat? Wasn't I a chubby kid when I was young? Haven't I lost weight now? Zhang Han said that she will definitely lose at least 10 kilograms this winter vacation. Quote. Alright, then I wish you happiness. With Zhang Han tutoring you, it's no wonder your grades improved. The sports committee member and the arts committee member are quite compatible. Lose 20 kilograms. Feng Yu doesn't believe it. Even if she succeeds, Zhang Han will still be a fat girl. Who asked her to be 160 kilogram now? Do you think she can lose 10 kilograms during the winter break? Wen Dongjun asked. If it's not possible in a month, it's definitely possible in a year. Believe in yourself. You'll definitely make her lose weight for you. Feng Yu patted Wen Dong's shoulder with a confident expression. From the looks of it, if Zhang Han does not lose weight, Wen Dongjun's grudge will continue to increase, and there will not be any development between them. If Zhang Han succeeds in losing weight, Feng Yu doesn't believe it. Anyway, Feng Yu's studies were not bad. He scored full marks in Russian, language, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and other subjects. Feng Yu's memorization of history and geography was not bad. He might not be the top student in his class, but he should be able to be in the top 10. That was why Feng Yu did not feel pressured for this final exam. The final exams came as scheduled, and the school used a mixed exam format for the first, second, and third years. This way, it will prevent the senior students from copying each other's answers. Feng Yu's results for the first few subjects were not bad. Even for chemistry and physics, which he was not good at, he was still able to perform well. After the last exam, politics, Feng Yu stretched his back. This time, he should be able to get good results and answer to his family. As for himself, Feng Yu had always been strict with himself and strict with others. When he walked out of the exam hall, Feng Yu saw a proud Wen Dongjun. Could it be that this brat had done well? That's impossible. He's good at physics and chemistry, but when it comes to history, geography, and politics, he's always passed. Why is he so confident today? Let me tell you, this time, I might get into the top 10 of the class. Wen Dongjun said proudly. Feng Yu stretched out his hand and placed it on Wen Dongjun's forehead. You are not having a fever. Stop talking nonsense. Wen Dongjun pushed Feng Yu's hand away and shouted, who is talking nonsense? I am really confident. You see, when I sit with you, my Russian improves very fast. I am better than you in mathematics, physics, and chemistry. As for things like memorizing history, I've met a good person this time. Quote. What do you mean, stupid? I am sitting with a third-year student, and he is a liberal arts student. He knows all the things that I don't know. After he finished his paper, he used my paper to practice. According to him, he got full marks for history, geography, politics, etc. Quote. Damn, Feng Yu was speechless. How could this brat be so lucky? He had met a top student who was willing to tell him the answers. If Wen Dongjun had high marks for these 3 subjects, then he might really get into the top 10. Fine, Wen Dongjun will be bragging this winter. Let's see what you can do next semester. Let's go. Tonight, we will watch a movie at the Cultural Palace. I will treat you. This time, there was another Lu Kun. Tomorrow was the start of the school holidays. Feng Yu decided to drive back and bring them along. Anyway, he does not need to line up for bus tickets. He might as well spend more time with them. Lu Kun was indeed a top student. Even in third high, he was still in the top 3 in his grade and the first in his class. He was a good kid from the teacher's mouth, but his parents said he was someone else's kid. Of course, Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun were also someone else's kid from the parents' mouth. But they were the opposite. Feng Yu often skipped classes. He heard that his family was part of the triads. Wen Dongjun would rush to the basketball court after class, even if it was only for 5 minutes. These kids also want to enter university. All the parents warned their kids not to play with them. If not, they will break your legs. At the Cultural Palace's cinema, Feng Yu and Li Na were sitting next to each other. He reached out and grabbed Li Na's hand. Li Na tried to pull her hand out but could not. She blushed and agreed. But this time, she did not watch the movie. She was worried if Feng Yu kissed her. Should she resist? But until the end of the movie, Feng Yu did not do anything. This made Li Na disappointed. She heard that there was another female student in the dormitory who was holding hands with a male student. Wen Dongjun and Zhang Han were sitting together. He did not hold Zhang Han's hand. Instead, Zhang Han leaned on Wen Dongjun's shoulder. This made Wen Dongjun's heart beat faster. He did not know why, but he felt that Zhang Han was prettier. Only Lu Kun, who was sitting alone in a corner, was able to enjoy the movie. When they came out, Lu Kun wanted to discuss the movie's plot with them. But the rest were not watching the movie seriously. From Feng Yu's point of view, a good kid like Lu Kun would only be able to go on blind dates in the future. He would not be able to find a girlfriend by himself. Downstairs of Zhang Han's house, Wen Dongjun and Zhang Han were reluctant to part ways. Feng Yu was speechless. It was only a winter break, and it was not a long time. Was there a need to be so emotional? Feng Yu had forgotten that he missed Li Na after not seeing her for a few days. What Feng Yu wanted to know the most was what Wen Dongjun's expression would be if Zhang Han gained weight again next semester. Just thinking about it made him look forward to it. Back at the district, Feng Yu does not need to bid farewell to Li Na. Anyway, his family had bought a house in the district, and the house in the village had been vacant for a long time. Furthermore, his best friend, Wen Dongjun, had also moved to the district because of his father's transfer. Feng Yu did not feel sad about leaving the village. He had not contacted his neighbors for decades in his previous life. How could he have any deep feelings for them? After returning home, Feng Yu did not idle around. He went to the factory to take a look. The production was running smoothly. He walked around the factory a few times and did not see any safety violations. Feng Yu was satisfied with this. There were many flammable items in the factory. If something happened, the firefighters might not be able to save them in time. Also, if there was a fire, the factory would be abandoned. Feng Yu's Taiwan brand would also be ruined. In Feng Yu's previous life, there was a famous Chudu ham. At its peak, the annual profits were a few hundred million. That was a few hundred million in the early 1990s. The purchasing power was more than 1 billion in his previous life. Because of the fire, the company could not afford the loss of more than 40 million RMB. They continued to use the roasted pork and added it to the ham. The smell of the pork was smoked, and their competitors took this opportunity to spread rumors that Chudu was working with the crematorium. This caused Chudu's brand to be tarnished overnight. Now, almost all of China's ham were from Chudu. But the good times were numbered. A company that used a fortune teller as its advisor, what future can it have? But the Soviet Union did not have a similar production line. The sausages produced by the Soviet Union were very different from the Chinese ham. When the Soviet Union sausages were imported into China, it would become Bing City's red sausage. Feng Yu was optimistic about this pig farm. The second reason was that the ham market was not saturated yet. If he could get his hands on a production line, Feng Yu was confident that he would be able to capture the Northeast market. The profits from these ham sausages would be at least 10%. If they sold 100 million RMB a year, it would be 10 million RMB. Feng Yu's priority now was to expand this pig farm. At least for now, Feng Yu felt that this pig farm should also be a brand. For example, in his previous life, Shuangwei Cold Fresh Meat had opened many chain stores all over the country. Just selling meat alone could bring in tens of billions of profits. Feng Yu's management might not be as good as the other parties, but he had foresight. It would not be a problem for him to occupy the 3 northeastern provinces. However, the name of the pig farm caused Feng Yu's family to be in conflict again. What did you say? Even a pig needs a brand. If it wasn't his son who said this to him, he would have kicked the person out. It's just a pig. Isn't it just selling meat? Why does it need a brand? Is it not a pig just because it has a brand? Dad, think about it. After our soybean oil has a brand, with our advertising, the sales will be better than the bulk soybean oil from the grain and oil factory. Also, if we change the brand of our sugar and change it to hardcover packaging, will the profits be higher than what you think? Pigs are the same. With a brand, people will think of our pork first when they buy meat in the future. Quote. Feng Xingtai scratched his head. That seemed to make sense, but why would a pork brand itself? Anyway, if Feng Yu dares to call it Taiwan brand, he would give him a tight slap. Then tell me, what brand should we use? I'm warning you, don't say anything like, the top is the best. The couplet you came up with was matched by Assistant Director Xu, and he was hospitalized because of high blood pressure. Quote. When Feng Xingtai said this, he wanted to laugh. He did not think too much at that time, but Assistant Director Xu saw Tian Peng Marshall's Door God, and saw the first half of the couplet. He casually said the second half, I am a pig. Everyone in the restaurant laughed, and Assistant Director Xu's blood pressure shot up. If it wasn't for someone supporting him from behind, he might have fallen to the ground. Anyway, after that incident, Assistant Director Xu never came to the pig farm again. This helped Feng Xingtai to save a lot of money. How about we call it Spring Sunshine? Feng Yu suggested carefully. Zhu Baji in the Spring Sunshine. How festive it sounded. It was catchy and easy to remember. Spring Sunshine. What a lousy name. No, Feng Xingtai did not know about the popular TV series in the future and rejected. Feng Yu was disappointed, but he could come up with many names. Even if he could not come up with a name, he could still steal the names from his previous life. How about Shuangwei? It means discount. Selling pork is only selling pork. What discount? When have you not sold anything more expensive than others? No. Quote. Then let's use the name of the place. How about the name of our farm? No, the name of our farm does not sound festive. Furthermore, it is named after a martyr. How can we use the name of a martyr on a pig? Feng Xingtai stared at Feng Yu. Feng Yu smiled embarrassedly. He also felt that this was not a good idea. Then how about Bing City Pig Farm? Anyway, our target market next year is Bing City. Our pig farm is not in Bing City. How can we call it Bing City Pig Farm? Feng Xingtai continued to object. Then let's call it Tian Peng. This name is concise. Everyone will know that we are selling pork. Feng Yu said casually. After his father objected a few more times, Feng Yu decided to call it Jingong. His father will surely like this name. Feng Yu did not expect his father to be interested in this name. Feng Xingtai blinked and looked at his wife. What do you think of this name? Tian Peng, Zhu Baji. Will this name work? Zhang Muhua did not know whether to laugh or cry. Both father and son had discussed for half a day and came up with such a good name. No objections. Then, it's settled. Go and change the name tomorrow. I will get my men to register the brand in Bing City. I guarantee that our Tian Peng pigs will be popular in Bing City. Feng Yu was disappointed that he did not get to use the name Jingong. Although he had given up on the name Spring Sunshine, Tian Peng was still a good name. The chief officer looked at Feng Xingtai speechlessly. What was this old Feng doing? Why did he name his pig farm as Tian Peng Pig Farm? The last time he came up with the name, on the top, was enough to make him speechless. This time, he came up with the same name again. Was he purposely trying to disgust Assistant Director Xu? Chief Officer, this is not against the regulations. We did not come up with this name randomly. We had thought about it carefully. Quote. The chief officer cursed in his heart. You call this thought carefully? If you were to come up with a random name, what would you call it? Juju or Zhu Da Zhuang? Actually, Feng Yu had another more sensational name. Marshal Zhu, but because it sounded similar to the name of one of China's founding leaders, he was afraid that people would accuse him of slandering the leader. Old Feng, can't we just call this pig farm? Why is it called Tian Peng? The chief officer asked. Chief officer, the pigs also need a brand. Look at our soybean oil and white sugar. After we have a brand, their sales will increase. It is the same for our pigs. A branded pig is different from a branded pig. A branded pig can give people a sense of trust. Feng Xingtai used what Feng Yu said yesterday. Brand, why don't we use our farm's name to name it? The chief officer wanted to take advantage of Feng Yu's reputation. If Taiwan soybean oil was named after the farm, it would help to promote the farm. Can we use the name of a martyr to name our pig farm? Tian Peng is a good name. You can tell that it is a legendary pig. Oh, during Lunar New Year, our farm will donate 10 pigs to the farm union. It will be used to comfort those poor families. Feng Xingtai repeated what Feng Yu had taught him. Sure enough, when the chief officer heard that there were benefits, he did not reject Feng Yu's offer. From that day onwards, Huasha's popular Tian Peng pig officially appeared. A batch of pigs was about to be sold, but the district did not even have a slaughterhouse. In the past, when the district slaughtered pigs, they would just find 2 to 3 people to hold the pig down, and one person would stab the pig. It was very simple. A few pigs were still fine, but if there were too many, there would be problems. Seems like when the pig farm was going to be built in the spring, there must be a slaughterhouse. Feng Yu was preparing to sell the Tian Peng pigs to the city, and he hired 2 trucks to transport the pigs to the slaughterhouse. Squeak. Feng Yu only took one look at the pigs and walked out of the slaughterhouse. These people did not know how to kill pigs. Don't they know how to stab the spinal nerves first? Brother Feng, where are you going to sell these pigs? Do you need me to contact a buyer for you? The person in charge of the slaughterhouse walked over to Feng Yu and asked for his help. Director Ji Yu, you don't have to worry. I have already found a buyer. Furthermore, in this weather, even if the pigs cannot be sold, it's fine. We can just let the pigs freeze and not worry about spoilage. Feng Yu glanced at Ji Yu Dachang. In this era, who needs to worry about not selling their pork? It was already the 12th lunar month, and many people wanted to buy pork but could not get it. Ji Yu Dachang smiled embarrassedly and asked, Brother Feng, where did you buy so many pigs? The farm. It's XX farm. There is a Tian Peng pig farm there. They will be selling a batch of pigs before Lunar New Year. Feng Yu thought, many people wanted to buy pork, and they should be looking for Ji Yu Dachang. He could use Ji Yu Dachang to spread the news of Tian Peng pig farm. Tian Peng, why is there such a name? Thank you, Brother Feng. I will go and take a look in a few days. Ji Yu Dachang left happily. All the pork suppliers in the city were looking for him, but there was nothing they could do. He was only the director of the slaughterhouse, and not the director of the pig farm. Director Li, are you busy? Oh, Mr. Feng, is the compressor here? The motor factory's director Li Shiyu saw Feng Yu and asked with a smile. Although the motor factory had recovered and was no longer in a difficult situation, the workshops were still not operating at full capacity. There were still some idle workers. Working with Feng Yu to earn a sum of money and let the workers have a good new year will also show that he was capable. Feng Yu paused for a while. The motor factory was in such a hurry. According to Feng Yu's plan, this batch of refrigerators would arrive before Lunar New Year, and the assembly would start after Lunar New Year. It should be enough to assemble 800 to 1,000 units in 2 months, and it would not affect the listing and Feng Yu's funds. But now it seems that the motor factory was in a hurry. Director Li, the refrigerator will arrive in a few more days. I am here today to ask if our motor factory is buying pork. We just slaughtered them today in our city's slaughterhouse. I guarantee there are no sick pigs. There were more than 1,000 workers in the motor factory. Including their families and retired workers, there were at least a few thousand people. Just the amount of pork consumed in the factory was not a small amount. That was why Feng Yu wanted to try and promote his products. Li Shiyu's jaw dropped. Mr. Feng, are you joking? Buy pork. Our motor factory's logistics department raises our own pigs. Quote. Huh. The smile on Feng Yu's face froze. His first door-to-door promotion had failed. How could he forget that this kind of state-owned factory, especially those that were converted from the military to the civilian sector, was like a small community? Ha ha ha, I am just joking with Director Li. I have nothing to do today, so I came over to have a cup of tea. Feng Yu quickly changed the topic to ease the awkwardness. Xiao Lu, why are you so blind? Mr. Feng has been here for a while, why is the tea not served yet? Li Shiyu shouted towards the door. Tisk tisk, it's good to be a leader and have a secretary. In another 2 years, when the company is more developed, I must get a female secretary. She must have a voluptuous body and a sweet voice. It doesn't matter if she doesn't know anything. She just needs to know how to serve tea. Just standing there will make people happy. What's so good about a male secretary? Mr. Feng, Mr. Feng. Ah, sorry, I was thinking about something just now. Feng Yu returned to his senses and smiled. Mr. Feng must be thinking of some profitable business. Is there a share for our motor factory? Feng Yu asked. Feng Yu had helped the machinery factory get the most advanced Soviet Union equipment and technologies. This made Li Xiyu jealous. The machinery factory's technologies were almost the same as the Soviet Union. The government had invested a lot in these few years and had been developing their technologies. But the equipment was much worse. The machinery factory had a lot of technologies, but they were unable to use them because they lacked the necessary equipment. Also, Feng Yu had told them that this summer, they will still be producing wind and rain fans. But the quantity will not be that high. It would be good if they could only produce 10,000 to 20,000 units. There were also no more second-hand cars. Feng Yu said that they will not be buying second-hand luxury cars in the future. If it was in the past, without these two sources of income, the motor factory would not be able to survive. But with these two sources of income, they realized that it was just a one-time deal. This made Li Xiyu feel regretful. If only they could cooperate with him a few times a year. It was a pity that Feng Yu had gotten his hands on an agricultural machinery production line. It was not compatible with the motor factory. Also, the motor factory could not let private investors invest in them. After all, they still had military orders. The tea was served, and Feng Yu drank it in 2 mouthfuls. The winter in the north was not good. It was too dry. If the air was too dry, it would easily cause respiratory tract infections. Currently, there is no good business. But I will help you keep an eye out for the stamping machine that Director Li mentioned. If I can get it, I will sell it to the motor factory first. We are old friends. Li Xiyu's old face almost turned into a chrysanthemum. With the stamping machine, many of their ideas could be realized. The generator technology will surely reach the world's most advanced level. After drinking another 2 cups of tea, Feng Yu left the motor factory and went to the machinery company. The scale of the machinery company was much smaller than the old motor factory. Feng Yu was also sure that the company did not have a pig farm. Xiao Feng, why are you here at the company? Li Ming asked proudly. When he was begging to buy Feng Yu's machinery and technologies, he addressed him as Boss Feng or General Manager Feng. But after the company was set up, he was the general manager, and Feng Yu was nothing. He was only a representative of the shareholders. So what if he addressed him as Xiao Feng? Even if he met Feng Xingtai, he would address him as Old Feng. The boss of the company is me, Li Ming. I had gotten a batch of cork. It is about 10,000 kg. Is the company buying it? If not, I will sell it to other units. 10,000 kg. I will buy it all. Li Ming was overjoyed. This was the perfect opportunity for the company's employees to get fat. Okay, I will ask my men to send it to the factory. What about the money? Go to the finance department to get the cash. It is only 10,000 kg of cork. Li Ming said with an arrogant look. Feng Yu did not argue with him. This time, it was only to appease his father. After the Lunar New Year, Feng Yu will set up this Tianpeng cork brand. At that time, he will show them that cork can also be sold well. Manager Liu, our first department store does not have humidifiers. Feng Yu was sitting in the manager's office of the first department store. He was surprised. These few days, he felt that the air was too dry and wanted to buy a humidifier. He did not expect the first department store to not have it. Humidifier. What is that? I have never heard of it. Manager Liu was surprised. Never heard of it? Feng Yu blinked his eyes. The humidifier was not invented yet. No, he remembered that it had been invented a long time ago. It should still be used for industrial purposes and was converted to civilian use. This was great. The humidifier should be able to earn him a lot of money. Manager Liu, don't you feel that your office is too dry? If the air is more humid, will it be more comfortable? What can I do? I can't sprinkle water on the floor. It will be too dirty. Feng Yu smiled and did not say anything. Feng Yu talked to Manager Liu about the pork, and Manager Liu agreed. If the pork was available before the new year, the first department store would buy 2,000 kg. After leaving the first department store, Feng Yu returned to the motor factory. What's wrong? General Manager Feng did not sell his pork. How much do you have? If it is a few thousand kg, we can buy it and distribute it to our workers. Li Xiyu thought that Feng Yu was here to promote his pork. He treated it as giving face to Feng Yu. The last time when Feng Yu was bullied by Song Laosi's men, the motor factory did not help them. If not, how could they get their hands on the Soviet Union's advanced machinery? Director Li, I am not here to sell pork. The pork is sold out, and the machinery company wants it all. I have an idea, and I want to ask the motor factory if you can help me. Quote. When Feng Yu said this, Li Xiyu immediately became interested. The motor factory had never suffered any losses when working with Feng Yu. What are you thinking? Our factory's strength is also quite good in the country, especially in the field of electric motors. Feng Yu waved his hand. Director Li, it is not a difficult idea. I just want to make a humidifier. Simply put, it is to use a heating rod to turn water into steam to change the humidity in the room. Quote. Change the humidity in the room. Well, don't you think your office is a bit dry? Winter in the north is like this. If you're not careful, you'll easily get a respiratory infection. You'll even have flames when you breathe. Feng Yu continued to guide him. I'll just put an electric kettle in the office for the one you mentioned. Damn, you can even do that. Do you think the electric kettle in the office is suitable? I'm going to use plastic or glass for this humidifier. It's transparent and beautiful, and I can even make patterns on it. And with a humidifier, it can effectively prevent colds. Quote. Are you sure? Of course, you'll know once you try. The humidifier is so big, and there's a heating rod inside. Feng Yu began to describe the appearance of the humidifier to Li Xiyu. Wait a moment, I'll call a few people in. Li Xiyu asked his secretary to call a few engineers over. He wants them to listen to Feng Yu's idea to know the cost of a humidifier. General Manager Feng, if you are going to use glass, you will need to use high-temperature resistant glass. The cost is not low, and the glass is fragile. It is not convenient to transport, right? If you are going to use plastic, you will also need to use high-temperature resistant plastic. The price is also not cheap. The heating rod is not expensive, and the principle is simple. There should be no problem with us making it. But how much does General Manager Feng want to pay us for this humidifier? A workshop director asked. How much do you all want? The few of them looked around and discussed for a while. That workshop director said, 30 RMB. We need to make some changes to the existing equipment, and it will be troublesome to assemble it. Also, the quantity you ordered must not be less than 5,000 units. Quote. The OEM cost was 30 RMB, and the cost of the materials was more than 10 RMB. The price was higher than what Feng Yu expected. But Feng Yu believed that he could still sell 5,000 units. If not, he could export to the Soviet Union. Scrap collectors, no, Kirilenko, who likes new things, will not reject him. We want plastic. There are 2 models. First, 5,000 units for each model. I will give you a deposit of 30,000 RMB. How long will it take for the production to be completed? The molds need to be remade. We are not worried about our efficiency, but the plastic factory needs about 10 days. Okay, 10 days it is. Director Li, shall we sign the contract? The next morning, Feng Yu went to the motor factory again. The prototype was ready. Feng Yu looked at it. There were no patterns on the plastic. The color was very plain. It could even be said to be ugly. Who would be willing to place this kind of thing on the table? Director Li, these 2 pieces should be detached. One piece should be white, and the other piece should be blue. This part must be transparent, and there must be patterns on this part. This part must have our Wind and Rain logo, and this part must be printed with words. Also, there must be no leakage, and it must be convenient to change the water. Feng Yu suggested a lot of improvements to the prototype, and the engineers from the motor factory took notes on it. Anyway, the changes were mainly on the plastic casing. These costs were not borne by the motor factory. Feng Yu can do whatever he wants. That's all. I will come back to collect the goods 10 days later. If it is ready, maybe we can do this long term. The electric humidifier was easy to imitate, but what about the ultrasonic humidifier? Large state-owned enterprises could solve the ultrasonic manufacturing process, but some small factories did not have the capability. But if Feng Yu remembered correctly, the humidifier giant that the government had invested in should have started to produce industrial humidifiers. The civilian humidifier will only be introduced in 1990. If Feng Yu could not get the market share after 1 year, then it means that he was not cut out for this industry. Feng Yu rushed to the newspaper agency to change the advertisement for the next day. The soybean oil and sugar advertisements had been running for a long time. Everyone had remembered Taiwan brand. Next, it was time to remind everyone about Wind and Rain brand. The first day's advertisement only had a picture the size of a flower pot. Many people did not understand what it was. It looked like plastic, and the patterns were beautiful. The second day, there was a small advertisement to promote the disadvantages of dry air. For example, it could easily cause colds and respiratory tract infections. The third day, the advertisement was about the benefits of humid air. On the fourth day, there were a few big words: wind and rain electronics, big return. The effect of this sentence was even better than the previous advertisements. Everyone was curious. Wind and rain electronics. Wasn't this the company that was making electric fans? The boss of this company must be crazy. Selling electric fans in the middle of winter. Wind and rain electronics became the joke of the day. Many people were still talking about it the next day at work. But some people thought about the advertisements in the newspapers and guessed that wind and rain electronics was not introducing electric fans. It was something to do with the humidity in the air. Wind and rain humidifier, the best partner for indoor use. This slogan occupied the entire newspaper page for a whole 5 days. It was impossible for people to not see it even if they wanted to. The people were curious. Humidifier was used to increase the humidity in the air. Was this thing useful? Where can I buy it? What's the best place to spend on a humidifier? Feng Yu's idea was the office and not his home. Now, you think the people who are willing to spend the most money are private businessmen? No, private businessmen will only buy for themselves. Now, the ones who spend the most are the government agencies. The offices of government officials and leaders of government agencies were even more luxurious than those of private businessmen. A humidifier only cost slightly more than 100 RMB. Feng Yu believed that just the leaders of Bing City could help him purchase 1,000 humidifiers. Zhang Ruiqiang was at work when his secretary knocked on the door and told him that Feng Yu had arrived. He was carrying 2 small boxes. It looks like he is giving gifts. Only Feng Yu would give gifts in such an open and above-board manner. Zhang Ruiqiang shook his head and smiled. He asked his secretary to let Feng Yu in. He wants to see what he is up to today. Xiao Feng, this is the office. You are carrying 2 big boxes into my office. Are you afraid that others will not see you? Zhang Ruiqiang said angrily. That's right, Feng Yu replied. Zhang Ruiqiang was furious. Before Zhang Ruiqiang could say anything, Feng Yu opened the boxes and took out a strange thing. He took out a water bottle and filled it with 2/3 of the water. Feng Yu lowered his head and found the outlet. He plugged in the humidifier and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. He sat down on the sofa. This is an electric kettle. Zhang Ruiqiang was curious. The kettle looks pretty, but how can there be an electric kettle in the office? Furthermore, this was the first time he saw someone give him an electric kettle. This is a humidifier. It improves the humidity in the air. The air in the north is too dry, and it is easy to get hot. This can solve the problem. Quote. Zhang Ruiqiang sniffed. There is also a fragrance. Is this jasmine? Zhang Ruiqiang was happy. His favorite flower is jasmine. The water is soaked with jasmine. The fragrance is not bad. It is not too strong and will make people feel comfortable. You are right. It is really like this. It is more comfortable to breathe in. How much is this? If it is cheap, I will buy it. Quote. Feng Yu stopped Zhang Ruiqiang, who was about to take out his money. Leader, this is not for sale. It is a trial product. We haven't released it to the market yet. This is a trial for now. Let's let people give us feedback so that we can improve it. It's free, but this belongs to my company, so I can only give it to you for free. You'll have to help me fill out a survey later. Quote. Another trial. The soybean oil tasting you made last time isn't the same. Zhang Ruiqiang said with a smile. At the same time, he put down his hand. He didn't intend to pay for it. Feng Yu chuckled. I've prepared a few more. I'll leave them with you. You can give them to others to try. Zhang Ruiqiang smiled and pointed at Feng Yu twice. This kid really knows how to do things. Zhang Ruiqiang had just arrived in the city and did not have a strong foundation. This was also a good opportunity for him to communicate with the leaders. The last time Feng Yu restructured the machinery factory, he was praised by the leaders. Not only he got the advanced technologies, but he also got a Hong Kong businessman to invest. The city government did not have to pay much, and the profits were higher. This restructuring was a success, and it can be used as a model. If Feng Yu wants to achieve his political ambitions, he must have power in his hands. Where does power come from? It's all from the higher-ups. Doing a good job didn't mean that you would be appreciated by the leader. Sometimes, a small thing in life could be more important than hard work. You only have these 2 functions. Humidify the air and add fragrance to the room. Feng Yu smiled proudly. Of course not. Since ancient times, our Chinese medicine has had the fumigation therapy. We will use the steam produced by boiling Chinese herbs in water, and use the heat from the herbs to treat illnesses, prevent illnesses, and protect health. For example, we can add radix isotidus granules in it. It can prevent colds and even treat colds. We can add shuangwanglian oral solution in it. It can relieve sore throats and dry nasal cavities. If you are tired from working overtime, you can add some essential balm in it. It will make you feel more energetic. Feng Yu rambled on. He had experimented with these methods in his previous life, and there were some effects. Especially when one's nasal cavities are dry, he can only sleep more comfortably after using the humidifier. There are so many effects. Then I will try them out one by one. Oh, there are words on the humidifier. This is soaring to the clouds. Quote. That's right. This is what the leaders should be thinking. The words printed on the humidifier were also requested by Feng Yu. Whatever the leaders like to hang on the humidifier: soaring to the clouds, dedication to the clouds, contributions to future generations, etc. Of course, there are also some good wishes printed on the humidifier. These are targeted at those who become wealthy first. It's not suitable to write, dedication to the clouds. Fine, keep it. When do you intend to introduce this humidifier to the market? Quote. Tomorrow. Zhang Reiqiang looked at Feng Yu speechlessly. You just said you will let me try it first and let me give my suggestions. You are going to introduce this humidifier to the market tomorrow. What suggestions do I have? You don't even want to improve on this humidifier. Never mind. Anyway, this humidifier is nothing special. Let's just try it. After the leaders use it, the city will buy a large batch of humidifiers. What is this kid's brain made of? How come he has so many ideas and can still make money from them? After Feng Yu left, Zhang Reiqiang carried a box into the city's #1 office. Half an hour later, Zhang Reiqiang came out with a smile on his face. His next move had obtained the approval of #1. As long as #2 also agreed, this matter would be set in stone. The few humidifiers left behind by Feng Yu were sent out by Zhang Reiqiang. All the leaders felt that this humidifier is very good. When the air is too dry, people will become restless. With this humidifier, their work efficiency will increase. But there are still many people who do not own a humidifier. When they saw the humidifier in the leaders' offices, they asked their staffs to buy a few humidifiers. A room with a humidifier is very comfortable. Furthermore, the words on the humidifier are very cultured. In this day and age, the influence of leaders far exceeded those TV and movie stars. If a certain leader was wearing something on TV, others would imitate it. If there was a thermos flask, others would look for it. Where could you find such a thermos flask? Even the hairstyle of the leader would be imitated. Anyway, the next day after Feng Yu sold the humidifiers to the department stores and cooperatives, they called him to order more humidifiers. The first batch of humidifiers was already sold out. Feng Yu was secretly pleased with himself. Seems like his free trial method was very effective. The city government, Foreign Trade Office, Industry and Commerce Bureau, Police Station, etc., Feng Yu gave a few humidifiers to Taiwan Trading's leaders and personally demonstrated how to use them. Now, it seems that the effect is very good. The motor factory's humidifier order should increase. Feng Yu drank a few mouthfuls of hot tea and felt warmer. It's time to set up a proper office. This warehouse does not have heating and relies on the electric stove to keep warm. When Feng Yu first entered the warehouse, he felt that the room was not warmer than the outside. The electric stove's power was high, and if all the rooms were lit at the same time, the fuse would be blown. Normally, there were only 2 stoves. One was for Feng Yu's office, and the other was for the big meeting room. This resulted in the employees going home to sleep and taking the bus to the meeting room the next day. Who dares to ride a bicycle in the winter in Bing City? The north wind was blowing, and the roads were covered with snow. It was easy to fall down while walking, let alone riding a bicycle. But today, Feng Yu still called all the employees over for a meeting. The humidifiers must be introduced before the new year. Our target is the dry areas in the north. Everyone has a list of electric fan distributors. Contact them one by one. Those who are interested can come over in 3 days to sign the contracts. After the contracts are signed, we will give out bonuses to all of you. Let everyone have a good new year. Quote. Everyone went to work. Feng Yu also called Kirilenko. He was not sure if the Soviet Union has household humidifiers. If not, then he will increase the orders from the motor factory. What made Feng Yu excited was that the Soviet Union had humidifiers, but it was only for industrial use. They had not developed household humidifiers. The Soviet Union was still in the arms race with the US. They had invested all their resources into the military. Where would they find the time to develop household appliances? Feng Yu mentioned to Kirilenko, and Kirilenko asked him to send a few samples to him. If it was really as good as what Feng Yu said, he would definitely order a large batch. Feng Yu hesitated for a while before agreeing. This humidifier was the same as plastic fans. There were no patents, and even a small factory could imitate it. But Feng Yu still had a way. He wanted to develop a second-generation ultrasonic humidifier. The motor factory seemed to have the ultrasonic technology. This was not something a small factory could imitate. This summer, Feng Yu could predict that the wind and rain electric fans would not be so popular. But there should still be some profits. It seems that the aviation factory also had the air compression technology. Seems like he will have to work with the aviation factory for the new electric fans. 3 days later, a group of distributors gathered at the motor factory's meeting room. The warehouse was not a good place to sign contracts. It was too cold, and it would make them feel that Taiwan trading was weak. Fortunately, Director Li was easy to talk to. When Feng Yu said that he wanted to rent it, he could pay. Director Li directly said that it was only for 1 day. It was not a big deal to mention money. With this kind of relationship, Feng Yu was willing to keep in touch with Director Li. Unfortunately, Director Li did not agree to lend him an office for a long time, which made Feng Yu feel a little regretful. Everyone, you are all here. This means that you all trust our Taiwan trading and our wind and rain brand. Then, I also want to tell you that in the future, you will be our long-term partner of wind and rain electric appliances. I guarantee that you will earn more and more money in the future. Quote. After Feng Yu finished speaking, he waited for a few seconds. Damn, there was actually no applause. Could it be that these few words were not enough to stir up the crowd? General Manager Feng, let's talk about the contract. We had seen the demonstration just now. I don't know if the others want it, but I will definitely want it. This time, there is no need for us to fill in the price. Just tell us the wholesale price. If it is suitable, I want 5,000 units. A fat man shouted. The last time, he had occupied the 2 provinces, market in the southeast region and had made a lot of money. This time, Feng Yu had also shown them Bing City's sales situation. He might not have a market in the 2 provinces as the humidity there was high. But who says that he cannot sell to other provinces? As long as there are no distributors in that province, it will be fine. Feng Yu glanced at the fat man. This guy was really cooperative. Do you think that I will be embarrassed to quote too high a price? This humidifier is divided into 2 types according to its capacity. One is 2 liters, and the other is 4 liters. The size is different and suitable for different spaces. According to the exterior, it is further divided into 2 types. One is called the noble type. It is suitable for enterprises and government officials. The other is called the luxury type. It is suitable for businessmen. The noble type is 2 liters, and the wholesale price is 120 per unit. The 4 liters is 170. The luxury type is 2 liters is 130, and the 4 liters is 180. Quote. The price was so high that these people were shocked. Wasn't this thing made of plastic? Why was it so expensive? They thought that a few tens of RMB would be enough. What a joke. The average cost of a humidifier was more than 50 RMB. The materials cost more than 20 RMB, and the motor factory's processing fee was more than 30 RMB. If Feng Yu did not earn 2 or 3 times more, he would be letting down his invention. General Manager Feng, is the price too expensive? 1,000 units will cost more than 100,000 RMB. It will take up a lot of our funds. If we increase the profits and sell it, will people buy it? Someone could not help but ask. Feng Yu looked at that person, and that person immediately lowered his head. It was as if he was not the one who said that. Taiwan Trading's general manager Feng had a bad temper. If he was unhappy, he would ask someone to get lost. Our humidifiers are really expensive. Is the TV expensive? Is the refrigerator expensive? Are there many people buying it? Which province did it last time? This time, it will still be the same province. Same rules. You are not allowed to sell in other people's markets. Also, the wholesale price cannot be less than 1,000 units. If anyone wants to quit now, the door is there. Quote. If the tiger does not send the cat, you think I am sick. A few of the southern businessmen backed out. There was no market in their region, and the air there was humid. A piece of clothing could not be dried for 3 to 5 days. The rest of the businessmen were the northern wholesalers, except for that fat man. The fat man was very persistent. He kept persuading the others to quit, but he refused. If these people quit, he would take over the entire market. At that time, he would be able to keep Taiwan trading in check. But not everyone was willing to quit, especially the Beijing, Beihai and other distributors. Each of them had ordered 4,000 units. In the end, only the northwestern and other provinces did not have any buyers. The rest of the provinces in the central and northern regions all agreed to order. The fat man gritted his teeth and ordered 2,000 units. But he reserved all the other provinces. This was a discount given by Feng Yu. Feng Yu had informed the motor factory to speed up the production of 30,000 units. But the quantity was still not enough. Same rules. Half of the goods will be delivered first, and the other half will be delivered 1 week later. In another week, another 2 to 3 million RMB will be in his pocket. Goods first and payments later? Absolutely not. Feng Yu knew how hard it was to collect debts in this era. Even going to court was not an option. They had to work with each other a few more times and build a deep trust between them. Only then would they be able to get the goods first and payments later. For example, his cooperation with Kirilenko was to get the goods first. This electric humidifier was only an early stage to capture the market share and build a brand. When he got the motor factory's ultrasonic humidifier technology, he would become the giant in the humidifier market. That would be the time to earn big bucks. Director Li, what do you think about the matter that I discussed with you last time? Feng Yu crossed his legs and sat on the sofa. Beside him was the motor factory's director Li Shiyu, who was frowning. Feng Yu had mentioned to him that if there was ultrasonic vibration technology, it would be safer and more effective to use it as a humidifier. But the motor factory did not have this ultrasonic vibration technology. Although the motor factory used to be a military factory, they specialized in electric motors. Their power generation, storage and wiring technologies were the best in China. But this ultrasonic vibration technology had nothing to do with power generation. But Li Shiyu knew which factory had this technology. He had been trying to get it for a long time, but he did not succeed. Now, Li Shiyu was thinking about branding. If the electric fans were the motor factory's brand, then the profits would be higher. Also, this humidifier. He did not expect such a small thing to have such high profits. This time, Li Shiyu had learned his lesson. So, he suggested to cooperate with the motor factory. He does not want the labor fees, but he wants a share of the profits. Feng Yu also suggested to the motor factory to develop an ultrasonic humidifier. He will pay for the R&D costs and share the profits. Li Shiyu discussed with the leaders of the factory, and everyone felt that this was a good idea. Although the country was developing electricity, hydropower was still weak. The main source of electricity was still thermal power. The motor factory was best at hydropower, followed by thermal power and wind power. Solar power was just starting to show some direction. As for the other aspects, they were still in the theoretical stage. Li Ming had thought about it carefully. If the motor factory only relied on generators, the motor factory would not make any losses, but it would also not make a lot of money. Look at Taiwan trading. Their electric fans had made a few million RMB of profits. Now, they were working with the machinery factory. The machinery factory was doing very well this month. Even Li Ming, who had been looking down on him, had started to show off. Li Shiyu decided to take a gamble. Anyway, Feng Yu was paying for the R&D costs. If this was a success, then the motor factory would have another source of income. If it failed, then it was just to accumulate experience. But after trying for a while, they understood the ultrasonic theory. They also knew how to atomize water, but they could not make it into a humidifier. Based on the engineer's proposal, the humidifier would be the size of a small car. How were they going to sell it? Li Shiyu wanted to go to Bing City's aviation factory to get this technology from them. Anyway, they were both Bing City's companies, and this was not the first time they had worked together in the military industry. But the aviation factory refused to give him the technology. What does the motor factory want to do? Our Bing City's aviation factory can do it, and we will sell it to you after it is done. So, Li Shiyu was at a loss. He was afraid that if Feng Yu knew about this, Feng Yu would turn around and work with the aviation factory, and the motor factory would not be involved. At the end of the day, both parties were only in a cooperative relationship. In terms of cooperation, they were happy. However, there was no deeper relationship between them. When Taiwan Trading was destroyed by Song Xiaofeng, if the motor factory stood up for him, Song Xiaofeng would not dare to be too arrogant. After all, the motor factory used to be a military factory. When they get angry, they would be more vicious than the police. Because Feng Yu did not support Li Xiyu at that time, there was some animosity between both parties. Li Xiyu believed that once Feng Yu found a better partner, he would ditch the motor factory. Feng Yu waited for a while, but Li Xiyu kept frowning and not saying a word. He knew that the situation had changed. Director Li, what's wrong? You don't want to continue working with me? That's fine. Actually, the machinery company can also produce this humidifier. Feng Yu stood up and was about to leave. The machinery company could indeed produce the humidifier, but the machinery company would never produce it. Li Ming might not be the only person in charge of the machinery company, but it was almost the same. Even if Feng Yu could persuade Li Ming to produce this humidifier, he would still have to share the profits with the machinery company. Once the machinery company found out that the profits were high, the machinery company would get the bigger share, and Feng Yu would get the smaller share. The machinery company would not be like the motor factory, who only needed to pay some commission. Li Ming was more thick-skinned than Li Xiyu. Before Feng Yu controlled the machinery company, he would not plant too many fruit trees in the machinery company's fields. Since the motor factory was not willing to work with him, Feng Yu had another option. That was the university. No matter if it was the University of Technology or the Shipbuilding University, they were all good at research. This ultrasonic technology was not too difficult, and the university's laboratory should be able to do it. But it would be difficult to get the patent. The university would definitely not give it to Feng Yu. Wait a minute, General Manager Feng. It's not that I don't want to work with you. But the ultrasonic atomization technology that we developed is still at the theoretical stage. If we want to convert it into a product, it will take at least a year. Li Xiyu said. According to the engineers at the factory, it would take at least 3 years. Feng Yu also understood that Li Xiyu was bragging when he said that the motor factory had ultrasonic technology. They only started researching after Feng Yu proposed this idea. They were all laymen. Director Li, we don't need to lie. I am afraid that the motor factory does not have any ultrasonic engineers. You all researched it yourself and realized that it is not feasible. Since you dared to agree to work with me, then you should know where the experts in this field are. Which factory is it, or which university's professor? Quote. Li Xiyu looked at Feng Yu in shock. Feng Yu could even guess this. Feng Yu was not a kid in his teens. He was more than 10 years old. I know. The aviation factory has this technology and even has experts in this field. But they do not want to sell it to me. I had looked for Director Hu a few times, but I was rejected. Quote. Experts from the aviation factory. Why don't you invite the aviation factory's Director Hu out? We can sit down and discuss this. We can work together. They will provide the technology, I will provide the funds, you all provide the production lines, and we will split the profits. Quote. Feng Yu was happy to have another partner. Furthermore, Feng Yu had wanted to get to know the aviation factory's Director Hu. His next thought was to work with the aviation factory. This would be more profitable. Three-way cooperation. Fine, I will contact Director Hu now. Li Xiyu's eyes brighten up. Feng Yu had suggested this. This was great. He was afraid that Feng Yu would kick the motor factory out of the market. Hu Heitao received a call from Li Xiyu. When he heard that it was about the ultrasonic technology again, Hu Heitao said the same thing. What do you all want to do? We will sell it to you when we are ready. Hu Heitao was more experienced than Li Xiyu. When he was the aviation factory's director, Li Xiyu was still the deputy director of the motor factory. Even when Li Xiyu was the director now, Hu Heitao did not give him any face. But this time, Li Xiyu did not hang up immediately. Instead, he told Hu Heitao that he would bring a friend to visit him at the aviation factory to discuss a project. After hanging up, Hu Heitao was still puzzled. How can I not know Li Xiyu's friend? Feng Yu had made up his mind. No matter how much money he had to invest, he must own the patented technology and brand. This was the most important thing. When Hu Heitao saw Feng Yu, he looked down on Li Xiyu even more. A teenager should still be at school age, and he was Li Xiyu's friend. Li Xiyu was getting more and more backward. Director Hu, this is the friend I told you about. Taiwan Trading's Feng Yu, General Manager Feng. Okay, Hu Heitao snorted. This was considered a greeting. As for standing up and shaking hands, Hu Heitao did not even consider it. He even felt that Feng Yu was not fit to enter his office. Feng Yu could tell that Hu Heitao was looking down on him. He felt helpless. If he was in Hu Heitao's position and saw a teenager, he would also feel the same way. But Feng Yu believed that he could change Hu Heitao's mind if he was given a minute. Li Shiyu still wanted to say something, but Feng Yu waved his hand, signaling him to speak. Director Hu, you might not have heard of Taiwan trading, but you should have heard of wind and rain electric fans, right? This is mine. You should have heard of Taiwan premium cooking oil. This is also mine. Quote. Hu Heitao sat up straight when he heard what Feng Yu said. He started to pay more attention to Feng Yu. Wind and rain electric fans were a miracle last summer. It suddenly appeared and became popular in Bing City and even the whole country. His aviation factory had bought a few dozen units, and his family also bought 2 units. His family was also eating Taiwan premium cooking oil. His wife had chosen this brand and would buy it even if it was expensive. These 2 brands belonged to this young general manager Feng. This young general manager Feng was qualified to sit here. Oh, you are Taiwan Trading's general manager Feng. Xiao Wang, pour some tea. Hu Heitao shook hands with Feng Yu and then asked his secretary to prepare tea. Director Hu, you might have guessed our intentions. We are here to discuss the cooperation of ultrasonic technology and the development of a new humidifier. Oh yes, the humidifier on Director Hu's desk is our product. Quote. Hu Heitao looked at the humidifier on the desk. This was bought by the factory's office director. After using it, he felt much better. Cooperate. No need. What do you want to produce and what requirements do you have? Just tell us, and we will produce it for you. The aviation factories were not operating at full capacity. If there were orders, it would be better for them to produce it themselves. Before Feng Yu could say anything, Li Shiyu said anxiously, Director Hu, do you have a humidifier production line? Our factory has modified production lines, and the production cost is the lowest. Can your aviation factory do it? Your factory's current focus is on aircraft engines and vans. Do you have time to produce humidifiers? Quote. Hu Heitao leaned back on the sofa. The problem is that we have the technology. Feng Yu interrupted them. Director Hu, Director Li, I am here to discuss cooperation with you, not to see you quarrel. We both want to make money. At least on this point, we have the same goal. Now, the aviation factory has the technologies, the motor factory has the production facilities, and I have the funds and sales channels. I think we can work together to develop a new type of humidifier. The profits will be split among the 3 of us. Quote. Cooperation, fine, but to develop a new product, the technologies are the most important. That's why I feel that the aviation factory should get half of the profits, and you 2 can split the rest. Quote. Impossible. You all have contributed the least. How can you get half of the profits? Our factory is the one doing the production. We should be the ones getting half. Li Shiyu retorted. Feng Yu had a headache. It seems that he had underestimated the appetite of these 2 state-owned factories. They both want half of the profits, and he had to provide the funds and sales. Was he going to work for free? Li Shiyu and Hu Heitao were still arguing, but suddenly Feng Yu noticed that something was wrong. These 2 old men were signaling each other with their eyes. Damn. These 2 old men were putting on a show. They want to work together to kick me out of the game. Director Hu, Director Li, are you done? I can tell that both of you want to work independently. Why don't you both go ahead and work independently? My family also has some shares in the machinery company. They can also produce this humidifier. As for the technologies, other than the aviation factory, I think the technology university should also have it. The professors and experts there are no less than the aviation factory. Quote. General Manager Feng, what are you talking about? Aren't we talking about a 3-way cooperation? Li Shiyu tried to smooth things over. Humph, really? This is the attitude of the both of you. You want half of the profits, and you also want half of the profits. I will be providing the funds and sales channels for free. Why don't I give the company to both of you? Feng Yu looked at these 2 sly old foxes. Then what does General Manager Feng want? Hu Heitao asked. Nothing much. Since ancient times, the one who provides the funds gets the bigger share. Furthermore, the exterior design of this humidifier, the design concept, market positioning, sales, branding and even the creativity are all mine. That's why I want 80% of the profits, and the both of you can split the remaining 20%. Quote. Absolutely not, Hu Heitao and Li Shiyu said at the same time. Feng Yu wanted 80% of the profits, and their two factories only wanted 20%. How can this be? Fine, I will take a step back. I want at least 30%. Li Shiyu rolled his eyes and said. Me too, I want 30%, and the most you want is 40%. This should be fine, right? Feng Yu sneered and looked at these two sly old foxes. The both of you will get 60% of the profits. If both of you work together, doesn't that mean you can make any decisions without me? I will also take a step back. The most you can get is 15%, and I want 70%. Both of them were asking for too much. Let's see if you can ditch me and do this alone, or if I can ditch you and do this alone. General Manager Feng, you cannot be too greedy. We are already asking for less than 1% of the profits. Hu Heitao said coldly. Really, but what you are offering is not even worth 1%. Quote. 25%. I want 25%. Li Shiyu thought for a while and said. Any less and I will not be able to answer to the factory. Without waiting for Hu Heitao to reply, Feng Yu sneered. Director Hu, you also want 25%. To tell you the truth, I want more than half of the shares of this new humidifier, and I guarantee that both of you will get more than 1 million rubles. Quote. How much? Hu Heitao stared at Feng Yu. 1 million rubles. Both of you will get 20% each. The aviation factory will be in charge of the research and development, the motor factory will be in charge of the production, and I will be in charge of the investment and sales. If I hand this over to you, which one of you can guarantee 1 million United States dollars profits? Also, the results of the research and development of the aviation factory will belong to me. I am the one who came up with the idea, and I am the one who funded the research and development. So, the results of the research and development will belong to me. Both of you can enjoy the profits according to the shares. I can sign a 10 years contract with you all, and the minimum profits will be 1 million rubles every year. Quote. Feng Yu was playing a trick again. He purposely mentioned rubles and not USD. Rubles will depreciate crazily in 2 years, and at that time, rubles will be cheaper than yen. Even if the sales of the humidifier were not as high as Feng Yu's expectations, it was only 2 million rubles after the depreciation. Feng Yu could easily afford it. A 10 years contract might seem like a long time, but it was only a patent protection period. If the three parties were not happy with the cooperation, Feng Yu could always choose to do it alone and give them 1 million rubles profits every year. Anyway, the patents were in his hands. Li Shiyu and Hu Heitao looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Okay, we agree. Feng Yu heaved a sigh of relief after settling the humidifier's deal. The investment for this project was not high, but the profits would be high. The first investment was not more than 1 million RMB. It was to let the aviation factory to make the ultrasonic oscillator as small as possible. The largest was to be the size of a fist. The aviation factory went back to prepare the production lines. The temporary production lines were not enough. They must have a specialized production line. Feng Yu had said that once the aviation factory's technologies were mature, they must start the production immediately. The monthly production must not be lower than 50,000 units. A blank market was equivalent to monopolizing the market. Of course, they must occupy the market first. Based on Feng Yu's estimation, even in this era, there were at least a few 100,000 units sold in China. What about the overseas market? The post office had just opened, and there were 2 guests. It was snowing heavily today, and these 2 must have something urgent to do. Hey, isn't this Chang Zi? You are here to send faxes again. Brother Yao, I am not here to send faxes today. I am here to buy something. That's all. Brother Yao, you carry on with your work. I am going over there. Quote. Brother Yao looked at Li Shijiang walking to a corner. His eyes opened wide. This Chang Zi was really rich. He was going to look at pagers. This pager cost a few thousand RMB each. He was really rich. But that's right, Chang Zi could even drive a car. He should be able to afford a pager. Brother Chang, I am here. The pagers had just arrived this week. Which one do you want? There was only a digital pager. Feng Yu was disappointed. The Chinese pager would only be introduced next year. But it was still usable. It was better than not being able to find him if there was an urgent matter. How many pagers do you have? Feng Yu asked. The staff looked at Feng Yu. Who was this kid? Why was he so arrogant? 1 pager was not enough. Sun Wenwen, how many pagers do you have? Li Shijiang continued to ask. Sun Wenwen stared at Li Shijiang. Brother Chang, what do you mean? How many do you want to buy? Feng Yu laughed. I can only buy a few. About 20. Feng Yu's casual tone made Sun Wenwen swallow the rest of her words. What, 20? This one costs 4,000 RMB, and you want 20? Wouldn't it cost 80,000 yuan? This kid doesn't know how expensive this thing is. 80,000 yuan, have you seen it before? Brother, this pager costs 4,000 RMB. Sun Wenwen reminded Dong Shuibing. 4,000, it's not expensive, I want 20 of them. Take them out and let me have a look. Feng Yu originally thought it would cost 5,000 RMB. It seemed that the price this year was lower than last year. Brother Chang, who is this little brother? Stop joking. If Li Shijiang didn't bring him here, Sun Wenwen would have called him crazy. You are so arrogant. You want 20 pagers that cost 4,000 RMB. Do you think this is a toy that costs 4 RMB? My brother-in-law, he's not joking. We're buying for the company. Do you have 20 sets? Take them all out. Feng Yu had discussed with Li Shijiang. Wu Qigang and the rest of the salesmen are always on business trips, and they are often uncontactable. What if there was an emergency? Using Feng Yu's words, the loss of information is not something that can be compensated with a few thousand RMB. Furthermore, Taiwan Trading had made a lot of profits this year, and if Feng Yu wants to give some benefits to Wu Qigang and the rest, Li Shijiang could not reject him. Li Shijiang had become more generous now. He was living in a big house, driving a small car, and the people he interacted with were of a higher class. How can he let his brothers down? Sun Wenwen heard what Li Shijiang said and said embarrassedly, Brother Chang, we do not have 20 pagers. We only have 16 pagers. 16 pagers. That's enough. Feng Yu waved his hand. Take them all out. Let me have a look. At this time, someone walked into the post office and went to the pager sales counter that Sun Wenwen was in charge of. Sister, I want to buy pagers from you. Give me the most expensive pager. Wow, this person's voice was loud, as if he was afraid that others could not hear him. He even wants the most expensive pager. The words on the wall were 4,000 RMB each. Can't you see it? Feng Yu turned his head and looked at the man. He was wearing a woolen coat and a bowler hat. These attire were nothing special, but when he opened his mouth, he could see 2 golden front teeth. This was unacceptable to Feng Yu. Oh, this is a pager. Let me have a look. The gold-toothed man stretched out his hand and wanted to take the pager from Feng Yu's hands. Feng Yu stepped back. This person does not know any manners. Even if you want to look at it, you can't take it from my hands. You don't even need to greet me. The gold-toothed man did not expect Feng Yu to dodge, and he did not manage to grab the pager. He was furious. Where did this kid come from? Get lost. This is such an expensive pager. Can your family afford to pay for it? After saying that, he still wanted to grab the pager from Feng Yu's hands. Whether I can afford to pay for it or not is my problem. It has nothing to do with you. Feng Yu could not be bothered with this kind of person. He turned to Sun Wenwen and said, Fine. I can take care of all these. Who are you talking to? Waiter, I want this pager. Give it to me, the gold-toothed man shouted at Sun Wenwen. Waiter. Sun Wenwen rolled her eyes. I'm sorry, sir. This pager is bought by someone else. Then give me another pager. Hurry up, the gold-toothed man said impatiently. This year, he had earned more than 30,000 RMB from his business. With a pager on his waist, he does not believe that the little girl in the village would not agree to marry him. Even if she did not agree, her parents would surely agree. I'm sorry, there are no more pagers. Sun Wenwen said patiently. Little girl, are you kidding me? There are so many pagers on the counter, and you are telling me there are no more pagers. Where is your station leader? Ask him to come out. I want to ask him how he educated you. The gold-toothed man shouted. Li Shijiang could not stand it anymore. Sir, I have bought all the pagers. It is useless to look for anyone. If you have the time to shout here, why don't you go to other post offices? Also, you better lower your voice in public. You are not a good person to talk like this. Quote. Who are you calling a bad person? I am here to buy things, and the customer is the king. Haven't you heard of this? Who do you think you are? How dare you interfere with my business? The gold-toothed man stretched out his hand and pushed Li Shijiang's chest. Li Shijiang turned his body slightly and grabbed the gold-toothed man's wrist with his right hand. The gold-toothed man immediately kneeled on the ground. He had been a soldier for 3 years, and it was not a problem for him to deal with this kind of trash. Hey, hey, hey. You dare to hit me? Help, someone's beating someone up. The station leader ran over. What happened? Xiao Li, let go of him first. Quote. Li Shijiang let go of the gold-toothed man, and he immediately kneeled on the ground. HMPH. He is just a rich man, and he dares to create trouble here. He even scolded Sun Wenwen just now. Sun Wenwen added. Station leader, he is the one who is creating trouble. I told him that the pagers are sold out, and he still wants more. I am not Sun Wukong. How can I conjure another pager for him? Quote. Sold out. Didn't the pagers just arrive this week? The station leader asked curiously. That's right. He is doing this on purpose. You are the station leader, right? This kind of person should be fired. The gold-toothed man stood up and shouted. He felt that the station leader was here to support him. Feng Yu calmly said, it is indeed sold out. Just 5 minutes ago, I want all the remaining pagers. Bullsh *T. If you keep on Bullsh TTING, do you really have that much money? Goldtooth shouted as he jumped up and down. Feng Yu opened his satchel on the counter and took out the money. It was all 100 RMB notes bundled up into a bundle. 1 bundle, 2 bundles, 6 bundles, 7 bundles, 8 bundles. Feng Yu patted the money. There is 80,000 RMB here. 16 pagers, 4,000 RMB each. The total is 64,000 RMB. The internet access fee is 800 RMB per pager. Is this enough? The gold-toothed man's confidence was gone. He could take out 80,000 RMB in one go, and it seemed that the money was not all in his bag. He could only earn 30,000 RMB a year, and Feng Yu could easily take out 80,000 RMB. Feng Yu's business was many times more than his. Without saying anything, the gold-toothed man walked away. There were a lot of people around, and they were blinded by the way Feng Yu was taking out his money. Those who knew Li Shijiang were whispering among themselves. They knew that Li Shijiang was rich, but they did not expect him to be so rich. If it was me, I will also not go to work. When will I be able to afford a pager if I am working? Not to mention driving a saloon car. After opening an account, Li Shijiang left after exchanging some pleasantries. He could not accept the enthusiasm of his old colleagues. Back at the company, Feng Yu gave each of them a pager and told them that this was their year-end bonus. Wu Qi and the rest were shocked. They knew that the year-end bonus would be much higher than Feng Yu's generosity. But they did not expect Feng Yu to give each of them a pager. This pager should cost more than 4,000 RMB. Feng Yu encouraged them and told them that there would be 2 more deals before the new year. One was for importing and the other was for exporting. After that, they will be able to go back to work after the 15th. China still does not have an annual holiday policy. Our Taiwan trading has one. Everyone cheered again. The holidays were so long, and they could enjoy themselves for a few days. 3 days later, Feng Yu received a call from Kirilenko. The gas fleet had arrived at Bing City from the river. They should reach Bing City within 2 days. Feng Yu was overjoyed. Finally, this batch of cars had arrived. With Kirilenko's hard work, there were a total of 80 cars. Each car was equipped with more than 1,000 small refrigeration compressors. These compressors were processed by the motor factory and could be turned into more than 1,000 fridges. Because of the low prices of the compressors, the cost of making the fridges was also very low. According to Feng Yu's estimation, he should be able to make a few 100,000 RMB from this batch of fridges. On this day, a long convoy of gas vehicles appeared on the streets of Bing City. Because the convoy was especially long, it attracted a lot of attention. This truck looks like it was used to transport goods. But which unit was so wasteful to transport goods from the Soviet Union by using trucks instead of railways? Later, everyone noticed that the convoy had entered the motor factory. Could it be that the motor factory had ordered something from the Soviet Union? But no one managed to get any information from the motor factory. Director Li had ordered for this information to be sealed. It was not nice for the motor factory to be an OEM for a private company. It was a loss of face for a state-owned factory. Even Wind and Rain brand electric fans will not be recognized by them, let alone Taiwan brand refrigerators. That's right, Feng Yu had registered Taiwan brand for this refrigerator. He does not want to make this a big business. His understanding of refrigerators is only the structural design of the refrigerator. The compressor will not be so cheap anymore. The factory that Kirilenko contacted had stopped production. Feng Yu was interested in the Soviet Union's refrigeration compressor production line. Maybe he could sell it to a refrigerator manufacturer. In order not to affect the value of the Wind and Rain brand, Feng Yu could only use Taiwan brand. Feng Yu had wanted to use Shijiang brand, but Li Shijiang rejected. Feng Yu's refrigerator design was too weird. It was even a double-door refrigerator. Who would buy such a big refrigerator? How many things would be stored there and how much electricity would be used? These were all in the future. Feng Yu's priority now was to wait for Kirilenko to arrive, and both of them will bring the IOU to the court. These trucks will be awarded to Feng Yu. This way, he could save a lot of taxes. Kirilenko's plane arrived at night, and Feng Yu went to pick him up personally. This time, Kirilenko had only brought one person with him, his confidant. He came to Huashan not only to sell this batch of trucks, but also to get closer to Feng Yu. This way, he can leave everyone else behind and work with Feng Yu alone. What did you say? You want to sue a foreign guest? The people in the court were shocked. This was a foreign guest from the Soviet Union, and you want to sue him? This was ruining our country's image. This was ruining the friendship between the two countries. If the embassy knew about this, it would be sensational news. The people in the court did not dare to sue a foreign guest. So what if he is a foreign guest? The contract states that he owes me a lot of money and is using these trucks as collateral. Now that he cannot pay up, these trucks should be awarded to me. Is there a problem? Feng Yu was speechless as he looked at the staff of the court. Can you stop exaggerating? This is only a normal business practice. Young man, can't the both of you discuss this? Our court does not have the authority to sue a foreign guest. How about you go to the provincial high court? The court staff had a troubled look. Feng Yu was right, but he did not dare to be the first. We had discussed, and he agreed. If you don't believe me, you can ask the translator. I am not lying to you. He even brought his passport with him. Of course, Kirilenko would agree. Both of them had discussed this. Feng Yu was only doing this to avoid the high taxes, and Kirilenko understood. The court staff was troubled. He felt that he was too unlucky. Why was he on duty today? Why did the other person had to go to the toilet? If he knew this would happen, he should have gone to the toilet too. He would have been better off skipping work. Feng Yu was afraid that this would happen, and that's why he had brought his translator along. The translator was a teacher from the university. He was hired with a high salary. When the other translators heard that they were going to the court, they turned and left. Nowadays, people did not want to deal with the courts. Let's go to the court. It's so clear. Can I get the verdict in a while? Feng Yu asked. He still had to go to the Motor Vehicle Administration to settle the paperwork. The court staff could only ask Feng Yu to wait for a while. He needed to ask his leader. He was curious. This old Russian did not seem to be angry at all. Shouldn't a normal person be angry when he was sued? Even if he was not angry, he should be depressed. Why was this old Russian still smiling? Was there something wrong with his brain? Kirilenko still did not know that he was treated like an idiot. He still put on an elegant smile. But he did not know that his elegant smile looked like an idiot. After a while, a leader came over and asked Kirilenko some questions. He knew Russian and knew that Kirilenko's answers were correct. He also checked Kirilenko's passport and asked Feng Yu to wait for a while. The leader then reported this matter to the higher-ups. In the end, this matter was quickly reported from the city to the province. It was even a powerful leader who made the decision. What's wrong with a foreign guest? A foreign guest had committed a crime in our country, and we still have to deal with it. He gave instructions to Judge Kirilenko according to a normal contract. This matter was quickly reported back to the higher-ups. The leaders of the city central hospital immediately understood what was going on. Since Old Harry had already agreed to the instructions given to his subordinates, there was no need for them to interfere. In any case, Old Harry had to personally sign and leave his fingerprint. The verdict must be written in Russian. This was to prevent Kirilenko from retracting his statement in the future. A few court staff were secretly looking at Feng Yu. He was so young, and he dared to sue Old Russian. This young man was very courageous. They wondered who was backing him. Feng Yu gave the staff a red packet, and the efficiency of the court staff increased. Within an hour, the verdict was finalized. After receiving the verdict, these 80 gas cars were officially owned by Wind and Rain Logistics Company, Limited. Wind and Rain Logistics was a new company registered by Feng Yu. But this company did not belong to him. It belonged to Li Shijiang. The Li family knew that they were able to live their lives now was all because of Feng Yu. But there was no brother-in-law who had to work for his brother-in-law all the time. This was not nice. Li Shijiang had an idea. He wanted to get Taiwan Trading's dividends at the end of the year and then do something for himself. This time, Feng Yu told him that he wanted to set up a logistics company. He had already contacted the fleet of vehicles, and Li Shijiang told him that if he wanted to own this logistics company, he would give up his Taiwan Trading shares. Feng Yu agreed without hesitation. But he told Li Shijiang that he had already registered Wind and Rain Logistics. He could use the Wind and Rain brand to form a brand alliance to increase their competitiveness in the future. He would compensate Li Shijiang with some money. Li Shijiang agreed without any hesitation. The name of the company was not important, but he did not need to compensate Li Shijiang. Feng Yu changed the company's legal representative to Li Shijiang and still gave Li Shijiang more than 1 million RMB dividends. Taiwan Trading's shares were changed to Feng Yu's name. He could also change his name card to General Manager of Taiwan Trading. He was finally 16 years old. With his identity card, it would be easier for him to get things done. The people in charge of the vehicle management office were old friends. They gave the leader a red packet, and it was easy for them to settle the paperwork. The license plates would be ready within a week. The doors of the vehicles were sprayed with a new logo. Even the back of the vehicles was sprayed with the logo of Wind and Rain. Li Shijiang recruited a batch of retired drivers. How much would they earn if they worked in the unit for a month? Working in Wind and Rain Logistics offered 50% higher salaries and bonuses. Soon, more than 100 drivers were hired. Li Shijiang followed Feng Yu's instructions and conducted a test for these drivers. This test not only tested their driving skills, but also their safety awareness and especially their sense of responsibility. According to Feng Yu, this Wind and Rain Logistics company would occupy at least 3 provinces in the northeast region and might even extend to Beijing. What if a chauffeur ran away with a car full of goods? This was not a bluff. This was the truth. Feng Yu had seen the news on the internet in his previous life. When he finally caught these people, it was many years later. However, Li Shijiang did better than Feng Yu had imagined. Not only did he test Feng Yu's knowledge, but he also tested them on their familiarity with the roads. After filtering out the unqualified ones, he hired 80 drivers and a dozen salesmen. Li Shijiang knew the importance of salesmen in Taiwan Trading. If there was no salesperson to contact business, the company would fail in a year or two just by waiting for business to come to them. Feng Yu also gave him some advice, telling him the importance of advertising. Feng Yu had advertising contracts with the daily newspaper and the provincial TV station. He specially made some advertisements for Wind and Rain Logistics to let more people know that there was a logistics company with 80 gas trucks in Bing City. Wind and rain flow, wind and rain unimpeded. In just 3 days, many people had memorized this advertising slogan. Wind and Rain Logistics had also entered the sights of the people in Bing City. Taiwan Trading's office was rented in the warehouse area, and Li Shijiang was familiar with many companies in this area. Li Shijiang went to every company to contact them and found out that Li Shijiang had set up a logistics company. He had more than 80 trucks and could transport goods from Bing City to Ji City and Shen City. Many companies immediately signed cooperation agreements with Li Shijiang. In the future, their transportation work will be handled by Wind and Rain Logistics. Feng Yu also helped Li Shijiang to get some transportation contracts from the motor factory and machinery company. With the help of Taiwan Trading, Wind and Rain Logistics will not lose money in the future. But how can they return with empty trucks? Although they will not lose money, they will also not make any profits. Feng Yu reminded Li Shijiang to set up branch offices in Ji City and Shen City. It would be best to build a good reputation now and get more customers. This way, they will be able to take the initiative in the future. Li Shijiang was worried about setting up branch offices. One company was enough to keep him busy, and he still wants to set up branch offices. According to Feng Yu, it will be Ji City and Shen City for the time being. After that, he will set up branch offices in all the cities in the province and then expand to the 3 provinces in the northeast region, and even Beijing and Tianjin region. This will form a complete logistics network. Although he might not be able to monopolize the market, but with a complete logistics network, his business will get better. Now, there were more and more private companies in the 3 provinces in the northeast region. Just the transportation orders for the mountain products, agricultural products, etc., will be a lot. When Li Shijiang heard this, he was even more confused. How many branch offices will he need to set up? Will he need to hire more than 100 salesmen? One truck can only support 2 to 3 people. Can he still make any profits? Feng Yu patiently analyzed the pros and cons for Li Shijiang. The current situation was still in the pioneering stage, and it was fine even if they lose some money. Now, the demand for transportation was increasing. Even if there were a lot of orders, it would not be a big deal. 2 years later, other companies will also set up their own transportation companies, and it will be hard for Li Shijiang to seize the market share. Also, after the company set up its own logistics network, people will think of wind and rain logistics when they want to use their trucks. That will be the time to make money, and the trucks will not be idle every day. Li Shijiang was still hesitating. Although he felt what Feng Yu said was reasonable, he still felt that it was not worth it to invest so much now. He might as well wait for another 2 years. Feng Yu might be familiar with electrical appliances, trading, etc., but transportation was different. The logistics company will be set up in the county town in the future. This was a joke. What transportation business can there be in a county town? The local trishaws had taken over all the transportation business. Feng Yu sighed and told Li Shijiang that if he does not want to set up a branch office, he can look for a franchise store. The so-called franchise store was to let the other party use the name of Wind and Rain Logistics to get the orders, and then Wind and Rain Logistics will be responsible for the transportation and pay the other party a commission. This way, it would solve the problem of empty trucks returning to the city. Also, there was no need to pay, and they could even collect franchise fees after 2 years. As for now, if you want to collect franchise fees, not many people would be willing to set up a franchise store. With this explanation, Li Shijiang understood. This was a good idea. He could save a lot of salesmen, and he could save a lot of money. Li Shijiang excitedly arranged his salesmen to contact the franchisees, and he and his men continued to distribute leaflets. He even pasted the leaflets on the electric poles. This was also what Feng Yu told him. Now, no one would care about these small advertisements as long as they were not pasted on other people's walls. Feng Yu looked at Li Shijiang's energetic face and felt that this was the brother-in-law he knew. The brother-in-law in his memories. Li Shijiang was happy, but Feng Yu was worried. If Li Shijiang set up a logistics company, then Taiwan Trading will need a new person in charge. He still needs to go to school. Feng Yu could decide on the person in charge of the company after Lunar New Year. There were only a few more days until Lunar New Year. Feng Yu had to return to the district to help Taiwan Food Processing Factory and the pig farm before Lunar New Year. In the future, there must be 2 qualified people in charge of these 2 factories. Feng Yu was worried about his father. What made Feng Yu the happiest was that the pig-rearing expert, Professor Su, who he had invited from the city several times, had finally arrived. The modernized pig farm still needs to be approved by him. The expert was here, and Feng Yu had no choice but to show up. Experts were all very arrogant. If they felt that they had been slighted, they might just turn around and leave. It would be difficult to invite them again, and they might not even be able to invite other experts. These experts all knew each other, and many of them even had similar experiences. When Feng Yu arrived at the pig farm, he noticed a few of the workers' faces were pale. What happened? Did the expert make things difficult for them? If this was the case, then after using this expert, they will never contact him again. So what if he is an expert? Does he think he can bully RTN Peng pig farm workers? Uncle Li, where is my father? Chief Feng is inside with that expert. Xiao Yu, don't go in first. I am afraid you will not be able to eat tonight. Uncle Li's expression was weird. It was like he had seen something scary and disgusting. What's wrong? Is he slaughtering pigs inside? Didn't I say that we don't need to do anything to the city's slaughterhouse? Feng Yu was speechless. He thought his father was not willing to pay the slaughterhouse again. It's not slaughtering pigs. It's that expert. What's wrong with the expert? Feng Yu was shocked. Could it be that the expert had done something? He is having his meal. Feng Yu laughed and joked. It's normal to eat at this hour. Could it be that he has a special way of eating, and I can't eat after seeing him? Huh, I can even eat pig intestines. What's there to be afraid of? Have you seen anyone eating in a pigsty? There are pigs in front of you, and there is pig feces. The smell of feces and urine. You can eat a bowl of rice covered with vegetables. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Anyway, I can only drink tea today. Uncle Li said while retching. Feng Yu's eyes widened. What kind of person was this? Eating in a pigsty. Feng Yu thought about it and felt a little disgusted. He spat on the ground, but he still had something to show the expert, so he could only bite the bullet and walk in. As soon as he entered the pigsty, he saw a few people gathered together. Only one person was holding a bowl while the others were smoking furiously in order to suppress their nausea. Feng Yu endured the nausea and approached. Although the air in the pigsty was not too bad, there was still the smell of pig feces. There was really someone who could eat it. Professor Su, you're here. Xiao Feng, is this your family's pig farm? I think it's not bad. The hygiene is better than expected, and the stalls are not bad. They even feed them pellets. This is rare. Professor Su ate a mouthful of rice. Feng Yu felt his tongue was sticky and wanted to vomit. He pinched his thigh and used the pain to stop the nausea. He turned around and secretly spat on the ground. Professor Su, why are you eating here? You should go to my house or the pig farm's canteen. I don't have time. I will be leaving soon. I still have a few farms to take a look at. If I tidy up the farms before the new year, it will save me a lot of work. Professor Su said and finished the rice in his bowl. He did not feel disgusted at all. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they finally finished eating. They were impressed by Professor Su's professionalism, but they could not accept it. If you are busy, you can eat in the car on the way. You are used to this smell, but we can't. From now on, Feng Yu will never eat in a big bowl. Whenever he saw a big bowl, he would think of what happened today and lose his appetite. Professor Su, after seeing our pig farm, do you think there are any improvements? Do you think our blueprint is suitable? Feng Yu asked anxiously. Your pig farm is not bad now. It can raise more than 100 pigs. I have seen your blueprint, and it is not suitable to build according to it. The air will not circulate well, and the lighting will not be good. It is not good for the growth of the pigs. I will change it for you later, and you can build according to it. The automatic feeding and water system is also good. Other countries, especially the US, already have similar pig farms. This idea of yours is one of the best in China. Quote. Why did Professor Su come here? It was because he was researching on a similar topic. He wanted to build a modern pig farm. But the school did not have the money to build a pig farm for him, and no big boss would invest in a pig farm for him. Coincidentally, Feng Yu went to look for an expert in pig farming and found Professor Su. Both of them chatted, and Professor Su remembered what Feng Yu said. But he felt that Feng Yu was bragging. Feng Yu was from a small farm, and how could his family have the money to build such a modern pig farm? Professor Su even said that he wants to import the Soviet Union's sausage production line to produce ham. He also said that he wants to set up a meat chain so that the citizens can buy fresh pork every day. How can this be possible? It was hard to buy fresh pork in the market now. But when Professor Su came here, he realized that this pig farm was better than the one his school had found for him. Not only it was cleaner, but the workers were very experienced. He did not even know about some of the farming methods. Even the deputy farm manager of this farm came to Professor Su's office. He told Professor Su that the farm had signed a contract with the government, and within the next 2 years, the government will invest a few million RMB to build a modern pig farm. Professor Su then started to pay attention to this pig farm. He asked a lot of questions and delayed his schedule. Only then did he have lunch at Tianpeng Pig Farm. However, the deputy farm manager left when he saw him eating, which made him a little unhappy. He was an agricultural university professor, and his salary was equivalent to the deputy mayor. A deputy farm manager was only a deputy director. What's there to be arrogant about? It was not that Wen Deguang did not want to accompany Professor Su. But who could accompany him to eat in a pig farm? It was good enough that Professor Su did not vomit on the spot. But now, Professor Su was much happier. Feng Yu's words earlier meant that Feng Yu was going to build a modern pig farm. If this was completed under his guidance, Professor Su would be able to publish articles on the relevant newspapers and magazines. He might even become the top pig farmer in China. He might even be promoted to the deputy dean of the university. Feng Yu said what Professor Su wanted to hear the most. Professor Su, after Lunar New Year, I will need to trouble you to come over again to guide me. Also, you must come to build the pig farm, install the feeding equipment, and clean up the pig farm. Ha ha ha, of course. I still need to go to other places to take a look. I will contact you after I have prepared all the information. Quote. He was finally about to take the most important step in his research project, turning theory into reality. This was of great significance to him. Everyone sent Professor Su to his car, and Feng Yu saw his mother walking out from the entrance. Why didn't you go home when you were back? What are you doing here? Zhang Muhua looked at Feng Yu and grumbled. What's the use of working in a pig farm? Becoming a university student is the right way to go. There is an expert professor here to understand the future of our pig farm. Seems like the situation is good. Feng Yu was overjoyed. Professor Su was willing to provide technical support to them. This was much better than the people from the agricultural machinery station. Feng Yu only wanted to be a part of this project. Even if he did not mention it, Feng Yu would have mentioned it. With a professor guiding them, it was a good promotion for them to sell their pork. You are in the car that left just now. Have the both of you eaten? I had made your favorite braised intestines. Zhang Muhua was here to ask Feng Xingtai to go home for dinner. Both father and son's face changed when they heard braised intestines. Feng Xingtai quickly said, your mum had prepared dinner. You should go home now. I still have something on and will not eat lunch. Make me porridge and pickled vegetables for dinner. Quote. Feng Yu looked at his father angrily. Are you trying to trick your son? Before the new year, the last batch of pigs had been shipped to Bing City's slaughterhouse. Other than the ones sold to the machinery company, the remaining pigs were enough to be sold in the district. Feng Yu also collected his final results. This time, he had performed well. He was ranked 7th in his class. Lu Kun was still the top student in the class. Lu Kun was still the top student. He wanted to change his fate through studying. The second place was Fat Chick. Li Na was ranked 3rd in the class. Her grades had improved steadily. But what made him speechless was that Wen Dongjun was ranked 6th. Damn it, that guy's life was really good. He was next to a 3rd year straight A student, and he actually turned his weakest liberal arts class into his strongest. Even the homeroom teacher couldn't believe it. After receiving his school results, Wen Dongjun was overjoyed. He bragged in front of his parents about how hard he had worked in school to get to where he was today. Wen Deguang's face was red. He made an exception and drank a bottle of baijiu that day. He kept muttering that his son had become successful. The next morning, Feng Yu was still lying comfortably in his bed when he was woken up by the sound of someone knocking on the door. What are you sleeping for? Didn't we agree to go to the ice cave today? Hurry up and get up. Let's go. Wen Dongjun was holding a metal drill in his right hand and his left hand was behind his back. He was covered up tightly and his eyes were shining with excitement. His meaning was obvious. Get up from your sleep. Brother Jun, it is only 8 a.m. now. The sky is still bright. Can we go to the ice cave in the afternoon? Feng Yu said helplessly. Wen Dongjun laughed. Seems like I have to use my trump card. His left hand reached into Feng Yu's blanket. Feng Yu shouted and jumped out of the blanket. There was a fist-sized snowball under the blanket. Feng Yu grabbed the snowball and smashed it on Wen Dongjun's face. Wen Dongjun said nonchalantly, are you awake? Hurry up and get up. I am ready. Feng Yu could only get up and eat his breakfast. After packing up, he loaded his second Land Rover with a net, pickaxe and 2 water buckets and set off with Wen Dongjun. Yesterday, it was Feng Yu who suggested going to the ice cave to fish. He wanted to take the opportunity to ask Li Na out to play. Unfortunately, Li Na wasn't interested, and Lu Kun didn't have time. It was just the two of them left. The two of them did not choose to dig the river. One reason was that the road was not easy to walk on, and the other was that it was too dangerous. They chose a Pausik northeastern dialect, meaning pond, which they had visited before. First, he used a shovel to clear away the accumulated snow on the surface of the ice, creating an ice surface of a few square meters. Wen Dongjun stretched his arms and legs, grabbed the iron drill and stabbed it into the ice. A small crack appeared on the ice. After a few times, Wen Dongjun cleared all the broken ice. Feng Yu picked up his pickaxe and dug at the spot where Wen Dongjun had stabbed the ice. The two of them took turns to work together. After 10 minutes, they stood and rested for a while. The ice surface was already transparent, and a few more shovels would be able to break it. Wen Dongjun snatched the pickaxe from Feng Yu's hands and used it to break the ice surface. He used the iron drill to poke a few times, and a hole with a diameter of less than 1 meter was dug out. Dong Shuibing used the net to scoop up the ice floes and threw them to the side. Soon, some fish appeared near the hole. In winter, the Pausi was frozen, and there was a lack of oxygen in the water. Once a hole appeared, the fish would swim towards the hole. The effect would be better if they came at night. They could use a flashlight to shine on the hole, and some fish would jump out. 1, 2, 3, rise. Wen Dongjun and Feng Yu grabbed the wooden handle of the net at the same time and lifted it up. There were some small fish jumping around inside the net. Feng Yu carried a bucket over and poured all the fish into the bucket. Feng Yu was surprised to see that other than the common fish and crucian carp, there were also 2 carps weighing about 1 kg. Their luck was not bad. They put down the net again and used their strength to stir the net. They shouted, 1, 2, 3, and lifted the net for the second time. This time, the net was not bad. Although there were not many small fish, there was still a carp weighing about 1 kg. When they lifted the net for the third time, there were only some small fish. This also meant that there were no more big fish near the hole they dug. They need to change to another place to dig. Here, you stay here and catch the small fish. I will go over there to dig. When I am tired, I will come over and replace you. In the northeast, especially in the Longjiang base city, once the ice hole was dug, the water had to be stirred up constantly. Otherwise, the ice would freeze again in less than 10 minutes. Although the ice layer would not be very thick, it would be hard to dig it out again. Feng Yu continued to fish slowly. His catch was getting lesser and lesser. More often than not, there were only a dozen small fish in the net. These small fish were used to feed chickens and ducks. No one would eat them. Although it was already past the era of hunting roe deer and ladle fish, it wasn't as crazy as it was in the future, where people would use screens to catch fish. Therefore, only fish that were at least 1 tail would be eaten. After a while, Wen Dongjun came over to change shifts with Feng Yu. Feng Yu went over to the other side to dig. When he was tired, he would change to a metal rod. But before he could dig the ice, Wen Dongjun ran over again. Give it to me. You are too slow. There are no more fish there. That was the hole you chose just now. There were only 3 fishes that were above 1 kg. Later, I will show you the position I chose. All the fishes are big. Wen Dongjun used the metal rod to dig the ice and bragged. Feng Yu had learned to ignore Wen Dongjun's bragging. He scooped the 3 big fishes into another bucket and carried the bucket filled with small fishes back to his car. He poured the small fishes into a bag of flour and carried the bucket back to his car. Wen Dongjun had already dug the ice hole and was using the net to scoop up the floating ice. When he saw Feng Yu walking back slowly, he hurried him. If you walk so slowly, all the fishes will be gone. 1, 2, 3, go. Ha ha ha, what did I say just now? I said that the position I chose was the best. Look, look, 1 net, 4 big carps. Which one of them is smaller than that silver carp? You still have to depend on me to choose the position. Not only I am experienced, but I am also luckier than you. Quote. Feng Yu also did not expect Wen Dongjun to choose such a good position. The second time he cast the net, there were another 2 big carps. Feng Yu guessed that it was a fish nest. After 7 consecutive times, there were big carps in the first 5 times. The last 2 times, there were only small fishes. Just the first 5 times, they had caught 11 carps that were more than 1 jin in weight. 2 of them were at least 1.5 jin, and Wen Dongjun was bragging beside Feng Yu's ears. Feng Yu tolerated the first sentence. The second sentence, Feng Yu tolerated it. The third sentence, the fifth sentence, the 10th sentence. Feng Yu could not tolerate it anymore. He also wanted to find a new position. He does not believe that he could not catch a big fish. As long as he could get a big fish that was more than 2 kg, he would be able to suppress Wen Dongjun's arrogance. This time, it was Feng Yu's turn to find a spot to dig a hole, and Wen Dongjun sent the fish back to the car. Wen Dongjun walked to the car and hummed an out-of-tune song. Follow your feelings, hold on tightly to your dreams, your footsteps become lighter and lighter, happier and happier. Phew, Feng Yu wiped the sweat off his forehead. It was such a cold day, and he was sweating profusely. This showed how hard he worked. He could not stand Wen Dongjun showing off his superiority in front of him for 2 days straight. Yesterday he showed off his exam results, and today he showed off his fishing results. This was ridiculous. Cheating in exams was considered cheating, and Wen Dongjun was not ashamed of it. Instead, he was proud of it. But today, they were fishing. Both of them were on the same level, and there was no possibility of cheating. Feng Yu did not believe that he would lose. If Feng Yu really lost, Wen Dongjun could imagine the consequences. Maybe it would be until the start of school or even next year, and Wen Dongjun would mention about this day. In Wen Dongjun's description of Feng Yu would become a side character. I am a reborn person, and I will be the main character in history. How can I lose to others? When Wen Dongjun returned with an empty bucket, Feng Yu had almost finished digging a hole in the ice. Feng Yu's efficiency surprised Wen Dongjun. Let me do it. You take a break. No need. I will finish in 5 minutes. I don't believe that there are no big fishes in this position. Wen Dongjun shrugged his shoulders and used the shovel to clear the ice shards. 5 minutes later, a new hole was dug. Feng Yu was sweating profusely. 1, 2, 3, up! Feng Yu shouted. The net was full of small fishes, and none of them weighed more than 100 grams. Again. 1, 2, 3, up! This time, the fish were smaller. The biggest one weighed at most 100 grams. Ho ho ho, are you going to feed the pigs? Wen Dongjun mocked. It was the same for a few consecutive nets, and Feng Yu gave up. Maybe the water here was shallow, and there were no big fishes. Let's find another place to dig. Wen Dongjun decided to dig the hole separately from Feng Yu. He held the pickaxe and dug about 10 meters away. Usually, he was the one who had the upper hand in this kind of work. He did not expect Feng Yu to finish the hole first. Come, look at this. I don't believe that I can't catch a big fish today. The result was still so frustrating. Although it was no longer a small fish, there was only one carp that weighed about half a kilogram. After Wen Dongjun dug the hole, he fished out a few more carps that weighed more than 1 kg. This made Wen Dongjun even more proud. Okay, the bag is full, and the bucket is full of the big fish I caught. Let's go back, Wen Dongjun said with satisfaction. No, let's do it again. I don't believe that I can't catch a big fish. Feng Yu was furious. We caught the fish together. What do you mean by the bucket is full of big fish that you caught? There are big fish, but I've caught them all. You go ahead, I'll load the fish onto the cart, and we'll have to leave after the last hole. Quote. Feng Yu brandished the pickaxe and fiercely smashed it. Gotcha! The wooden handle of the pickaxe broke. Damn, why was he so unlucky? Fortunately, he had the iron rod. Let's continue. Feng Yu covered his eyes and squatted on the ground. Damn it! The shards of ice jumped into his eyes, and tears flowed down his face. He was angry and threw the iron rod away. In the end, it hit his feet. Feng Yu hugged his feet and jumped up. But he accidentally stepped on the shards of ice, and his feet slipped. He quickly jumped to the side, trying to stabilize his body. But when one was unlucky, one's teeth would be stuffed even when drinking cold water. He jumped right into the hole he was digging. The ice was already very thin, and it could not withstand the force of his jump. Before Feng Yu could react, his whole body fell into the ice hole. The bone-chilling cold water made Feng Yu's body stiff. At this moment, all swimmers were useless. His legs could not even stand on the water. He struggled desperately with both hands and finally managed to grab the shovel beside the hole in the ice. Relying on the shovel handle, he was half suspended above the water. Dongjun, Dongjun, save me, Feng Yu stretched his neck and shouted. Wen Dongjun was still slowly filling the bag with fish. When he heard Feng Yu's shout, he stood up and looked. Where did Feng Yu go? The most frightening thing when digging an ice hole for fish is to accidentally fall into it. If one fell into an ice hole, he might not drown but freeze to death. Even if he was fished out, the water on his body would freeze very quickly. Not only frostbite, but the cold might even penetrate into his bones. Wen Dongjun put down the bucket and ran towards Feng Yu. As he ran, he also had to be careful of the ice hole that the two of them had just dug. If he also fell into the hole, the two of them would basically be finished. Feng Yu, hang in there. You must hang in there. I am coming. Luckily, when Wen Dongjun ran to Feng Yu's side, Feng Yu's hands were still holding onto the shovel handle. Feng Yu's lips had turned purple from the cold, and his gloves were frozen. He was shivering. Hold on, I will pull you up. Don't let go. Wen Dongjun carefully approached the hole and grabbed the handle of the shovel. He slowly pulled Feng Yu out of the water and almost pulled him into the hole. Hurry up and get on the car. You are all wet. You need to take off your clothes. I will take off my jacket and pants for you. Wen Dongjun pulled Feng Yu towards the car. He cannot carry Feng Yu. He must let Feng Yu walk on his own. But the car was not warm at all. Wen Dongjun was in a hurry to save Feng Yu and did not even close the car boot. The temperature inside and outside the car were the same. Feng Yu tried to turn the car key, but the ignition was still not working. Damn, why can't I buy antifreeze? Don't worry about it. You take off your clothes first. I will find some branches to warm the car. Wen Dongjun took off his jacket and pants and threw them to Feng Yu. He braved the cold wind and ran out of the car to look for firewood. The car was finally started. Feng Yu turned on the air conditioner, but he was still moving around. Wen Dongjun went to the ice to retrieve the pickaxe and quickly got into the car. There are really big fishes in the last ice cave. Look, I just casually scooped up a few big carp seeds. Wen Dongjun said as he held the bag of seeds. Feng Yu's eyes opened wide. You still have the mood to fish at this time? Well, this gave Feng Yu some comfort. You drive. Don't you know how to drive a tractor? This is more like it. My hands are frozen. Feng Yu clenched his fists. He could not exert any strength. Of course, I will drive. You sit tight. Let's go. The Land Rover sped away, and Feng Yu's head hit the car seat. He felt even more dizzy. He hated this kind of new driver the most. There was no buffer between starting and braking. Wen Dongjun did not dare to drive too fast. It took him an hour to reach the police station. Feng Yu asked him to drive to the hospital. He had to get an IV drip. Lying on the hospital bed, Feng Yu felt that today was a miserable day. He only wanted to fish in the ice hole. He could not catch any big fishes, and he even fell into the ice hole. He wanted to warm himself up, but he could not start a car. When he finally reached the hospital, Wen Dongjun even crashed into the hospital's main door. This caused Feng Yu to pay a sum of money. Unlucky things happened one after another, and Feng Yu could not help but wonder if God saw that he had been living too comfortably and gave him 81 hardships. His parents heard the news and rushed to the hospital. When they saw Feng Yu lying on the hospital bed, they immediately gave him a beating. I told you to go and dig the ice hole, but you did not listen to me. You deserve to fall into the ice hole. After the beating, his mother cried and went home to cook chicken soup. Feng Xingtai stayed behind to look after Feng Yu. As for Wen Dongjun, he was also getting beaten up at home. If his family did not live in an apartment, he would be hung up and beaten again. Crackle. After the first sound of firecrackers was heard, all the families started to set off their firecrackers. There were 100 firecrackers, 200 firecrackers, and even the 500 firecrackers from Feng Yu's family. Feng Yu felt that it was a pity that he could not get a 10,000 firecracker. That was more enjoyable. Most importantly, it could get rid of bad luck. Ever since he fell into the ice cave and was hospitalized for 2 days, Feng Xingtai did not let him use his car again. He did not get to let Feng Yu bring Li Na out to play. This year, the Feng family's living conditions were much better than last year. The number of dishes on the table had increased from 8 to 16. As usual, most of the dishes were meat, and there were only 2 vegetarian dishes. What was different was that there was one more person at home. Li Shijiang had also come to the Feng family for Lunar New Year. On the 7th day of the first lunar month, he was going to marry Feng Danying. This was the last Lunar New Year's Eve that Feng Danying would spend with the Feng family. The Feng family had bought a new house in the district. It was built last year, and it was the district's second residential building. On the 3rd floor, there were 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. It was very spacious. In the district, the farm officer's house was only this big. Feng Xingtai was very satisfied with the house. The furniture and appliances in the house were the best in Bing City. The old ones were sent to the pig farm. In Feng Yu's words, they were not short of money. Even if they were to be sold, they would not make much money. They might as well use it for their own people. So, the father and son at the pig farm also had a color TV, refrigerator, and even a washing machine. The father and son only had an old black and white TV at home. The father and son patted their chests and promised Feng Xingtai that they would work hard for the pig farm and ensure that all the pigs were healthy. They will not let the Feng family's money go to waste. The facts also proved this point. The father and son trio really did their best and were not afraid of hardship or tiredness. The pigs in Tianpeng Pig Farm grew much faster than when the farm was in the hands of the farm department. Now, the pig farm was starting to care for the sows, and the boars were directly knocked out. Next year, they would buy a batch of breeding boars from other places to prevent crossbreeding and degeneration. The development of the food processing factory was also going well. Soybean oil was the best-selling product, and white sugar was also selling well. Although there was no market for pig feed at the moment and there was a backlog of it, when the pig farm expanded next year, it would consume more than 1/3 of its production capacity. Feng Yu had already helped to contact the market. There would not be any overstocking next year. According to Feng Yu's plan, there might not be enough pig feed to sell next year. After Wind and Rain Logistics was transferred to Li Shijiang, Taiwan Trading still had assets of more than 10 million RMB. Even if Taiwan Trading only deals with China and Soviet Union, it should reach 20 million RMB by summer. Within a year, Feng Yu will increase this 20 million RMB by several folds. Furthermore, Feng Yu had talked to Kirilenko. Maybe in the second half of this year, Feng Yu would be able to get his hands on a few cheap advanced Soviet Union machines. Feng Yu would be able to make a lot of profits. The machinery company was doing well. After the new products were produced, they went to the south for an exhibition and shocked the whole country. They did not expect that Bing City Machinery Company could produce such high-quality farming machines. Not only were they practical, but they were also durable. The number of orders made Li Ming smile from ear to ear. Li Ming also made use of this opportunity to show off in the city. Now, he does not want to work at the Agricultural Machinery Bureau anymore. It was much better to work at the machinery company. He was the boss and his words carried weight. Furthermore, the benefits at the machinery company were much better than the Agricultural Machinery Bureau. Now, the machinery company's new tractor engines were the best in China. Li Ming had decided to focus on the tractor production. The demand for tractors was very high, and the profits were the highest. Of course, when the machinery company started to make profits, it also meant that the Feng family also started to make profits. Before the Lunar New Year, the machinery company had given dividends, and the Feng family got 1 million RMB. As usual, this money was transferred to Taiwan trading by Feng Yu. Feng Xingtai did not know how to spend so much money, and he let Feng Yu do whatever he wanted. Even if the money was gone, with the food processing factory and Tianpeng pig farm, the Feng family could still live comfortably. They were still the wealthiest family in the district. This year was different from last year. Last year, only Feng Danying and Feng Yu had new clothes and shoes. This year, the Feng family had bought a few sets of new clothes. They were rich, and of course, they need new clothes. But Feng Yu did not agree with his father's taste. It's fine if you do not like suits, but can you not buy Chinese tunic suits? All leaders wear Chinese tunic suits. Fine, even if you like Chinese tunic suits, can you not buy 3 sets at once, and all of them were in the same color? Feng Yu was the one who picked his own clothes. His outerwear were all custom-made, and he told the tailor the style. It was both fitting and stylish. Come, try this fish. I fished it out from the pond. Feng Yu pointed to a braised fish on the table. Humph, you fished it out. You were really capable. You used yourself as bait for the fish, and the whole district knows about it. You really made me proud. Feng Xingtai sneered. Feng Yu smiled embarrassedly. It was an accident. That was just an accident. Dad, try it. This fish is really delicious. If you all don't want to eat, I will buy all the fish. Quote. Have a piece of pork ribs. Our family's pigs taste really good. Zhang Muhua gave a piece of pork ribs to Feng Yu and stared at Feng Xingtai. It was the new year, and they should be talking about something happy. Thank you, Mum. Have some fish. Feng Yu also did not expect the whole district to know about him falling into the ice cave. It was all Wen Dongjun's fault. Whenever he met his classmates, he would talk about this incident. He was bragging about how he saved Feng Yu. Feng Yu was almost out of sight in the ice cave, and Wen Dongjun had to pull him out to save Feng Yu from becoming a popsicle. Wen Dongjun took off his clothes and gave them to Feng Yu. He drove his car in the snow and drove 200 miles to the hospital. He had to break through the hospital's main gate before he could send Feng Yu to the emergency room. All in all, Wen Dongjun had a positive image. He was honorable and worthy of praise. From 1 to 10, 10 to 100. Feng Yu was now a negative example for all the parents in the district to educate their children. Feng Yu was crying in his heart. He had wanted to be the positive image of someone else. How did it become like this? Xiao Li, how is your logistics company doing now? Feng Xingtai asked casually. It's fine. I had listened to Xiao Yu's suggestion and had more than 10 franchises. The business was quite good before the new year. Li Shijiang was excited. Speaking of this, Li Shijiang was a little excited. He didn't expect this logistics company's business to be so good. From the looks of it, he can easily earn millions this year. It won't be long before he can earn back the money he spent on the car. That's good. Don't always be busy with work. You also need to take care of the family. Feng Xingtai said. I know. In another 2 months, I will promote a few of my employees. They can handle the daily work, and I will take care of the money. Li Shijiang laughed. He had learned this from Feng Yu. Anyway, he had the financial authority and the authority to sign the contract. The company will not have any problems, and he can relax. Okay, how are the preparations at home? Everything is ready. I had sent out the wedding invitations. Don't worry, I will not let Danying down. I will treat her well for the rest of her life. Li Shijiang patted his chest and promised. When he looked at Li Danying, his eyes were filled with love. Feng Xingtai stared at Li Shijiang for a while and nodded. He raised his glass. Come, let's have a toast to celebrate our lives getting better. On the 7th day of Lunar New Year, the International Hotel was decorated with lanterns. There were many cars parked at the entrance. From the number plates, one could tell that these were the cars of the leaders. Many people were curious. Which leader had come to Bing City? Why were there so many people welcoming him? It was better to be a government official. No matter where he goes, he would be surrounded by people. The firecrackers were set off, and the onlookers were even more furious. What kind of leader was this? Why did they have to set off firecrackers for him? A luxurious car drove over from afar. There was a flying goddess on the front of the car. This car looked better than the Hongqi car. There were even fresh flowers on the car. Where did they get fresh flowers in the middle of winter? Look, there is a happy word on the car. Could it be someone is getting married? Someone shouted. The onlookers did not believe that the wedding ceremony could be held at a decent hotel. Why would someone come here? Where was this place? International Hotel. This was the best hotel in Bing City. This was the place to receive the leaders and foreign guests. Why would someone book this hotel for a wedding ceremony? Li Shijiang had spent a lot of effort to book this hotel. Even if he had money, there were still many foreign guests staying in this hotel. In the end, Feng Yu went to look for Zhang Reiqiang, and the deputy mayor gave him a call. That's why the hotel agreed to book this hotel. But the fees were exorbitant. It really looks like a wedding ceremony. What kind of car is that? Have you all seen it? It looks so beautiful. It looks even better than the mayor's car. Quote. I know. That is called Rolls-Royce. The Queen of England is sitting in this car. Wow, the onlookers were shocked. The Queen of England was sitting in this car. Whose child was in this car? This car was used as a wedding car. They heard that this car cost more than 1 million RMB. Even if one did not eat or drink for a few lifetimes, he would not be able to earn that much money. Oh, look, there is more than one car. There is a row of cars behind. They are all golden deer cars. In this era, it was considered good to have a wedding car. What's more, a fleet of cars. Relatives and friends would think of ways to get married themselves or hire a bus. It was cheap and could carry more people. It was rare to see a fleet of cars like Li Shijiang's. The Golden Deer, also known as Volga in the Soviet Union, team was the best team that Feng Yu could find. The logo of the car was a flying stag, similar to a flying goddess. The fleet of vehicles was borrowed from the motor factory, aviation factory and the machinery company. Feng Yu had asked them to use the fleet for his sister's wedding, and the three leaders did not dare to reject. But the three big factories only managed to gather 10 of them. Feng Yu did not want the rest of the Lada, Jeep, etc. Feng Yu drove the Bentley left by his brother-in-law at the back, making up a fleet of 12 cars. Taking the meaning of 12 months in a year, it was quite satisfactory. This Rolls-Royce was also left behind by Feng Yu, not for himself, but for his sister's wedding. Not only was the car very luxurious, but the emblem of the flying goddess was also very festive. Li Shijiang and Feng Danying got off the car. Li Shijiang was wearing a purple traditional Chinese suit, and Feng Danying was wearing a red bridal dress. This was also unacceptable to Feng Yu. What kind of stupid idea did the MC come up with? It was fine if the wedding dress was not popular in this era, but his brother-in-law could not wear a purple traditional Chinese suit. What red and purple? It was not good looking at all. He might as well wear a Chinese tunic suit. Li Shijiang saluted everyone and stood at the entrance with Feng Danying to welcome the guests. Today, there were not only his parents' colleagues and leaders, but there were also many other influential leaders present. Feng Yu had borrowed Li Mingdi's car, and the leaders of the three state-owned factories were embarrassed to not attend the wedding. Feng Xingtai was also a shareholder of the machinery company and was the deputy general manager. Feng Xingtai was marrying off his daughter, and how could Li Ming not attend? Not only Li Ming was there, but all the leaders of the machinery company were also there. The motor factory's director had to give face to Feng Yu. That was why he came personally. Wu Qigang's uncle, the deputy chief engineer, and all the workshop heads were also there. This was to build a good relationship with Feng Yu. If there were any orders in the future, they could order their workshops to produce. Hu Haidao from the aviation factory was also there. Li Shiyu was there. If he did not attend, Feng Yu would not give him face in future collaborations. Even the factory's director was there. A few leaders of the aviation factory also rushed over when they heard the news. They did not know whose child's wedding the factory director was attending. But without a doubt, it must be a high-ranking leader. The factory director was a department-level leader. Li Shijiang also sent invitations to the station chiefs, instructors, and deputy bureau chiefs of Taiwan Trading's district police stations. At the start, the people who alighted from the car were the leaders and colleagues of Li Shijiang's parents. The eldest among them was Deputy Director Shui. But after a while, all the leaders of the machinery company arrived. When Li Mingde appeared, Deputy Director Shui's eyes opened wide. This was not the machinery factory, no, the machinery company's general manager Li. Why was he here? Next, he saw that not only Li Mingde was here, but all the leaders of the machinery company were also here. Did the Li family have so much influence? If they did, then how could old Li be only a section chief? With Li Mingde's relationship, old Li should be at least a deputy bureau chief now. What surprised him was not over. After a while, the motor factory's director Li Shiyu arrived with a group of people. Why were there so many leaders of the motor factory? Old Li had hidden his identity so well. Then he saw a group of people from the aviation factory. Hu Heitao was leading the group. Everyone was shaking hands with Li Shijiang and giving him red packets. Deputy Director Shui started to sweat. This Li family was too powerful. The red packets he gave were too small. He also started to wonder if he had any conflicts with old Li. He hoped that old Li would not bear a grudge against him. The Li family had a friend who was a police officer. Even the station chief was not a police officer. He was also not shocked by the leaders of the district police station. But wasn't that the city's deputy bureau chief? Deputy Director Shui immediately ran to the front desk to call his leader. There were so many leaders here, and he must report to his leader. When the leader of Li Shijiang's father's unit heard that there were so many department-level leaders here, he had no choice but to show up. Although these people couldn't control him, they were more powerful than him. Many leaders from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Tax Bureau, Foreign Trade Bureau were here. Deputy Director Shui even suspected that old Li's son had married the daughter of one of those leaders. Li Shijiang's colleagues from the district post office had arrived, and Deputy Director Shui went to welcome them. Why were the leaders from the city's post office here too? Feng Yu looked at the shocked expressions on everyone's faces and was satisfied. He had done it on purpose. He wanted to let the Li family know that his Feng family knew a lot of people. His sister must not be bullied at their house. Feng Yu trusted Li Shijiang as his brother-in-law. But his previous life was different from this life. In his previous life, Li Shijiang was just a worker. In this life, he was a big boss. What if he became a bad influence? Xiao Li, Xiao Feng, I wish you two a happy marriage. A middle-aged man smiled and held Li Shijiang's hand and passed the red packet to Feng Danying. Everyone looked at this man. Even Li Mingde and the rest walked out of the office. Deputy Director Shui covered his chest and took a deep breath. Isn't this the newly appointed Deputy Mayor Zhang? He had heard that the provincial #1 valued him. He was also here. It was an eye-opener for the onlookers. They did not expect a wedding to be so luxurious. It was already shocking enough to be held at the International Hotel. They heard that the banquet was the best. All the dishes were the signature dishes of the International Hotel, and the drinks were all Maotai. How much money did the banquet cost? This family was really rich. Also, the guests were not ordinary. There were many divisional-level officials and section-level officials. There were even more than 10 departmental-level officials. These two families must have powerful backgrounds. They were not sure if they were relatives of the city's leaders or provincial leaders. The bridesmaids and groomsmen were Wu Qigang and his nurse girlfriend. Feng Yu was still in school and did not get to attend. The MC was a host from the city's TV station. He was hired with money. The witness was changed from Deputy Director Shui to the chief of the post office. Li Shijiang's resignation had not been approved by his unit. Nowadays, the witness was usually the leader of the groom's unit. But it was rare to invite a high-ranking leader. Feng Yu had wanted to invite Zhang Ruiqiang to be the witness, but Zhang Ruiqiang waved his hand. It was not a good idea to invite Zhang Ruiqiang. Zhang Ruiqiang had given Feng Yu face by attending the wedding. Feng Yu did not expect him to be the chief of the post office. Li Shijiang's father was drunk that day. He did not expect so many high-ranking leaders to attend his son's wedding, especially his boss. He patted his father's shoulders and told him that it was time to give him more responsibilities. Those in the government knew what Li Shijiang meant. He was going to promote him. Li Shijiang's father was excited and drank another glass of wine to express his gratitude. Li Shijiang's father also had to drink with Li Mingde, Li Shiyu, Hu Heitao, etc. These were all high-ranking leaders that he could not meet normally. Especially when he was drinking with Zhang Ruiqiang, his hands were trembling. Zhang Ruiqiang was the deputy mayor. Li Shijiang had never dined with the deputy mayor before. The leader of the post office told Li Shijiang that he would not resign and would continue to work without pay. He could return to his unit anytime. What a joke, Li Shijiang's wedding, even the chief of the Post and Telecommunications Bureau was here. How could he dare to make things difficult for Li Shijiang? What's more, he was originally a comrade in arms with Li Du's father. It was a good opportunity to get closer to him. Maybe he could use the Li family's relationship to help him move up the ranks. If the Post and Telecommunications Bureau was not Li Shijiang's unit, the bureau chief of the Post and Telecommunications Bureau might not even be able to sit at the first table. Feng Xingtai was much calmer. Today was his daughter's wedding, and the groom's wedding banquet was being held. It was only right for Li Xingtai's father to receive the guests. According to the Feng family's rules, there were still 3 more days before the wedding. On the 10th day of the new year, the Feng family would hold another banquet at the farm. That was when Feng Xingtai had to entertain the guests. Feng Xingtai sat at the first table and had a drink with the leaders. Then, he listened to his wife and ate more. Not to mention, the banquet in this international hotel was so delicious. Not only were there mountain delicacies, but there were also seafood dishes, some of which Feng Xingtai had never seen before. From the looks of the leaders, they were satisfied with the food. Feng Yu sat at Taiwan Trading's table. He did not want to sit at the first table. At his age, if he sat at the first table, it would be too eye-catching. Toast. Feng Yu also did not go. He did not drink, and he was still a student. Li Mingde and the rest were chatting and drinking at the same time. It was obvious that Zhang Ruiqiang was the leader of this table. Although Zhang Ruiqiang was only a deputy mayor and was half a rank lower than Li Shiyu and Hu Heitao, but after the motor factory and aviation factory were converted from military to civilian, the local government had more say. Zhang Ruiqiang was also in charge of the restructuring of state-owned enterprises. In some aspects, he could really restrict the 2 factories. Furthermore, all of them knew that Zhang Ruiqiang was transferred over to be the deputy mayor because of the provincial government's no. 1. Zhang Ruiqiang did not put on airs. He asked Li Shiyu and Hu Heitao about the factory's situation. He was especially interested when he heard that they had cooperated with Feng Yu. Li Shiyu and Hu Heitao looked at each other and briefly explained. They did not make it clear that the development was not completed yet. But these words were heard by Li Mingde. What the hell? Feng Yu had cooperated with the motor factory and aviation factory to develop a new generation of humidifiers, and he did not even think of the machinery company. Li Mingde also had humidifiers in his office, and it was quite useful. He had also asked the engineers at the factory. This humidifier did not have any technical requirements. It was just a heating rod, heat-resistant plastic, etc. The machinery company could also produce this humidifier. But when these simple things were combined together, they were actually so profitable. Your father also had shares in the machinery company. This was a profitable business, and you don't want to give it to the machinery company. Why did you cooperate with those 2 factories? Li Mingde had never considered that the machinery company's agricultural machinery orders were all booked until May. There was no time for them to manufacture the humidifiers. But he felt that this money should belong to the machinery company. Zhang Ruiqiang changed the topic to Feng Yu and asked the 2 factory directors if they had ordered machinery from Feng Yu or advanced technologies from the Soviet Union. Both of them nodded. They had ordered the machines, but Feng Yu said that they still need to wait. It was not easy to get the machines now, but he promised that he would get the machines within a year. Feng Xingtai heard this and pricked up his ears. Get the machines for them? Why is the second soybean oil production line not here yet? He is helping an outsider. I must give him a good beating when I get back. Zhang Ruiqiang nodded. This Xiao Feng was really capable, but he liked to exploit loopholes. He had asked him about the used cars once, but he did not do it. Now, he had set up a fleet of gas cars and did not even pay a single cent of taxes. Feng Yu sued the Russians. What was going on? It was obvious that Feng Yu was trying to avoid paying taxes. But this was still legal, and no one could find any problems with it. Unless they could prove that the IOU was fake. But never mind, Zhang Ruiqiang did not want to make things difficult for Feng Yu. Zhang Ruiqiang could imagine that if he asked Feng Yu what was going on, Feng Yu would insist that it was because the other party could not pay his debts and used the cars as compensation. Zhang Ruiqiang only hoped that Feng Yu would contribute more to Bing City and not just think about making money himself. What was the point of making so much money? Could he finish spending it? Mr. Feng, I heard that you had set up a factory in the district. That Taiwan premium cooking oil is produced by your factory. You had changed from a farmer to an entrepreneur. Zhang Ruiqiang laughed and said. When he heard the deputy mayor praising him, Feng Xingtai's face turned red. Ha ha ha, it's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Although he said this, his face was filled with pride. He could not wait for people to praise him more. Li Shijiang's father drunkenly returned to the first table. He only ate a few mouthfuls of food before he was carried away by his wife. The wedding banquet ended, and all the guests had left. Some of the guests who liked to pack up realized that everyone had finished all the food at the wedding banquet. Many of them were so full that they could not even walk. They said that this was the only time in their lives that they could dine at the international hotel. They must eat to their heart's content. Even after a long time, this wedding was still talked about by the residents. After attending his sister's welcome ceremony at home, Feng Yu returned to Bing City. He still had a lot of work to do at the company. For example, he needs to rent an office, promote a new person in charge, and the refrigerator prototype had been manufactured. Feng Yu needs to see if there are any adjustments. First, he needs to rent a new office. He cannot keep using the motor factory's office. There was a 3-story building near the warehouse. It belonged to the railway department. Taiwan Trading's usual mode of transportation was the railway. Although they were using Kirilenko's military train, they had dealings with the railway department for a long time. Feng Yu wanted to buy the whole building. But this was not settled. How can he sell the fixed assets? Feng Yu wanted to rent the whole building. The rent was not low, and it was for 30 years. The total amount was more than 1 million RMB. This was not much cheaper than buying the whole building. After bargaining for a while, they decided to rent the building for 20 years. The total amount was 1 million RMB. If there were any demolitions, Feng Yu had to compensate Taiwan Trading according to the market rate. Feng Yu was very satisfied with this contract. Within 5 years, the rent for this building would increase by at least 3 times. Furthermore, after 10 years, his company would have moved to a spacious high-rise office building. He could even sublet this building and earn back the money. Taiwan Trading staff could not use the 3-story office building. Feng Yu sublet the second floor to Wind and Rain Logistics at a low price. This was to prevent Wind and Rain Logistics from squeezing into that cold warehouse with him. The office building was cleaned and the furniture was replaced with new ones. Wu Qigang and the rest settled it in 2 days. After a series of firecrackers, Taiwan Trading's signboard was hung on the left side of the main door. The signboards given by the units were hung on the wall on the first floor. Today, I will be having a meeting to talk about our company's development this year. First, the trade with the Soviet Union must continue. You all still need to look for cheap and good sources. Same as before, if you all find good sources, I will not mistreat you all. Second, Taiwan Trading Factory's soybean oil, sugar, etc. must continue to expand to the south. The focus is on pig feed. Target those large pig farms. This is the most profitable and will be more profitable than soybean oil. Third, contact the home appliances distributors frequently to understand the changes in the market. Our company is going to launch thousands of refrigerators, all of which are double-door refrigerators. The bigger the space, the more expensive it will be. The electricity consumption will be higher. Bing City will not be able to handle it, and Feng Yu will try to sell it in the 3 provinces in the northeast. Fourthly, the orders for the humidifiers are decreasing, and there are imitations in the market. Don't worry about this. We will introduce a new generation of humidifiers immediately, and they will not be able to imitate it. You can tell the distributors about this. Feng Yu also asked if they still wanted the electric fans. He told them that the price of plastic had dropped, and the wholesale price could be reduced by 5 RMB. Fifth, continue to contact those big factories and find out what kind of equipment they need. We also need to find out what their prices are. This is the focus of our work this year. Lastly, my brother-in-law is setting up a logistics company now, and I have other things to do. So, Taiwan Trading needs a new deputy manager. Who wants to be the deputy manager? Quote. Wu Qigang and the others widened their eyes. Who wanted to be one? Who wouldn't want to do it? Taiwan Trading was very famous in Bing City. Even in other provinces, many people remembered Taiwan Trading because of its fans and humidifiers. Once he became the deputy manager of the company, he would rise to the top. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone raised their hands at the same time and stared at Feng Yu, hoping that Feng Yu would choose them. All of you want to be the deputy manager? This is not easy. How about this? If it is you all, how will you sell our refrigerators quickly and at the same time, maximize the profits? Quote. Feng Yu also did not think of this. He thought that he was the pioneer of the double-door refrigerators. But he did not know that even in China, there were already double-door refrigerators 2 years ago. But the market response was not good, and it was eliminated. If he knew this would happen, he would have produced freezers. With such a big motor, he could make a freezer with a lot of space. At least, he could sell it to those restaurants. Everyone looked at each other. In the past, they would do whatever Feng Yu said. They did not expect that this time, Feng Yu would test them on this. Wu Qigang hesitated for a while and raised his hand. General Manager Feng, I have some ideas. Finally, there was no awkward silence. Feng Yu nodded. Go ahead. Our humidifiers are divided into the VIP version and the VIP version. Why can't we define this refrigerator as the VIP version? Our refrigerator's exterior design is very beautiful. Although it is not Wind and Rain brand, it is still sold by Taiwan Trading. We can point out that this Taiwan brand refrigerator and Wind and Rain brand are the same company. The refrigerators now are very small. A family of 3 can use it. But for a family of 5 to 6, it is too small. This refrigerator is not suitable for storing food. We can say that this refrigerator is specially designed for big families. Wu Qigang had been talking for almost 10 minutes, and he spoke faster and faster. It can be seen that he had really thought about it. Feng Yu does not know if what Wu Qigang said was right or wrong. After all, he does not have much experience in sales. The previous products he sold were all unconventional, and this time, he was not confident. But anyway, the cost of this refrigerator was very cheap. At least, it was cheaper than any refrigerator in China. The price of the compressor was very high. At most, he can sell it at a lower price. At least, he will not make any losses. What else do the rest have in mind? The rest shook their heads. Wu Qigang had said everything they could think of. What else can they say? Since this is the case, then I will appoint Wu Qigang as the Deputy General Manager of Taiwan Trading. His salary will be doubled, and the rest of you will get a 20% increase. Feng Yu had always liked Wu Qigang. This kid was smarter than the rest, and because of his uncle, he could get in touch with the leaders of the big factories. Furthermore, Wu Qigang had been beaten up because of Feng Yu, and he did not tell anyone about this, including his family. Wu Qigang was the first to know that a machinery factory in Shenyang wanted to buy a high-temperature steel furnace. Of course, it was from his uncle, and it was confirmed by him. Although the rest of the people also heard about this, it was all about small-scale equipment with low technology. There was not much profit. The higher the technology, the higher the selling price. Kirilenko had given Feng Yu half the price. If it was 1 million RMB, Feng Yu could earn 200,000 to 300,000 RMB. But if it was 10 million RMB, he could earn 2 to 3 million RMB. How could it be the same? Furthermore, the starting price of this high-temperature steel furnace was at least 10 million rubles. Feng Yu could earn at least 2 to 3 million rubles. After the meeting, Feng Yu went to the logistics company downstairs. He wanted to help out temporarily. His sister and brother-in-law had gone on a holiday, and the hospital's leaders had approved their marriage. How could they not make use of this opportunity? Feng Yu was so busy hitting the back of his head. He sighed. Seems like he needs to bring forward the recruitment of a few management talents. School reopened again, and Li Na and the rest had returned to school. The first thing Wen Dongjun said when he returned was to watch a movie tonight. He did not want to watch a movie. He wanted to see Zhang Han. Feng Yu also wanted to see if Wen Dongjun's love would wither when he saw Zhang Han was still as strong as before. Lu Kun did not come with them this time. He said he needed to prepare for his lessons. School will officially start tomorrow. Feng Yu was speechless. He could never enter the world of a top student. You are already the top student in the whole year, and you still want to work so hard. Just because you are tied this time. Feng Yu had wanted to bring Lu Kun along to comfort the heartbroken Wen Dongjun. Wen Dongjun had such high expectations during the winter break, and when they meet, he will receive a huge blow. Even if Wen Dongjun was a happy-go-lucky person, he might not be able to take it. Since Lu Kun is not willing to go, then when Dongjun will turn his anger into food. Anyway, that brat is a glutton. When Feng Yu saw Li Na again, she was still so beautiful. Even though she was wearing a down jacket that looked like bread, her quiet and elegant expression was still pleasing to the eye. In the future, it is mainly about the temperament. Feng Yu grabbed Li Na's hand and pulled her towards the school gate. What are you doing? There are so many people. Let go, Li Na said. I am afraid your hands are cold. I am trying to warm you up. Feng Yu said. Li Na tried to pull her hand away but to no avail, and she stopped struggling. Both of them held hands and walked towards the school gate. On the way, they met other teachers. The teacher saw the famous Feng Yu and shook his head, pretending he did not see him. Feng Yu was only the vice principal and was not his student. What's there to worry about? Dongjun, why are you so nervous? We are going to pick up Zhang Han, not a tiger. Feng Yu purposely said. Drive properly and don't look around. Wen Dongjun said angrily. Wen Dongjun was just like what Feng Yu had guessed. He was nervous, perturbed, and even panicked. During the winter break, he had only spoken to Zhang Han on the phone once. He didn't ask Zhang Han if she had lost weight, and Zhang Han didn't mention it either. He was really afraid that when they met, Zhang Han would still be the same or even fatter. Other people's partners were all tall and slender, but his partner was a tall and strong fatty. How embarrassing would that be for him? But when he thought about it, other than being fat, Zhang Han did not seem to have any major flaws. He was quite tall, had fair skin, had a good personality, was good at studying, and loved to laugh. But it was this fatness that made him very conflicted. When Dongjun pointed the way, and Feng Yu whistled as he drove towards Zhang Han's house. In fact, he had even composed the lyrics of this song in his heart. I used to ask endlessly, when will you take me away, but you always laughed at me, saying I'm a big fatty, oh, when will you take me away? Beep beep, pretty lady, may I ask why Zhang Han's family, Zhang Han? Feng Yu suddenly raised his voice. Feng Yu was asking around for Zhang Han's house. Wen Dongjun had dropped Zhang Han off a few times, but he only dropped her off till here. He did not know which building she lived in and which household she lived in. Feng Yu saw a charming girl standing by the roadside with her back facing them. He rolled down the car window and asked loudly. But he was dumbfounded when he spoke halfway. The girl in front of him was about 1.65 meters tall. She had a ponytail and was wearing a very fashionable long down jacket, which made her look even taller. Her skin was fair, and her eyes were sparkling. She smiled at Feng Yu, revealing her white teeth. This kind of smile was a smile given to an acquaintance. Feng Yu felt that this girl looked very familiar. He suddenly realized that this girl looked 50% similar to Zhang Han. It can't be. Zhang Han had become like this. This was a complete transformation. That's why Feng Yu suddenly raised his voice. He could not believe what he saw. It's me, Nana, Dongjun, Feng Yu, you all are here. The girl smiled and waved her hand. Feng Yu, what's with your expression? Don't you recognize me? Feng Yu nodded his head mechanically and then shook his head. This was Zhang Han. What was Zhang Han's nickname? Fat Chick. She was 1.65 meters tall, but she weighed 160 kilograms. She was heavier than Feng Yu. There were even classmates who joked that Zhang Han would not hurt her bones even if she rolled down the stairs. This was because her flesh was too thick. Although the person in front of him was not a peerless beauty, she was definitely not as fat as before. She should be around 130 kilograms. Especially her face, which had changed the most. Her big round face had almost turned into an oval face, and her eyes looked bigger. How could this be Zhang Han? Now, Zhang Han was still slightly fat, but she could no longer be called a fat chick. How did she spend her winter break? She weighed more than 15 kilograms. Could it be that there were instant weight loss pills in this era? Or was she eating croton every day? When Dongjun alighted from the car and was stunned when he saw Zhang Han. The changes were too big. It was beyond his expectations. There was an advantage to being fat for a girl. That is, her upper circumference will be better. This time, Zhang Han had slimmed down. Her waist was much slimmer, but her upper circumference did not decrease. Zhang Han smiled and said, "It's so cold." When Dongjun regained his senses and quickly let Zhang Han board the car. He clenched his fist and waved it. This was great. Zhang Han had really slimmed down. She had lost so much weight. He was not surprised. He was overjoyed. Li Na turned around and exclaimed, "Zhang Han, you have lost a lot of weight. How did you lose weight?" I just want to lose weight. Actually, I did not lose much weight. Only about 15 kilograms, Jong Han said humbly, but her tone was full of pride. She had suffered a lot during the winter break just to lose this 15 kilograms. She was very proud of her 3 classmates' shocked looks, especially Wen Dongjun's silly look. She enjoyed it even more. She swore to herself that she must continue to lose weight. She must make all the fat disappear. More than 15 kilograms, you are amazing, Li Na exclaimed. In her impression, Fat Chick had to eat during recess. If she did not eat, she would be hungry. Furthermore, it was the Lunar New Year. How could she lose so much weight? Feng Yu looked at the rear view mirror and joked, that depends on why you are trying to lose weight. When you have a goal, you will have confidence. You can achieve many things that you thought were impossible in the past. Am I right, Jong Han? Quote. Jong Han secretly looked at Wen Dongjun and argued, no. I just want to lose weight. If I am too fat, it will affect my PE results. I still want to lose weight this semester. I want to slim down to 110 kilograms. Quote. Feng Yu nodded. That's right. If your PE results are too bad, it will not be easy for you to be the PE class representative. Wen Dongjun was the PE class representative. He was tall and strong. He was good at football, basketball, and jogging. Furthermore, the vice principal had asked him to take care of him. Wen Dongjun scratched the back of his head and laughed. Jong Han, you are good. Very good. Although Jong Han was still a little fat, Wen Dongjun could accept it. He did not expect Jong Han to lose so much weight during the winter break. No, I must be as thin as Li Na. I want to be better than the prettiest girl in the class next door. Jong Han said stubbornly. Wen Dongjun was smart and kept quiet when he heard the prettiest girl in the class next door. Feng Yu laughed out loud. You have that history, and now you are humiliated. Someone once said that every fat person has potential. Feng Yu used to scoff at this. But today, he does not care if others believe it or not. He believed it. The school returned to its peaceful state, and Feng Yu had the time to take care of the company. The development of the humidifier was in its final stage. The engineers from the aviation factory guaranteed that there were only a few more tests, and there would be no problems. They guaranteed that the humidifier would be delivered to the motor factory within a week. Feng Yu was satisfied with this. The earlier the humidifier was developed, the earlier he could capture the market share. Seems like he needs to invite Fu Guangzheng over to discuss the export cooperation. The machinery company also had good news. Their first batch of new tractors were sold out, and there were a lot of orders. The performance was better than Dongfang Hong, but the price was cheaper. Even an idiot would know which tractor to buy. The orders for plowing machines, seeding machines, etc. were coming in like snowflakes. The market share was increasing rapidly, and this caused the machinery factory in Lin province to be in a semi-shutdown state. This was because no one was buying their products. Based on this development speed, the machinery company's sales would exceed 300 million RMB this year, and the profits would be at least 60 million RMB. This was something they did not even dare to think about in the past. Even if the machinery company was not entirely owned by the city, but the dividends from the city's shares were still more than last year's profits. There was also a large amount of taxes. Zhang Reiqiang had used the machinery factory as a pilot project. He had brought in the Soviet Union's advanced machinery and technologies, and also Hong Kong's funds. This was considered a huge success. This also increased Zhang Reiqiang's status in the city government. Next, he would be able to reform other state-owned enterprises, and there would be lesser obstacles. More than 300 million RMB in sales and tens of millions of profits, but Feng Yu was not satisfied. The machinery factory only cared about the benefits in front of them. They did not think about researching and developing new technologies to ensure that they were in the lead. If this continued, the machinery factory would return to its original state in less than 5 years. Of course, Feng Yu would not let this happen. In less than 5 years, he wanted the controlling stake of the machinery company. By then, he would be in charge of the machinery company. This opportunity was not far away. This year, the Feng family's shares in the machinery company would increase by more than double. The person who gave Feng Yu this confidence was Kirilenko, who was in Moscow. Kirilenko had called yesterday and told him that he had managed to contact the high-temperature steel furnace that Feng Yu wanted. This news made Feng Yu excited. High-temperature steel furnace was a furnace used to smelt steel. But it could be used to smelt special steel. It was suitable for making molds. There were also such furnaces in China, but the temperature was not high enough. There were at least 3 factories in China that needed of high-temperature steel furnaces. One factory was the motor factory. Kirilenko quoted 3 million rubles as the price for this machine was 3 million rubles. Kirilenko asked Kirilenko to Kirilenko. Of Feng Yu to Kirilenko. Motor factory Kirilenko. To and two of motor factory, to Kirilenko. And to Kurenko. And to Kirilenko, of. Kirilenko of two of ko of by, and, to Li. To be two of the Li. He, to be, to of. Kirilenko, factories, Kirilin, to two, of two, to two of the factory. Feng Yu was surprised. Feng Yu wanted the motor factory to pay the taxes. It was not a lot, only 300,000 rubles. But Kirilenko did not dare to sell it. Feng Yu could not help but sigh. These companies were too powerful. It was good to have a military background. Even if they were converted from military to civilian, they could still be exempted from taxes. Actually, what Feng Yu wanted the most was a type of furnace called ultra-high-power electric furnace. This furnace had the most advanced technology and cost more than 40 million rubles. But because it was too expensive, Kirilenko did not dare to sell it. Kirilenko and the factory director could get a few million rubles worth of equipment. But it was too difficult to get a few tens of million rubles worth of equipment. Especially this furnace could be used to produce military products. It was too risky for him to sell it secretly. Kirilenko said to wait for a while. Actually, Feng Yu wanted to tell Kirilenko that even if the price was higher, as long as Kirilenko was willing to sell it and give him some technologies, he would buy it. There was no technology in China that could produce this type of ultra-high-power electric furnace. It could be said that whichever factory had this furnace, that factory would be one of the most advanced factories in China. They had spent tens of millions of rubles. Even if they were not familiar with the technology, they had to waste the materials. Feng Yu told Kirilenko that even if they did not have the equipment, he still wanted the technology. He did not want the military technology. He only wanted the civilian technology. As long as it was the most advanced technology in China, Feng Yu would give Kirilenko a satisfactory price. In this era, China's industrial technology was too lousy. It could not be compared to Europe and the US. It could not even be compared to their neighbors. Most of the machinery in China were imported from Korea and Japan. If Feng Yu could buy the technologies, he would keep the ones that he could use for himself and sell the ones that he could not use. This way, he could make profits and also improve the country's industrial standards. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. More importantly, it could increase Feng Yu's standing in the eyes of the leaders. If Feng Yu could use this opportunity to get to know a few leaders, it would be even better. It would not be a loss to know more people, right? The motor factory paid 10% of the deposit. After the contract was signed, Feng Yu informed Kirilenko to get ready to deliver the goods. He also asked Kirilenko to send at least 3 experts. The salaries will be the same as the previous time. Of course, if there were more experts, Feng Yu would take all of them. Talents were priceless. If Feng Yu could get more than 10 experts from the Soviet Union, then his status would be different. With these experts, he could become a guest of the provincial leaders. Feng Yu did not expect Kirilenko to tell him 3 experts. This time, he promised to send at least 10 experts to Feng Yu. Those 3 experts were living well in Huasha. The machinery company provided them with a single expert's hostel. All their basic necessities were taken care of, and they were paid a lot every month. It was more than what they were earning in the Soviet Union. Kirilenko had contacted more than 10 experts, but most of them were waiting to see what would happen. With these 3 experts as an example, the rest of them could not hold back. They could continue to do what they were good at and still earn money to support their families. This was much better than working hard in the Soviet Union with half of their salaries. But all these experts had one request. Once the Soviet Union needs them, they must return immediately. Their salaries will be paid until the day they leave. This made Feng Yu very unhappy. They had only completed half of their work, and they can leave just like that. Why were they given good food and drinks? Feng Yu requested to continue working in Huasha for 1 month after receiving the notice to return. If not, he would have to pay 3 months' salary as compensation. The contract was signed in black and white. Kirilenko told Feng Yu's request to those experts. The number of experts who agreed to come to Huasha was reduced to 5. The rest of them continued to wait and see. Feng Yu told Kirilenko to contact those experts who were too poor to even feed themselves. Feng Yu does not believe that they could not be swayed with money. 1 week later, the first ultrasonic humidifier was developed. This humidifier was slightly different from Feng Yu's impression, but the size was not that different. Feng Yu could make some adjustments to the exterior. Even if he could not do it, he could still hire a designer. In this era, a designer was cheap. When the humidifier was switched on, the steam was released. This humidifier was faster and more efficient than an electric humidifier. Those who had not experienced this era could not imagine the shortage of electricity in this era. Even in the city, there were frequent electricity rationing for the residents. Priority was given to the industries and the government agencies. Feng Yu had thought of manufacturing air conditioners, and the profits would be higher than electric fans. But because of the electricity rationing, his plan was aborted. Now, there were only 2 types of air conditioners, central air conditioner and vertical air conditioner. Hanging air conditioners had not appeared yet. Everyone in the future knew how much electricity a vertical air conditioner used. There were air conditioner manufacturers in China, but their sales were poor. This was because the government had stipulated that if one wanted to install an air conditioner, one must meet the electricity saving standards. Not many domestic manufacturers could meet these standards. That's why most of the air conditioners sold in the market were imported. The target audience was those tycoons and top leaders. They had to be at least at the department level to be equipped with air conditioners. To install an air conditioner, one had to pay an additional fee of about 3,000 to 5,000 RMB. This was equivalent to a tax. Not many air conditioner manufacturers in China had this technology. Feng Yu was only a dabbler and only knew about the exterior. How could he produce it? Even if he found someone to develop it, the investment would not be a small amount. It was not worth it. That's why Feng Yu started to manufacture electric fans. Luckily, the profits from this electric fan had made Feng Yu laugh for a long time. This humidifier had given Feng Yu another opportunity to make huge profits. Currently, there were no humidifier manufacturers in China. But the government had started to research on this humidifier and had succeeded. But these humidifiers were only for industrial use and had not been converted to civilian use. There were no such small humidifiers. There were already humidifiers overseas, but they were only electric humidifiers and had not been imported into China. That's why these humidifiers were still a monopoly in China. Feng Yu was confident that even if this humidifier was exported overseas, it would still be popular in the market. For example, Europe and the US were located in the northern hemisphere. The air was dry, and the market was huge. The only problem now was the imitation. The imitations of the electric humidifiers had already appeared, which had caused a serious impact on the wind and rain brand humidifiers. Although the wind and rain humidifiers were still the market leader, it would not be long before the market share would be taken away by cheaper products. Finally, with this new product, the technology was more advanced, safer, more power efficient, and it looked more noble and elegant. However, this technique was not too difficult. If the aviation factory could settle this in such a short time, then there must be other factories in other places that could do the same. Many of the imitations of electric fans and humidifiers are state-owned factories. They do not have any concept of branding. If you can do it, we can do it too. Even the exterior design is exactly the same. Some shameless factories even print the Wind and Rain brand logo on their products. If you can't catch me, what can you do to me? Even if you can catch me, with the support of the local government, there's nothing for them to be afraid of. They can just remove the logo and the exterior design will still be the same. They can't claim that you are the originator of these old words. When Feng Yu first heard about this, he was helpless. Even in the future, when the laws were more developed, imitations were still not banned. There was no choice as the profits of imitations were high. If he bought a few of the finished products and reverse engineer them, he could easily figure out the theory behind it. He could also save a lot of money on R&D, and the cost would be lowered. Cheap and effective, the sales will be higher, and the profits will be higher. But that was in the past. This time, Feng Yu wants to prevent them from imitating. He wants to apply for the patent. He had discussed with the motor factory and aviation factory. The patent will belong to Feng Yu, and within 10 years, the profits will be split among the 3 parties. They thought that after 10 years, there will be a new product. So, this patent was not important. But they did not expect that Feng Yu could use the patent to authorize other factories to produce this product, and all the profits will belong to Feng Yu. It was very troublesome to apply for patents in China. It would take at least 6 months. If it was an individual, it would be even more troublesome. Some of them might even drag on for 3 to 5 years. Luckily, the aviation factory and the motor factory used to be military factories. Although they were converted to civilian factories, they still had some connections. Feng Yu made use of them, Zhang Ruiqiang's help, and at the same time, he called his connections at the patent office to expedite the approval process. It was estimated that the patent would be approved within a month. The domestic patents were settled, and the next step was the overseas patents that Feng Yu was most concerned about. Feng Yu could only ask Fu Guangzheng for help. It was more convenient to apply for patents in Europe, the US, and Asia in Hong Kong than in China. Also, it was more convenient to set up the overseas sales company in Hong Kong. Of course, Feng Yu did not ask Fu Guangzheng to help him for free. Fu Guangzheng must have a share of the overseas profits. Fu Guangzheng, who received Feng Yu's call, rushed to Bing City. Luckily, it was the end of the cold weather, and he did not freeze again. Both of us will set up a company in Hong Kong, and the overseas sales will be handled by this company. How are we going to split the profits? Fu Guangzheng looked at Feng Yu and asked. He knew about this humidifier. It was also sold in the south, but the sales were average. But he had the same thoughts as Feng Yu. Europe and the US were close to the northern hemisphere, and most of them were inland. There was definitely a market for this humidifier. Feng Yu smiled and asked, "Brother Fu, how much do you want?" Although we do not have proper distribution channels, our family has sales channels that cover the whole of Southeast Asia. We also have partners in Europe and the US. We can guarantee that we will cover the whole of Europe and the US soon. Sales channels are very important, and I will not say much. I want 40% of the net profits. Fu Guangzheng showed 4 fingers. Damn, he wants so much. Feng Yu was willing to give the other party 20%, but he knew what Fu Guangzheng said made sense. The Fu family was a big family. Maybe Fu Guangzheng was not very capable, and Fu Rongjing's company was not big, but the Fu family's eldest son's company was very powerful. If Feng Yu were to sell this humidifier himself, he could get 10 million United States dollars profits a year. But if he were to sell it to the Fu family, he could get at least 30 million United States dollars profits a year. They were more professional, and their market control was much better than Feng Yu. Feng Yu paused for a while and said, "Brother Fu, you are asking for too much. I admit that the Fu family is very capable, but the Fu family is not the only family in Hong Kong with the ability to sell this humidifier. This patent is in my hands, and there will be endless profits, 30% of the net profits. The earlier you agree, the earlier we can make money. This will also help your status in the Fu family, right?" Quote. Fu Guangzheng looked at Feng Yu. He felt that Feng Yu was very familiar with the Fu family. Could it be that this Feng Yu was just like what his father had thought? There was a Buddha behind him. Fu Guangzheng was already satisfied with 30% profits. Feng Yu was right. With this company, his status in the Fu family would be on par with his elder brother. He might even surpass his elder brother. His status in the Fu family would also increase. He agreed to this condition. Today was a very important day for Li Shiyu. He was going to be awarded the title of Provincial Advanced Worker. A reporter from the TV station was going to give him an exclusive interview. At that time, he would appear in the news along with several other provincial advanced workers. Even in the evening, there would be an interview program with at least 10 minutes of footage. When Feng Yu heard about this news, he rushed to the motor factory. Of course, he was not here to congratulate Li Shiyu. He felt that this was a great opportunity and must not miss it. When the cameras were setting up, Feng Yu knocked on the door and entered. Li Shiyu was surprised. What was so urgent that Feng Yu had to come in when he was being interviewed by the provincial TV station's reporters? Feng Yu whispered something into Li Shiyu's ears, and Li Shiyu's eyes opened wide. Is this okay? Those answers had been discussed with the reporters just now, and it was not good to change it at the last minute. Feng Yu asked Li Shiyu to do this. This was related to the profits of the whole factory, and it will not affect the interview. What's there to be afraid of? Li Shiyu nodded and asked the reporters to wait for a while. He went out to speak to his secretary. 5 minutes later, the secretary opened the door, and more than 10 workers came in. Each of them was holding a big box in their hands. The boxes were placed behind Li Shiyu's desk, blocking the bookshelves. The boxes were stacked higher and higher, and Feng Yu ran to the camera to take a look. Very good. The whole background was occupied by the boxes, and the pictures on the boxes were very clear. He opened another box and took out the humidifier and placed it in front of Li Shiyu's desk. It was almost 1/5 of the camera's view. He adjusted it so that the wind and rain logo was facing the camera. The humidifier was filled with water and plugged in the power supply. The humidifier was not switched on. The reporters and cameraman were stunned. What were these people doing? This was an office, not a warehouse. What are you trying to do by filling the entire wall with product boxes? The reporter could not help but ask, Director Li, what are you doing? It will not look good if the office is in such a state. Also, we will give the workshop some footage. There is no need to do this. Quote. Before Li Shiyu could speak, Feng Yu said, Mr. Reporter, you misunderstood. We didn't do it on purpose, but the warehouse was almost full. Our director Li set an example and rationalized the use of the space. This was also a choice we were forced to make. Quote. What is this? Wind and rain humidifier. This is really produced by the motor factory. But this little thing does not take up much space. The motor factory's warehouse should be able to store 100,000 units. How many units have you produced? The reporter took a closer look. Isn't this a humidifier? She saw the Wind and Rain brand logo at a glance. In the past, people had been saying that the Wind and Rain brand humidifiers and Wind and Rain brand fans were produced by the motor factory. Feng Yu did not believe it, but now he knew that it was true. Feng Yu continued to fabricate nonsense. There are too many. There are other products in the warehouse. Furthermore, this is how our director Li's office looks like. We are not faking it. Quote. When Feng Yu said this, he secretly stuffed a red packet into the reporter's hand and whispered, Director Li, please don't interrupt if you have any problems with your answers. The reporter squeezed the red packet and nodded. He did not care about the background. Director Li is not afraid of looking bad on TV, but why should we be afraid? Of course, Feng Yu did not forget the cameraman. He also gave him a red packet during the handshake. Mr. Reporter, please use this angle later. Our director's angle is the most elegant. The cameraman smiled and promised that there would be no problem. He must get Director Li to use the angle that he is most satisfied with. 3, 2, 1, start. Today we are at Bing City's motor factory. This is an old state-owned enterprise. It had made great contributions to China's four modernizations. For example, all the generators in Bing City and Longjiang province are from this factory. Next, we will interview the director of the motor factory, Li Shiyu. Director Li, according to what we know, last year, the motor factory had a shortage of funds. It was even difficult to pay the workers' salaries. How did you change this situation and increase the workers' salaries this year? Li Shijiang asked Li Shijiang. Li Shiyu looked at the camera and replied seriously, last year, because of the payment for some orders, our factory's finances were indeed facing some difficulties. But all the workers in the factory are not afraid of hardships and tiredness. We responded to the government's call to innovate and seek development. The first question was exactly the same as what they had rehearsed. Li Shiyu did not go off script and showed the professionalism of a leader. In fact, if given a chance, he could speak continuously for half an hour. This was something only a leader could do. Then we still have one more question, the reporter continued to ask according to the script. Li Shiyu answered a few sentences and suddenly coughed. Sorry, the air is a bit dry. Please wait a moment. Then Li Shiyu pressed on the humidifier on the table. Instantly, the humidifier was filled with water vapor. Li Shiyu took a deep breath exaggeratedly, and then revealed a comfortable expression. Sorry, let me continue with the previous question. The reporter was dumbfounded. What was going on? You still have time to turn on the humidifier in front of the camera. Also, your expression was too exaggerated. The humidifier had just been turned on, how can the air in the room change so much? Furthermore, the room was not dry at all. Half an hour ago, there was still a humidifier working in the room. Didn't someone remove it? Feng Yu secretly gave a thumbs up. Director Li's acting skills, full marks. He had been standing behind the cameraman. The humidifier was very clear in the camera. Although there was no close-up, the beautiful shape was enough to make people remember it. There was also the water vapor that appeared instantly. It was obviously faster than the electric humidifier. Especially the humidifier box on the wall behind him. Although he couldn't see it clearly, he was very curious. The ability to attract attention was definitely not bad. The interview continued in the office. After the last question, the reporter suggested to go to the workshop and warehouse. Lee Shiyu stood up and turned off the humidifier. He then placed the humidifier on the floor with both hands. The reporter was surprised to see the humidifier in Lee Shiyu's hands. "Was this thing not hot?" she asked casually. Lee Shiyu smiled and replied that this was not the first-generation humidifier. It was the second generation of the new product. It blew out cold mist, so it was not hot. It was safer to keep it at home. There was no need to worry about children getting scalded. Perfect. Although this part was not recorded, it might be recorded later. The reporters and cameraman followed Lee Shiyu to the motor factory's workshop. But the production equipment and products in front of them were different from what they had imagined. Shouldn't they be producing generators? Even if the technology was confidential, it should be part of the generator's components. Why did the products in this workshop look so familiar? Damn, wasn't this the humidifier they had seen earlier? Director Lee, is there something wrong with this workshop? The reporters asked. Nothing. This workshop is producing our factory's most profitable product. Oh, there are a few other workshops that are also producing this. Do you want to go to the other workshops? Lee Shiyu asked despite knowing the answer. Feng Yu said that he wanted to showcase this workshop on TV. The technologies of the motor workshop could be leaked easily. This was not a problem. He could also use this opportunity to promote the humidifier. Most importantly, Feng Yu said that this could be included in the advertising fees. He was willing to pay the motor factory a large sum of advertising fees for this. The reporters were speechless. Never mind, you are the director. You can showcase whatever you want. Standing in the workshop, Lee Shiyu answered a few more questions from the reporters. But for some reason, Director Lee's answers were getting more and more different from the answers they had prepared. Why did Director Lee keep asking about the wind and rain humidifier? This is the second-generation humidifier developed by us in the aviation factory. It has the most advanced technologies, and we had applied for the national and overseas patents. At this moment, the water mist will appear, which is more efficient and saves the time needed to heat it up. Furthermore, it saves electricity, energy, and water, eliminating the trouble of adding water repeatedly. Moreover, the spray is cold mist, which won't burn you, so it's safer. The reporters immediately signaled the cameraman to switch off the camera. This was not an interview. This was more like an advertisement. Director Lee, we need to follow the prepared script. Why are you always promoting your factory's products? The reporters had a helpless look on their faces. Their videotapes were also limited. Sorry, I always have these things in my mind. I just blurted it out. Okay, I will follow the script. Let's go to the warehouse. Lee Shiyu glanced at Feng Yu and saw Feng Yu secretly giving him a thumbs up. When they entered the warehouse, not only the reporters and cameraman were stunned. Even Lee Shiyu was stunned. Was this the motor factory's warehouse? They had taken a look at the warehouse, and it was not arranged like this. This was a picture made of boxes. Feng Yu signaled Lee Shiyu to stand in front of the boxes for the interview. He asked the cameraman to take a long view of the warehouse. He told Lee Shiyu that the warehouse was full of products. The cameraman cursed in his heart. How is this warehouse full? There is a lot of space. Besides, where else would you find storage units that are placed like that? Even an outsider like me would understand that it's a waste of space, and it's not tidy and safe enough. This time, Lee Shiyu's answers were correct, but the reporters and cameraman were still in a dilemma. How the F***ck was he going to explain to the higher-ups when he got back? Which part should they use for tomorrow's news? In the first part, there was a shot of the humidifier being switched on and off, and there was a wall of humidifier boxes. The second part was the humidifier production scene, and Lee Shiyu had said something similar to an advertisement. There was no problem with the third part. But what was the background? Did the people from the motor factory like to play with building blocks? Forget it. Let the leaders worry about this. Seems like Director Lee will not cooperate with them to film again. Furthermore, they did not have enough videotapes. There was no time to film again tomorrow. Hopefully, the leaders did not notice this and will not criticize them. Before they left, Feng Yu gave them a souvenir. It was the motor factory's new humidifier. It was not even in the market yet. Even the provincial and city leaders did not have it. They gave them red packets when they came and gave them souvenirs when they left. The motor factory was doing much better than the other leaders they interviewed. So what if they were criticized? They endured it. When they opened the red envelope, they were even more shocked. Everyone had 500 RMB. They thought there were only a few tens of RMB in the red packets. They did not expect there to be 100 RMB banknotes in the red packets. 500 RMB was equivalent to their salary for a few months. This time, their resentment towards Director Li was even smaller. Even if it was a criticism from the leaders, or even a deduction of their salary, they could accept it. At most, it was just a deduction of half a month. After the people from the TV station left, Feng Yu made a few phone calls to invite the advertising producers over to make a TV commercial. It must be similar to this interview. There was no need to change the scene. Li Xiyu worked hard again and became the male lead of the commercial. Of course, the scene in the workshop was changed to the chief engineer of the factory. It was more convincing. Feng Yu was most satisfied with the arrangement of the goods in the last warehouse. It reminded him of the supermarket aunties from his previous life. It was so photogenic. The next day, the provincial TV station's evening news broadcast Li Xiyu's interview. The footage was heavily edited. But what surprised Feng Yu was that the humidifier was switched on in the first shot. It was said that it was more realistic. The third shot was also kept. It was said that it was to show the full view of the warehouse. There were busy workers. Feng Yu watched the interview in front of the TV and laughed. These 2 red packets were worth it. Later on, the entire interview was released. This time, the effect was better. There were almost no edits. Even Feng Yu could not help but pay attention to the humidifier. Not to mention the rest of the audience. It can be said that Li Xiyu's elegance was completely overshadowed by the humidifier. Feng Yu could only apologize for this. The next day, the same commercial similar to the interview was aired on the provincial TV station. It was aired 3 times a day. There were exactly 3 one-minute scenes. This time, Feng Yu signed a 1-year advertising contract with the provincial TV station. It was still under Taiwan Trading's name. The contract was flexible and could be changed at any time. For example, the humidifier advertisement could be included in the humidifier's sales cost. Bing City's citizens once again discovered a hot topic. It was the motor factory's warehouse's arrangement of goods. The TV was showing it on the motor factory's warehouse. The motor factory's tallymen were too talented. They actually used different colors of the boxes to display the words wind and rain. Feng Yu heard the discussions in the streets and alleys and laughed. He thought in his heart, this was nothing. The supermarket aunties in his previous life were much more talented. They could even use boxes to display Optimus Prime. Anyway, the wind and rain brand of humidifier was not even in the market yet, but it was already popular in Bing City. Everyone was talking about the humidifier advertisement. Feng Yu believed that once the patent was approved and they launched it into the market, there would be another round of sales. It was May 1st, International Labor Day, but Taiwan Trading staff were working overtime. Hello, you all want to replenish 100 units of the luxury model? No problem, but according to our company's regulations, you all must replenish at least half of the luxury model. Why, you all are not willing? Sorry, we also do not have the luxury model. Quote. After a period of time, Bing City started to sell the ultrasonic humidifiers. Although the winter had passed and the river had thawed, the air quality had improved. But it was windy and did not rain. It was still very dry indoors. Coupled with the advertisement on TV, everyone was looking forward to the new humidifier. Once it was launched, there was a rush to buy it. This was because Feng Yu had used the hunger marketing strategy. He told the shopping malls and cooperatives that there were only so many new humidifiers available. Even the TV had said the same thing 2 days ago. This news was accidentally spread to the public. When the shopping malls and supply and marketing cooperatives put up banners about the new humidifiers on the market, they bought out all the humidifiers in one morning. Actually, there were tens of thousands of humidifiers in the motor factory's warehouse, but Feng Yu did not take them out. The TV had introduced the benefits of this new humidifier and compared it with the old electric humidifier. This attracted the attention of the leaders and bosses. If there was a better humidifier, they would buy a better one. This was for safety reasons. Feng Yu sent a batch of trial kits to the city and other old units. He had forgotten about the original electric humidifier kits and let them distribute them to their subordinates. The price of this new humidifier was double of the traditional humidifier. The wholesale and retail prices were the same. In Feng Yu's words, those who were willing to spend 200 RMB on a humidifier would also be willing to spend 300 RMB. Those who were not willing to spend 200 RMB, even if you sell it at 150 RMB, they still would not buy it. That was why Feng Yu set a high price for this humidifier, and it was true. The sales were not affected, and the profits were even higher. Although the cost of the ultrasonic humidifier was higher than the electric humidifier, it wasn't twice as much. What's more, the box of the humidifier was printed with the words, "Patented product, counterfeits must be investigated." The instructions detailed the price to pay for violating the patent law, to warn those big companies that had the ability to research and develop not to play with fire. This time, the box clearly stated that the manufacturer was Bing City's motor factory. This was to let those factories to consider if they could get protection from the local government if they were to sue the motor factory. The new generation of humidifiers was launched into the market, and Wu Qigang contacted the distributors again to inform them that the new product was on the market. Although the electric humidifier had brought some profits to the distributors last time, it was not as profitable as the wind and rain electric fans. Moreover, it was easier to imitate, so a few distributors directly said that they would not come again. Wu Qigang followed Feng Yu's example and added those distributors to his blacklist. He swore that he would never work with this person or this company again. In Feng Yu's words, they will only beg to buy our products, and we will never beg them to sell our products. Monopolizing a product and having 10 years of patent protection, if they can't be tough, then what can be tough? Those who were determined to follow Taiwan trading, Feng Yu guaranteed that they would be able to make a lot of money. You want to play with counterfeits and seize the market share? You must have the ability to do so. A few days later, I will go to CCTV to buy advertising slots. The current CCTV was not as good as the future years, and commercials were only allowed to be aired last year. Although the advertising fees had increased, other than the advertisements before and after the news broadcast and during the primetime hours, the other advertising fees were not high. Most of the advertising slots were empty, and most of the slots were empty. Feng Yu believed that if he were to buy the advertising slots for a year, the CCTV would surely arrange a suitable time slot for him, and the number of airings and duration would also be good. It did not matter if other people believed in CCTV's advertising effect, but Feng Yu believed in it. Fu Guangzhong also sent back some good news about the overseas patent applications. The Asia patents had been settled, and they were applying for the European and US patents. As for Africa, never mind. In those places, even if you have the United Nations stamp on the patents, it would still be useless. Furthermore, Fu Guangzhong did not expect the humidifiers to sell well in Africa. This news also meant that the Hong Kong company was going to start operations, and their first target was Taiwan. In Hong Kong, the humidity was high, and before the humidifiers could purify the air, there would not be any sales. Fu Guangzhong was in charge of the sales in Hong Kong. With the help of the Fu family, Feng Yu did not need to worry about the sales. In terms of professionalism, Feng Yu could not be compared to the Fu family. Even the selling prices were much higher than Feng Yu expected. Feng Yu found out that the Fu family had priced the humidifiers according to the development of the region. For example, the retail price of a humidifier in China was 300 RMB. In Taiwan, the retail price would be 500 RMB. In some European countries, the retail price would be more than 150 United States dollars. In the US and Maple Leaf country, the retail price would be 200 United States dollars. Fu Guangzhong explained to Feng Yu the reason why the humidifiers were priced this way. The US was a sparsely populated country, and the target audience was the middle class. They could definitely afford this price. Also, the packaging of the humidifiers did not state that it was manufactured by Huasha. It was printed that it was a Hong Kong company. This way, the other party would not look down on their products. Feng Yu was unhappy when he heard these words. What did they mean by Huasha would look down on Huasha? In the future, Huasha would be the world's top manufacturing country. Most of the products in the US and Europe would be made in China. Why don't they try it? Feng Yu was furious. He wanted the US side to increase the retail price by 5% to 10%. He told Fu Guangzhong that he did not understand the Americans. The Americans did not buy the best products. They only buy the most expensive products. Fu Guangzhong was stunned for a while. He went back to discuss with his family, and they agreed. The shipping cost to the US was not low, and what Feng Yu said made sense. The Americans should be able to accept it even if the retail price was higher. Feng Yu did not expect his joke to be accepted by the Fu family. But this was also good. He could increase his profits. He could finally make money from the Americans. This made Feng Yu very excited. Just when everything was on the right track, Wu Qigang called Feng Yu. A foreign businessman was looking for cooperation on the ultrasonic humidifiers. Feng Yu, please call him back immediately. Feng Yu skipped classes again and came to the company. Although he had worked with Fu Guangzheng on exporting products, if a foreign company wanted to set up a factory in China, he could still authorize the patents. Nice to meet you, Mr. Feng. The moment Feng Yu appeared, the foreign businessman gave him a 90-degree bow. Feng Yu was stunned. What's going on? Why was he bowing so much? Wait, foreign businessman, was this guy a Korean or a Japanese? He did not have a big face, and from his height, he should be a Japanese. You are? Feng Yu asked curiously. I am Masao Kamita from Black Dragon Company, Limited. Mr. Feng, you can call me Kamita. Masao Kamita was also puzzled. This Taiwan Trading's boss was too young. Could it be that he had inherited his family's name? Although the other party's Mandarin was not bad, Feng Yu was sure that this person was a Japanese from his name. But why did he have to be called Kamita? He was quite humble. But he looked like a bear. Even if you were to kneel down, I would not want you. Black Dragon Company, Limited was not a triad. The meaning of Kamita was a shareholding company, and the meaning of Kamita was a limited company. Kamita, please take a seat. I heard from Manager Wu that you want to work with our company on the ultrasonic humidifier project. Feng Yu smiled and asked. Yes, I am Black Dragon Company, Limited's representative in China. I saw the Wind and Rain brand of humidifier in the market. I think this product has great potential and is worth developing. Feng Yu nodded, and the smile on his face widened. He would never reject compliments. Then what is your company doing in the past? Home appliances or electronics? Feng Yu must be clear about this. If it was a bread company, he would not agree to this deal unless they were willing to pay high patent fees. But Feng Yu did not expect that the other party was not selling bread. But the other party's main product made Feng Yu speechless. They were selling inflatable dolls. Damn, a company that sells inflatable dolls wants to work with us on the humidifier project. If people knew that the humidifier factory was also producing inflatable dolls, Taiwan Trading would be embarrassed. Especially if Dad and Mom found out about this, at the very least, the two of them would beat each other up. Feng Yu choked on his saliva and stared at Wu Qigang. Didn't you find out that anyone can work with our company? I had asked you to look out for companies that wanted the patent authorization. But you should know that he was a Japanese. Wu Zhigang felt wronged. He did not ask the other party's name when they met, but the other party's Mandarin was very good. He even had a Beijing accent. He thought the other party was one of them. He did not expect the other party to be a Japanese. Feng Yu immediately stood up. Kampala, I still have something on. Let's talk about our cooperation next time. Masao Kamita immediately stood up and made another 90-degree bow. Mr. Feng, please wait a moment. I know you don't like our company's products very much, but there's nothing shameful about it. This is to satisfy people's normal needs. Wait a minute, our company also has perfume and air fragrance equipment. We believe that the functions of the humidifier can be combined with our perfuming equipment, so there should be a possibility of cooperation. Quote. Add incense. Feng Yu looked at Neeler in disdain. Do you think I'm an idiot? What's so complicated about adding fragrance? We just need to add a little powder or perfume to the humidifier water. Do we need to merge our functions with yours? In the future, air fragrance was once popular in the country. It was mainly used for indoor, office, and car fragrance. However, it was later proven that the original fragrance was harmful to the human body. Therefore, it was better to leave this lousy idea to you Japanese dwarves. Don't even think about tricking us, the descendants of the dragon. That's right, we can use this to trick the Japanese dwarves. Since they are willing to use it, we can just authorize them to use the patent and ban them from exporting. Feng Yu immediately pretended to be convinced and sat down. He looked at Neeler happily. Now that you mention it, there is still room for cooperation. How do you all want to cooperate? Neeler asked. Wu Qigang was puzzled. Don't we have the instructions on how to add fragrance? Why do we need to cooperate with the Japanese? Cooperation. We will use our fragrance technology, and you will use your ultrasonic humidifier technology. We will invest together, and we will split the profits equally. Masao Kamita said. Damn. Your sister, with your lousy fragrance technology, you have the nerve to compare with my patented ultrasonic humidifier technology. We will split the profits equally. Why don't you just rob a bank? Feng Yu glanced at Neeler. I will authorize you all to use the patent. You all have to pay me $30 for every humidifier you produce. I am more satisfied with this cooperation. Masao Kamita pretended to be shocked. Mr. Feng, you have misunderstood. We are looking for cooperation, not to buy your patented technology. Feng Yu replied calmly, Neeler, you have also misunderstood. I am not selling you the patent. I am authorizing you. Now, I am giving you this choice. You should ask your chairman whether you agree or not. Quote. Before Neeler could reply, Feng Yu stood up and said loudly, Manager Wu, see our guest out. Masao Kamita still wanted to say something, but Wu Qigang and his men had already chased him out. He had not liked this Japanese for a long time. After Neeler left, Wu Qigang came back and apologized to Feng Yu. General Manager Feng, I am sorry. I did not know that he is a Japanese. Feng Yu waved his hand, it's okay. But remember, the next time Neeler comes, this is the condition. We can authorize the patent, but not other cooperation. You think we are idiots? You still want to split the profits equally? That bullshit fragrant technology is not even a big market in Japan. You want to use it to trick our fellow countrymen. Quote. Feng Yu went to the post office to make a long-distance call. He asked Fu Guangzheng to help him find out about Japan's Black Dragon Company, Limited. Japan was not a big market for humidifiers, and the Fu family's focus was on the Western countries. Masao Kamita also made a call to his chairman and told him what Feng Yu had said. Feng Yu's attitude was firm, and he did not care about their fragrant technology. There was no room for negotiation. The chairman thought for a while and told Masao Kamita that he could agree to Feng Yu's condition, but he must lower the patent authorization fees. For every USD lowered, Masao Kamita will get $1,000 as a bonus. Masao Kamita was overjoyed. He decided to go back tonight and think of a strategy. He must negotiate this contract tomorrow. When the time comes, he will let their Black Dragon brand humidifiers take over the Huasha market. But he did not know that Feng Yu did not want them to enter the Chinese market. He did not even want them to enter the Western countries. He only wanted them to enter Japan. He was still dreaming of a promotion and a raise in salary to the pinnacle of his life. The next day, Kamita went to look for Feng Yu again. Not only he could not lower the patent fees, Feng Yu even mentioned that they were not allowed to export the humidifiers. This made Kamita speechless. Their target market was the Western countries and Huasha. The humidifiers were sold in the drier inland areas. As for the coastal countries in Southeast Asia, it was the same as Japan. Even if there were people who wanted to buy the humidifiers, not many would buy it. Kamita hurriedly reported to the president again and was scolded by the president. You promised me that you will let the company get the most profits. Now, we only have a small share of the market. But even though Feng Yu's conditions were harsh, Kamita still agreed on behalf of the Black Dragon Corporation. They had calculated that the retail price of one humidifier could be set at more than $100. After deducting the cost of the materials and the patent fees, they still had a 30% profit. Japan had a population of 120 million. Even if only 1/1000th of the wealthy families bought their products, they would still be able to sell 120,000 humidifiers. The profits would be more than $3 million. $3 million was the profits of the Black Dragon Corporation last year. Adding in the future market, the profits would be even higher. But Masao Kamita was not satisfied. For every $1 he lowered the patent fees, he would get $1,000 as a bonus. Feng Yu refused to let go of the patent fees, and the negotiations reached an impasse again. Take it or leave it. Even if the humidifiers could not be sold, I will not sell it to you when the Hong Kong company starts selling the humidifiers to Japan. Drag it out. Let's see who can drag it out. Just after Labor Day, Feng Yu applied for leave from school and brought Wu Qigang to Beijing. This time, Feng Yu had come to CCTV to buy advertising slots. Since last year, CCTV had allowed commercials to be aired, and the number of commercials on TV had increased. A 15 seconds primetime commercial was sold for more than 1 million RMB. Feng Yu said that this was not considered a sky-high price. In another 5 years, starting from 1995, CCTV's news advertising slots will be auctioned. The first auction was sold for more than 30 million RMB. The advertising fees would increase by more than 20 times. 10 years later, the advertising fees would be more than 200 million RMB. There was no other way. CCTV's signal coverage was the most extensive. As long as there was an antenna in China, any place that could receive TV signals would receive CCTV1. The more people watching, the better the effect of the advertisement. Also, CCTV still has news and weather reports every day. These are programs that many people watch daily. How can the advertising effect be the same? Feng Yu's price in mind was 5 million RMB to buy multiple time slots, at least 5 times a day, and bombard them with advertisements. Although it would not reach the coverage of Naojin in the future, there were not many TV programs available now. This density was enough. If it was too dense, CCTV might not agree. However, it wasn't that easy to contact the advertising agency. Now, CCTV's advertising department was only an advertising department, and it was considered a marginal department. Even so, it was not easy for Feng Yu to meet this section chief. Luckily, Zhang Reiqiang had an old comrade working at CCTV. To show his support for Bing City's enterprises, this comrade helped Feng Yu to contact his old comrade when he arrived in Beijing. At least, this comrade could get CCTV's advertising department to receive Feng Yu. It was easy to get things done with acquaintances. Feng Yu and Wu Qigang easily met CCTV's advertising department chief, Cheng Baojun. Nice to meet you, Section Chief Cheng. Nice to meet you, Manager Feng. Cheng Baojun held Feng Yu's hand and could not hide the shock on his face. This young man was the manager of Taiwan Trading that Director Shu had told him about. He was too young. Was he even 18 years old? I heard that Manager Feng's company wants to advertise in CCTV for the whole year. Which time slot do you want? Cheng Baojun asked directly. His days as a section chief were not easy. The advertising revenue of many local TV stations was much higher than CCTV. The leaders had asked him to increase the revenue, but there were not many people coming to CCTV to advertise. Most of the advertisers were from Beijing, and the advertising revenue was pitiful. Damn, this was the same as the top bidder. He could still choose the time slot. Cheng Baojun recalled that these few days, he had asked his men to look at CCTV. There were not many advertisements on CCTV. The number of advertisements was much lesser than Longjiang Province's TV station. Many companies did not know the power of CCTV's advertising. This meant that CCTV was still very poor. That's right, we want to advertise for the whole year. If the price is reasonable, I can buy the advertising slots for many years. Feng Yu thought of a good idea. He wanted to buy the advertising slots for a few years while the prices were still low. With the advertising incentives from CCTV, his wind and rain electric fans might be able to make some profits this summer. Many years. Cheng Baojun was shocked. If it were not for Director Shu, he would have thought that Feng Yu was joking with him. Who would be willing to invest so much in advertising? That's right. How do you calculate the advertising fees at CCTV? What time slots are available now? Feng Yu asked with a smile. We can advertise at any time of the day. Which time slot do you want? But we cannot advertise for many years. We sell our advertising slots on a yearly basis. Cheng Baojun shook his head. He also wanted to sell more advertising slots, but the TV station leaders would not approve. Feng Yu was also disappointed. He took a step back and said, then we can change to another method. For example, we can sign a letter of intent. If there are no other competitors, then the advertising slots will be sold to me. If there are other competitors, then I will compete with them. Is this not against the rules? This does not seem to be against the rules. Cheng Baojun hesitated. This was not against the rules, but he had never done this before. As long as it is not against the rules. Section Chief Cheng, we have reached an agreement on this. Come, let's talk about the advertising slots. Are the advertising slots before and after less than news broadcast greater than, less than weather forecast greater than, and less than service you greater than still available? Feng Yu quickly changed the topic. We had sold all the advertising slots before and after less than service you greater than. We also sold one advertising slot after less than news broadcast greater than and less than weather forecast greater than. Cheng Baojun thought for a while and said. Less than service you greater than was the first regular program hosted by Hua Sha, Shen Li. Currently, the ratings were very high. But Feng Yu remembered that due to the old theme, the program could not be changed next year. This caused the ratings to drop and was replaced by less than life greater than. All the other programs liked less than service you greater than. That was not a problem. Feng Yu preferred less than news broadcast greater than and less than weather forecast greater than. I want the last advertising slot before less than news broadcast greater than. I want a 15-second advertising slot after. I also want the last advertising slot before the weather forecast. I also want one advertising slot after 12 p.m. I also want one advertising slot after 8:30 p.m. They are all for 1 year. Section Chief Chang, how much will it cost? Cheng Baojun was shocked when he saw how rich Feng Yu was. Is this company so rich? They want 5 advertising slots a day. Do they need to advertise so many times? This year's total will be more than 1 million. But who cares? This year's advertising task will be completed. Cheng Baojun immediately asked his men to do the calculations and came up with a sky-high price. 5 commercials per day and 2.73 million RMB a year. This is too expensive. The other party will not agree to it. Cheng Baojun told Feng Yu the final price. He was waiting for Feng Yu to bargain with him or remove 2 commercials. His men did not know how to do their jobs. 5 commercials and not give a discount. If this big client is scared away, how can they complete this year's mission? Sure enough, he saw Feng Yu's eyes wide open. Cheng Baojun immediately said, Manager Feng, don't worry. We can negotiate. I can give you a lower price. Feng Yu was not surprised because it was too expensive. It was because it was too cheap. The 5 slots he had chosen were all primetime slots. He thought 1 commercials would cost more than 1 million RMB. 5 commercials would cost at least 5 million RMB. He did not expect the commercials to be so cheap. 2.73 million RMB. In comparison, Longjiang TV station was way too unscrupulous. These commercials were much better and cheaper than Feng Yu's expectations. He suddenly had an idea, but he is not sure if it can be implemented. Section Chief Chang, I would like to ask if there are any title sponsorship advertisements in our TV program. Cheng Baojun blinked his eyes. Sponsorship, what does that mean? He shook his head. He had never heard of this before. There must not be any. Feng Yu was overjoyed. He will need to use his glib tongue to convince Section Chief Cheng to agree to sponsor his program. For example, Service U is a good program. Feng Yu's whole family loves to watch this program, except for Feng Yu himself. A title sponsorship advertisement is to add our company's name or brand name in front of the program. For example, at your service. After we title sponsor the program, it will be changed to Wind and Rain, at your service. The stage of the program must have our Wind and Rain brand logo. It must be obvious, and every program must have at least a few 5-second shots. The host also had to broadcast advertisements, such as, Wind and Rain, at your service, Wind and Rain, at your service, Wind and Rain, at your service, was broadcasted by Wind and Rain brand humidifiers, Wind and Rain brand humidifiers, your good partner in life. At the end. Wait a moment, Cheng Baojun interrupted Wind and Rain. Manager Feng, what are you talking about? A TV program is for the audience. How can there be advertisements in it? It would be great if the TV station leaders in the future had the same mindset as you all. A 40-minute episode of a TV series will have at least 5 commercials or even more. The netizens joke that there are advertisements in the TV series. But business is business, and Feng Yu does not like to watch the current TV series, except for Journey to the West. But because of the lack of TV programs, the ratings of all TV series are not bad. If there are advertisements in Journey to the West, Feng Yu will insert 8 to 10 commercials in one episode. This way, the audience will still be glued to the TV and will not leave. Cheng Baojun was being responsible to the audience, but it is not in Feng Yu's interest. Feng Yu still wants to brainwash Cheng Baojun. This title sponsorship will not affect the program. Anyway, the program will not be recorded in one go. Section Chief Cheng, look. Our Wind and Rain brand humidifiers are the first in China, and it is the most advanced product in the world. It is exported to Europe and the US to earn foreign exchange. Furthermore, our humidifier is a new home appliance, and it is designed to serve the people. It is the same as the theme of the program. Also, our brand is Wind and Rain. Wind and Rain are unstoppable. Doesn't this show the purpose of our program? Furthermore, don't you want to know how much I am paying for the advertisement? Quote. Cheng Baojun still shook his head. No, how can we add advertisements in the program? The leaders will not agree. 1 million a year. Feng Yu threw out the bait. Cheng Baojun gasped. What? 1 million? So much? Before he could recover from his shock, Feng Yu continued. I want 3 years of advertising rights. The total is 3 million. I will pay after signing the contract. 3 million. Cheng Baojun was dumbfounded. How could a program's title sponsorship be sold for so much money? Is this manager Feng joking? He is really willing to pay 3 million. Seeing Cheng Baojun kept quiet, Feng Yu continued to brainwash him. Section Chief Cheng, this program is good, but the stage, lighting, etc., are not good. Is the program team short of money? With the advertising fees from us, this show will definitely be more interesting. Also, the program team does not need much money, and the rest will be from the TV station. The TV station can even start another program. With another program, we can use this model to earn more advertising fees. This is a virtuous cycle. Quote. Cheng Baojun didn't understand the rest, but he clearly remembered the phrase, open one more program and earn another sum of advertising fees. That's right, this is a virtuous cycle. But is it okay to do this? Manager Feng, do you still want the advertising slots you picked? Of course, why not? Those 5 slots will cost 200 RMB. 2,730,000. I can round it off and make it 2,700,000. Cheng Baojun could tell that this manager Feng does not lack money. If it were not for Feng Yu saying that they can negotiate and give him some discounts, he would not even want to round off this 30,000 RMB. Fine, this is not a problem. I will not bargain with you. But you need to consider the advertising rights. How much will it bring to the TV station? Also, this is an innovative idea, and you are the one who suggested it. Feng Yu hinted. Cheng Baojun's eyes brighten up. Innovative idea. If it was adopted, the TV station will earn a lot of advertising fees. The person who suggested this idea will be noticed by the higher-ups. Does this mean that he will be promoted? This, I need to report to the higher-ups. Can I give you a reply 2 days later? We can sign the contract for the other 5 slots first. This should not be a problem. Quote. Feng Yu shook his head. We will sign the contract after you are done with the negotiations. Also, my time is limited and cannot stay in Beijing for too long. I hope Chief Cheng can give me a reply as soon as possible so I can prepare the funds. Quote. Sign the contract first. How can this be possible? Feng Yu wants to increase the stakes of this naming rights. He wants Cheng Baojun to think that this is a binding condition. This way, Cheng Baojun will try his best. This way, his idea will have a higher chance of success. Less Than Service for You Greater Than is one of the most popular programs in China. With this program as the title sponsor, the wind and rain humidifiers will be marketed more smoothly. Cheng Baojun was disappointed. Seems like this manager Feng will not do anything until he sees the desired result. He must think of ways to get the higher-ups to agree to this naming rights deal. This will be a good political achievement. Not only the advertising fees will be a few million RMB, but it will also open up a new way for the TV station to make money. Cheng Baojun was determined. Fine, wait for my news. I will give you a reply tomorrow. CCTV was having a meeting, and all the leaders had a copy of Cheng Baojun's advertisement draft in front of them. Everyone was frowning, and no one dared to speak. The station head waited for a long time before he cleared his throat and broke the silence. Everyone, what do you think of little Cheng's advertisement draft? Let's hear it. Deputy Chief Jia, you're in charge of the advertising department. You go first. Quote. Deputy Station Head Jia, who was called out, could only bite the bullet and say, Station Head, colleagues, everyone knows how tight the budget of the station is. When Chief Cheng gave me this draft, I was also hesitant. I didn't know if I should do it or not. But on the other hand, wasn't this against the rules? The benefits are obvious. Our station's advertising fees will increase by a large margin, and we will have sufficient funds. At the same time, it will allow us to present more refined programs to the audience. So, my opinion here is that I support it. Quote. Someone spoke up, and the others also began to speak up. Some people felt that this was just taking advantage of the situation. 2 years ago, CCTV had just allowed commercials to be aired on CCTV, and this year, they were going to do a title sponsorship. The local TV stations will surely follow suit, and this will put CCTV in the limelight. There were also people who expressed their support. What was the reason for the television station to advertise? Wasn't it to generate income? Before the year before last, the station's budget was tight. Since the year before last, hadn't the station's budget improved a lot? Furthermore, the local TV stations, advertisements were way ahead of CCTV. Now, CCTV's advertisements were not even selling as well as the local TV stations. Don't you all feel ashamed? Everyone spoke up one after another, each expressing their own opinions, but no one could convince the other. Everyone seemed to have their own reasons, but they could not refute each other completely. In the end, everyone looked at the station head and waited for the leader to make the final decision. The station head looked at the deputy station heads and sneered in his heart. If this matter succeeds, and the publicity department does not pursue this matter, the credit will belong to everyone. If the publicity department pursued this matter, he, as the station head, would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. But it was too difficult for CCTV now. Every year, the Spring Festival Gala Night was a challenge. Although the higher-ups had approved the funding, it was not enough. Moreover, it was not a small advertisement this time. It involved millions of advertising fees. With so much money, how could he bear to give it up? Let's vote. Those who object, raise your hand. Those who don't raise your hand, agree. Let the voting begin. The TV station manager directly blocked the mouths of those who wanted to give up. They could either agree or disagree. There was no third option. Good, the voting is over. 5 votes in favor, 4 votes against. The proposal passes. But I want to say 2 points. I don't really agree with the title sponsorship of the show. It's a good show, but with their company's name, the show sounds the same as theirs. Other advertising methods also need to be considered. Little Chang, you have to discuss this carefully. You must not violate the rules. Quote. Cheng Baojun stood up and made a military pledge to complete the mission. The TV station chief then wrote down his opinion on the advertisement draft. He basically agreed with the idea, but the details needed to be considered. He handed it to Cheng Baojun and sent it to the higher-ups for approval. In this day and age, advertisements were not decided by the station alone. There were many departments that needed to approve it, and of course, the opinions of the publicity department were the most important. The publicity department's opinion was the same as the station manager's. They could accept the advertisement, but they would never agree to the title sponsorship. They even called Cheng Baojun over and scolded him for being greedy for money. The original words of the leader of the publicity department were basically like this: what unit are we? What do we stand for? What was the original intention of making the show? They had to get the advertising fees, but the title sponsorship was out of the question. Cheng Baojun was frustrated. He wanted to get the advertising fees, but he did not want the title sponsorship. What should he do? Cheng Baojun did not dare to say this out loud. He could only contact Feng Yu to discuss further. Section Chief Cheng, have you eaten? I have booked a table at Dong Lai Shun. Yes, just 2 people from my company. Bring a few people with you. Quote. Dong Lai Shun was a century-old restaurant in Beijing. Dong Lai Shun was an old restaurant in Beijing. It had been famous since the 30s. Their mutton hotpot was very famous. Even the leaders of Beijing had hosted banquets here, and all the guests were full of praises. Feng Yu invited Cheng Baojun to Dong Lai Shun. Cheng Baojun said he was sorry, but his mind was already on the hotpot. He brought along 2 of his men and went straight to Dong Lai Shun. Feng Yu had wanted to invite Zhang Ruiqiang's old classmate, but Zhang Ruiqiang did not give him face. Feng Yu was about to invite Cheng Baojun when Cheng Baojun called him. Plates of mutton were served on the table, and they were finished in minutes. Feng Yu did not have any table manners, and Cheng Baojun and his men were relaxed. After 3 rounds of drinks, the dishes were tasted. Cheng Baojun put down his wine glass and started to talk about the advertisement. Discussing business over the wine table was a tradition of the Chinese since ancient times. How could there be no wine to liven things up when discussing business? If the deal was successful, they will drink to celebrate. If not, that means they did not drink well. They will open another bottle and continue the discussion. Cheng Baojun said drunkenly, Manager Feng, Manager Wu. I had submitted the advertisement proposal to the higher-ups, and the higher-ups will not approve it. It is not that everything is not allowed, but the title sponsorship is not allowed. Do you all think you can change the proposal? Quote. Can't the title sponsorship? Feng Yu was slightly disappointed. If the title sponsorship was successful, then the advertisement slot that was snatched away would not be important anymore. Feng Yu had heard of the brand that snatched away his advertisement slot. It was called Yan Wu, and it was selling tape recorders. Feng Yu's family also had a tape recorder. Now, they were monopolizing the market in China. But in a few years, because of the VCD player, Yanwu will be finished. Since the title sponsorship was not allowed, but Fengyu still had a method of product placement. If CCTV still does not agree, then Fengyu could only give up. If the title sponsorship is not allowed, then can we say that wind and rain humidifiers are our exclusive sponsors? Sponsorship. Advertisement sponsorship. If our logo cannot be displayed on the stage, then we must display our humidifiers in a prominent position. The cameras must be able to capture the humidifiers clearly. We can also use your program to advertise. For example, we can use the newspaper to announce that we are the exclusive sponsor of. Is there any problem? Quote. Exclusive sponsorship was just another way of saying it. Without the title sponsorship, the effect of the exclusive sponsorship was the same. But it would give CCTV a cover. The most important thing was the product placement that Fengyu wanted. On TV, everyone saw a humidifier emitting steam in front of the host. How could they not be curious? With the help of other advertising slots, if Fengyu's humidifiers were not popular in China, then Fengyu had no other choice. It doesn't seem to be a big problem. I should be able to pass. Cheng Baojun nodded. His eyes were already red from drinking. There is one more condition. If the program cannot broadcast our commercials, it's fine. But the host must help us film an episode of the commercial. He also needs to use the filming location of the program. The equipment, editing, dubbing, etc. will all be done by your people. This will be included in the advertising fees. In this era, there were not many celebrities in China who did commercials. But the host, Shen Li, was more famous than them. If Shen Li were to do the commercials for wind and rain humidifiers, with CCTV's credibility, the effect would be better. If Cheng Baojun did not agree, then Fengyu would ask Wu Qigang to continue drinking with him. The station chief looked at Cheng Baojun in front of him. He was so angry that he wanted to throw the documents in front of him at his face. I asked you to take down the advertising rights and get rid of the naming rights. You promised me that you will do it, and this is how you do it. You dare to agree to let our presenter advertise for him. A host is paid a salary. She does not represent herself, but the television station, and even the publicity department. How can she advertise for a private company? What would that look like? If the leaders of the publicity department knew about this, they would point at him and scold him for being greedy. Tell me, is this manager Feng from Taiwan Trading related to you? The station chief banged on the table and asked. Cheng Baojun was shocked. Station chief, I really have nothing to do with him. He was introduced to me by Director Liu from the publicity department. Director Liu, Liu Wenbo, Tisk, how about this? Go and speak to manager Feng. Shen Li cannot be allowed to advertise. Quote. Station chief, manager Feng is in my office now. He said that if possible, he would like to speak to you personally. He has some ideas that will not go against the regulations and can achieve a win-win situation. Ask him to come in. The station chief also wanted to meet this manager Feng. Furthermore, he was also giving face to Liu Wenbo. So, he agreed after hesitating for a while. But when the station chief saw Feng Yu, he could not believe it. Cheng Baojun had told him that manager Feng was very young, but he did not say that he was still a student. You are Taiwan Trading's manager Feng Yu? Yes, I am. Feng Yu warmly shook the station chief's hand. He was used to being looked down upon because of his age. Feng Yu felt that this was his advantage. Manager Feng wants to buy our advertising slots, and we welcome him. Xiao Cheng had even adjusted the advertising slots for the rest of the year. He had squeezed out 5 of the best slots for you. But you want the naming rights. You still want our presenter to advertise for a private company. This is against the regulations. Don't even think about it. Quote. Private company. What? You are looking down on private companies. 10 years later, private companies will be everywhere. In the future, CCTV's advertising slots will be dominated by private companies. You don't like private companies? Fine, I will give you a state-owned company. Private enterprise. That's right, we are a private company, but these products are not manufactured by us. It is Bing City's motor factory, and Bing City's aviation factory is responsible for the R&D. These are all state-owned enterprises, and our company is only responsible for the sales. This advertisement is also selling the product and not Taiwan Trading. Besides, this product of ours has the relevant patented technologies in China, Asia, Europe, and the Americas. It has earned a lot of foreign exchange for the country. Wind and Rain is our first private brand of high-tech home appliances. It can be said to be the pride of the country and the nation. Why can't we hire a good host to do the advertisement? Quote. Feng Yu started to raise his profile. He had to suppress the other party first. His first high-tech household appliances brand had stunned the TV station head. Although Feng Yu spoke very quickly and he didn't quite understand, he felt that the Wind and Rain brand seemed to be a very powerful brand and could even represent the pride of the nation. You are really working with Bing City's motor factory and aviation factory? The station chief asked. Of course. You can call them now. We are working with 3 parties. The design is mine, the idea is mine, and the sales is mine. The profits will be split among the 3 parties. Feng Yu did not make it clear. Actually, the profits of those 2 state-owned factories combined were not as high as Feng Yu's. The station chief was deceived by Feng Yu's confident expression. He will not call those 2 factories in front of Feng Yu. Anyway, it must be written in the contract. If Feng Yu cheated them, he can get the advertising fees and does not need to air the commercials. The person who dares to cheat CCTV is not out yet. But we don't have a precedent of letting a host do the advertisement. No. Station chief, you misunderstood. Maybe I did not make it clear. The host will only appear on the screen. We will use a clip of the host and add a voiceover. This will not be considered as the host doing the advertisement. This advertising fee will help the TV station a lot. Also, I had said that we can buy the rights for 3 years. If we can't be the main sponsor, we can change it to an exclusive sponsorship. Sponsorship is not against the regulations, right? The stage cannot be built according to our requirements. But our products must appear. Feng Yu started to brainwash the station chief. This was not a difficult task. The station chief hesitated for a while. Then can you show us a sample? No problem. Can I borrow the studio of Service U? The station chief nodded and personally brought Feng Yu to the recording studio. At this time, CCTV did not have many programs. But the recording studio was also very small. They were recording another program. Feng Yu looked at the old recording studio and shook his head. Before his rebirth, even a city TV station was better than this. What was this? Although he was not professional at all, he could definitely make the scenery twice as good as it was now. Station chief, make the set at the back into a painting. Don't use these monotonous curtains. We can place a humidifier in front of the host. The words, "at your service," can be printed on the humidifier. This will fit our program's title and theme. When the air in the studio is dry, we can turn on the humidifier. It will not affect the effect of the show. We can even leave it there as a decoration. But in the commercials, the humidifier must be turned on. Also, this program must go deep into the audience and show them the things they care about. The outdoor filming must also be done well. Don't focus on Beijing's matters. We must film in other cities. Beijing does not represent our big Huasha. Feng Yu told them about the specialties of less than focus interview greater than, less than oriental perspective greater than, less than today's talk greater than, etc. Anyway, less than service greater than was a complicated program, and all these can be done. At this time, there will be high ratings. At first, Feng Yu was pointing at the TV station. Some people were asking who this kid was. Why was the station chief bringing this kid to watch the program? But soon, they heard Feng Yu pointing at the TV station. Some of the TV station staff were unhappy. The station chief did not even give instructions on these things. This kid was just a kid. What's there to talk about? But after a while, many people gathered around the TV station. This kid's words seemed to make sense. If they followed what he said, the audience would surely like to watch. It was not that no one had thought of this before, but they could not do it. There was only one reason. They lacked money. Changing the scenery was free. The host did not need money for outdoor filming. Furthermore, it was out of Beijing. Beijing's reimbursement was already difficult. At most, they could go to the northeast and Guangdong. Just the train tickets alone would cost a lot. Furthermore, would they have time to produce it? The more people there were, the more excited Feng Yu became. He felt like he was giving instructions in front of a leader. But there was no applause. Many people were looking at him like they were looking at a monkey. This made him very unhappy. The program had just finished broadcasting. Feng Yu said loudly, "Station chief, if we do as I say, the audience will definitely like this program. As for the funding, with our Wind and Rain Humidifier's exclusive sponsorship of 1 million RMB, it will not be a problem." Those who were mocking Feng Yu were stunned. What did this kid say? How much was the exclusive sponsorship? 1 million. The station chief was also stunned. Xiao Cheng had reported to him that the advertising fees would be cut in half because they were unable to be the title sponsors. Now, they were still willing to pay 1 million RMB. Feng Yu and the station chief went back to his office for a discussion. As for Cheng Baojun, he had become the one pouring tea for the station chief. The station chief had come personally, and there was no need for him to say anything. Before the station chief could say a few words, someone knocked on the station chief's office. It was the deputy station chief who was also the director of CCTV 3. Station chief, are you busy? The station chief rolled his eyes. This was asking the obvious. Old who, what's the matter? Station chief, I heard that there is a company coming to our TV station to advertise. Can you sponsor our CCTV 3? Now, CCTV only had 3 channels. The 4th channel will only be introduced in 1992, and the 3rd channel will only be introduced in 1986. It is only broadcasted in Beijing. Channel 2 was also only available in 1987. In the past, it was only available in Beijing. It was naturally much more difficult for a television station that only aired in Beijing to collect advertising fees. Deputy station chief who was also tight on funds. That's why he came here. Before the station chief could say anything, Feng Yu asked, you must be chief who? What programs does your CCTV 3 have? The kind that the people like to watch. Quote. Station chief who quickly replied, Deputy. I am the deputy. If you want to talk about good programs, we do have some. Quote. Station chief who mentioned 3 to 4 programs, but Feng Yu had never heard of any of them. He had never watched any of them in his previous life. Furthermore, CCTV 3 was mainly focused on drama programs. The rest of the programs were all programs that CCTV 1 and 2 did not want. What good programs could they have? Only after CCTV 3 was broadcasted will there be good music programs. After that, there will be the arts channel with high ratings. Feng Yu interrupted station chief Hu. Chief Hu, you should also know that the reason why I am advertising at CCTV is because CCTV is a satellite TV station. The whole nation can receive channel 1. As for channel 3, I have never watched it in my life. How about this? Since Chief Hu has spoken, I will pay 100,000 yuan for a year's worth of advertisements. Give me at least 3 advertisements a day, and each advertisement cannot be shorter than 15 seconds. Any time is fine. Quote. Your sister. Wasn't this station chief who going to be the SARFT's boss in the future? He would have a lot of power in the future. Feng Yu just treated it as an emotional investment of 100,000 RMB. Station chief who was overjoyed. Advertising for less than a minute a day, and any time was fine. How did he get 100,000 yuan just like that? With 100,000 yuan, their channel would be able to start a good program. After Chief Hu left, Feng Yu continued to talk with the station chief. In less than 5 minutes, someone knocked on the door again. Old merchant, don't tell me you are here to help Department 2 promote their advertisements. Deputy Chief Jia smiled and took the initiative to shake Feng Yu's hand. This young man must be Manager Feng. You are indeed young and promising. Feng Yu had heard from Old Hu that there was an idiot at the TV station today. He was Taiwan Trading's manager Feng mentioned in Xiao Cheng's advertisement draft. Department 3 could easily get 100,000 RMB advertising fees by using unsold advertising slots. Why can't Department 2 get more advertising fees? Oh, isn't this the CCTV's boss in the future? CCTV's commercials were all done by him. This person must also be an emotional investment. You must be Station Chief Jia. You are flattering me. What's the matter? Quote. Station Chief Jia said without hesitation. Our Department 2 is a satellite channel. The whole country can receive our programs. Why not you buy some advertising slots from our Department 2? We will give you a discount. Quote. The only thing Feng Yu remembered about Department 2 was. This was the predecessor of Economics Half Hour. This program will be revamped at the end of this year. This program had a long lifespan. Even before Feng Yu's rebirth, this program still had good ratings. Most importantly, the leaders of the country loved to watch this program. This program can be considered as the spokesperson for the country's economic policies. This program was worth Feng Yu's time to advertise. This is not a problem. We still have some advertising fees left. We only need to air 2 commercials before and after. How much is the advertising fees? Quote. Station Chief Ja asked. 500,000 RMB a year. He thought that if, at your service, could get 1 million RMB a year, then 500,000 RMB for economics information should not be too much. Okay, but you cannot give us the title sponsorship, and you cannot do product placement. That's why I need you to specially make an episode for us. It must be at least 10 minutes. Our wind and rain humidifiers are the most advanced humidifier technology in the world. It is also a product developed by 2 state-owned factories. Every year, we can contribute a lot of taxes to the country and also generate high profits. Is it too much to advertise for us? Quote. Deputy Station Chief Ja looked at the station chief. He dared not agree to this request. Actually, this was not against the rules, but he could not make the decision in front of the station chief. Anyway, he must fight with the station chief. Old Ja, you go back first. We will talk about this later. I am not done with my discussion. The station chief said unhappily. The station chief could tell that this Taiwan trading had a lot of advertising fees. It was like there was no end to it. This was the truth. Feng Yu had prepared 5 million RMB for the advertising fees, and the aviation factory and motor factory were convinced by Feng Yu. But the 5 slots on CCTV only cost 2.7 million RMB a year. Including the sponsorship for, at your service, it was only 3.7 million RMB. There was still 1.3 million RMB left, and Feng Yu did not mind spending it. Anyway, if he could not finish spending the money, he would use it to buy advertising slots at other provinces' TV stations in the north. It did not matter to Feng Yu whether he spent it on CCTV or other provincial TV stations. But Feng Yu must get the advertising slots on CCTV1. When Yanwu's miraculous sales this year was known by the people, CCTV's advertising fees will increase and exceed the local TV stations. In another 2 years, the advertising slots will be auctioned off. Feng Yu had suggested to the station chief to cover the advertising fees for the next few years, but the station chief did not agree. The TV station also felt that CCTV had such a good platform, and it was impossible for the advertising fees to be lower than the local TV stations. Why was Shanghai TV station's advertising fees so much higher than CCTV, and why was Guangdong TV station's advertising fees so much higher than CCTV? It was because CCTV did not allow commercial advertisements. Now that it was allowed, within 3 years, CCTV's advertising fees would be higher than all the other TV stations. They were confident of this. Actually, Feng Yu wanted to say something. The reason why CCTV's advertising fees could not be raised was because it was CCTV. If Feng Yu wanted to advertise, he still needed to use his connections to meet Section Chief Cheng. In Longjiang Province, Feng Yu could just go to Section Chief Cheng directly. The service was too different. But both sides had a pleasant conversation. Feng Yu was generous and did not care about money. He agreed to some small sponsorships. It was only a few tens of thousands RMB, and he could leave a good impression. This investment was worth it. The next day, Feng Yu went to CCTV again. CCTV 2 had also agreed to Feng Yu's conditions. Feng Yu signed the advertising and sponsorship contracts with CCTV. The total amount of advertising fees for the 3 channels was 4.5 million RMB. This was a record for CCTV's advertising fees. When Feng Yu came back, he spent another 500,000 RMB to buy advertising slots from Liao Province and Ji Province TV stations for the whole year. The commercial was the CCTV version with Shenli in it. 1 week later, the viewers in front of their televisions noticed something was amiss. The stage of less than service U greater than seemed to look better, and there was a cylindrical object on the table. That logo looked familiar. It was the logo of the electric fan he bought last year. For the rest of the day, the viewers who liked to watch TV would often see the same commercial. There were Shen Li's version, Feng Danying's version, Li Shiyu's version, a child's version, and an 80-year-old man's version that Feng Yu had hired. There were different commercials every day. In the beginning, the viewers did not notice. But after 2 days, the commercials were aired too frequently and during CCTV's prime time. Even the children remembered the slogan of the wind and rain humidifiers, "Wind and rain humidifiers, the best indoor companion." No matter which version was aired, the wind and rain humidifiers were safe, healthy, energy efficient, high-tech, etc. With the addition of less than service U greater than, in less than 3 days, many people were asking where they could buy this humidifier. Did it really have health benefits? Although Beijing was not the economic center of Huaxia, because of the large population and was the political center, the humidifier sales increased. Following that, Shanghai, Tianjin, Zheng City, Chong'an, Shi City, Shen City, Ji City, etc., the humidifier sales increased. Even some southern cities' sales increased. At first, Li Xiyu and Hu Heitao were not happy with Feng Yu spending 5 million RMB on advertising fees. Although they agreed, they were not convinced by Feng Yu. They were convinced by Feng Yu's promise. 5 million RMB advertising fees would bring in more than 10 million RMB profits for the humidifiers. Also, it would help Wind and Rain brand to take over the market quickly and not give other brands a chance. Others might not know, but Feng Yu knew that Yadu's household humidifiers would be produced next year. How could they compete with Yadu by then? Yadu should just obediently become an air purifier. If it didn't develop well, Feng Yu wouldn't mind taking over this world-class air quality improvement enterprise in the future. That way, foreigners wouldn't be able to take advantage of them. As for the domestic sales, after the bombardment of advertisements, especially Shen Li's advertisement, the sales of the deluxe edition surpassed the VIP edition for the first time. The gross profit of one humidifier was about 100 RMB. Although the original sales were good, according to that speed, it would be good if there were 20,000 humidifiers in the country. How could Feng Yu be satisfied with this? But now, it was different. After the bombardment of advertisements, more than 30,000 units were sold in the first week. Moreover, various dealers waived checks to place orders, making Li Xiyu and Hu Heitao grin from ear to ear. Now, both Li Xiyu and Hu Heitao had the same thought: the advertising fees were well spent. There were also some companies that had worked with Taiwan Trading in the past but stopped working with them. They wanted to renew their relationship with Taiwan Trading but were chased away by Wu Qigang because of Feng Yu's request. Taiwan Trading must maintain its usual style. Arrogant. This was to let the other dealers know that those who follow Taiwan Trading will have meat to eat. Those who betray Taiwan Trading will not even get soup. The unluckiest ones were those factories that were imitating the Wind and Rain brand of humidifiers. They lowered their prices again and again until it was below the cost. But the sales were still declining. Some of the humidifiers were placed in a corner of the shopping malls and no one was interested in them. If Feng Yu saw this, he would surely scold the leaders of these factories. They don't even know how to imitate Wind and Rain humidifiers. How can people buy them? Humidifiers were a new product. They were not like cassette recorders or televisions which were standard home appliances. Only the rich could afford them. If it was Feng Yu, he would surely raise the prices. The sales might not improve, but the profits would be higher. At least he could recoup some of his losses. If it was in an area without good information, the sales might still be good. Why must you compete with the Wind and Rain brand of humidifiers? Do you have any advertisements? Do you have any better designs? Do you have any more advanced technologies? If you don't have anything, then the factories deserve to lose money. Only Hu Heitao felt regretful. This humidifier was developed by the aviation factory, but why Li Xiyu could appear on TV and not him? Feng Yu could only comfort him. Next time, next time. Now, the Wind and Rain brand of humidifiers had a monopoly. It was not only in China, but also in other countries. Europe and the US also had humidifiers, but they were mainly for industrial use. The civilian humidifiers were still in the era of electric humidifiers. Even if the other party had the ultrasonic technology, but Feng Yu had already applied for the patent. Within the next 10 years, they would not be able to produce the same type of humidifiers. Want to produce more advanced humidifiers? Stop joking. That technology will only appear in the laboratories after the year 2000. It was too expensive. How can it be used for civilian use now? It can be said that within the next 10 years, Wind and Rain brand would be the leader of the world's humidifiers. No other companies would be able to challenge Wind and Rain's position. Fu Guangzhong also sent good news. The humidifiers were selling well in Southeast Asia. The Fu family had positioned the humidifiers as a luxury item for the nobles. Only the big shopping malls could buy them. Although the sales were not as good as China, the prices were still higher. What surprised Feng Yu the most was that the sales of the humidifiers in Europe and the US were not any worse than in China. Especially in the US. Feng Yu had asked Fu Guangzhong to raise the prices, but the humidifiers were still selling so well. In Fu Guangzhong's words, Feng Yu was a god. The Americans were really as cheap as what Feng Yu had said. They only bought the expensive products and not the right ones. Also, there was more than one company in the US that had contacted the Fu family. They wanted to buy the humidifier's patented technologies or cooperate with the Fu family to get the authorization. All these offers were rejected by Feng Yu. With the huge profits, Feng Yu could not sell the authorization. Even if the other party offered a high price, Feng Yu would not sell it. It was not good for him to have a bad relationship with the aviation factory. Furthermore, if he sold the authorization, he would offend the Fu family who were in charge of the overseas sales. This was not like Japan. This was the main market for the humidifiers. After a few years, when the profits were over, Feng Yu would sell the authorization and at the same time, compensate the aviation factory and the motor factory. Anyway, the contract did not state that Feng Yu cannot authorize the patents to overseas companies. It only stated that the patents were for domestic companies. When Feng Yu showed the overseas sales figures to Li Xiyu and Hu Heitao, they were shocked. The overseas sales were so high. It was more than twice of the domestic sales. Didn't Feng Yu say that the overseas sales were more expensive? Why were the Westerners so rich? The last time Feng Yu wanted to add a production workshop, Li Xiyu rejected him. But this time, he went back to his factory to prepare. He must not delay the export. This was more profitable than the domestic market. After the wind and rain humidifiers were sold well, Masao Kamita came to Taiwan trading again. When Masao Kamita saw Feng Yu, he gave a 90-degree bow. Feng Yu accepted it calmly and returned the gesture. Mr. Feng, our company is very sincere. We are willing to pay you $10 for each humidifier. This is a sky-high price. We do not have a lot of sales in China. No. This is not the point. The point is that you must sign an authorization letter with the same duration as our patent. Also, the patent fees must be paid in one go. Next year will be the time when Japan's economic crisis will erupt. Many Japanese companies will go bankrupt. Who knows if this unlucky Black Dragon Corporation will be one of them. The patent fees must be collected in one go. It does not matter if they earn less. If the fees are divided into 10 years, they might not be able to collect the fees in the second year. They might also be able to collect the patent fees for 10 years. But the risk is too high. Feng Yu does not want to gamble. If he can earn $50 now, why wait for $100 10 years later? With this $50, Feng Yu can use it to invest. If he wants to double the profits, he will not even need 1 year. Mr. Feng, a one-time buyout is too much for our company. Also, it is impossible for our company to sell 1 million units. Feng Yu pretended to be surprised. This is not right. Kamita, last time you told me that your country has more than 100 million people and more than 20 million families. Including the families and offices, your company can sell at least 1 million units of humidifiers in the next 10 years. These are your exact words, right? Quote. Masao Kamita had a bitter expression. He had exaggerated the market to make Feng Yu lower the patent fees. But he did not expect his company to have to pay higher patent fees because of this figure. Mr. Feng, that is the ideal figure after we calculated the number of damages. But the market is always changing. Who knows how many units we can sell? What if we can only sell 200,000 units or even 100,000 units? Masao Kamita finally found a good excuse and was relieved. Since your company is so weak, why should I sell the patent to you? I can either choose to export it or sell it to a more powerful company like Sharp or Panasonic. They have contacted our overseas sales company in Hong Kong more than once, Feng Yu said calmly. Had these two companies contacted Fu Guangzheng's Hong Kong company? Of course, they had contacted him before. However, the negotiations had fallen apart the first time. When the other party heard that they were only willing to authorize a single region in Japan and demanded such a high price, they immediately gave up. What the Black Dragon Company didn't know was that Masao Kamita was worried that if he couldn't complete the task given by the president, he might lose his job, let alone being the representative in China. Mr. Feng, please consider our company first. Our company is very sincere. Masao Kamita stood up and gave a 90-degree bow. Masao Kamita had been in Huasha for 7 to 8 years. The people in Huasha that he met were either enemies of him because of history or people who wanted to suck up to him because of money. This was the first time he met someone like Feng Yu who treated him with disdain. Also, the feeling that Feng Yu gave him was that he was not a young man. He was more like a 40-plus-year-old cunning man. But the person sitting in front of him was a high school student. Feng Yu had the patent in his hands and the other party wanted it. Also, Feng Yu kept showing the other party that the wind and rain humidifiers were selling well in China and even internationally. This increased the value of this patent. Also, Feng Yu had made it clear that he did not need to authorize the Black Dragon Company to use the wind and rain humidifiers to make money in Japan. Seeing Masao Kamida's expression, Feng Yu knew that he had reached the other party's bottom line. He asked for $10 million right off the bat. Not to mention a small company like Black Dragon Corporation, even a big company like Sharp would be scared away by him. 10 million United States dollars was not a good deal for a market that was only tens of millions USD. They would rather use this 10 million United States dollars to develop new products. Feng Yu only wanted more money so that he could invest it into the stock market that was going to rise in the second half of this year. Now, it seems that he had to make some concessions. How about this? Didn't you all do the calculations? On average, 100,000 units a year, and the patent authorization fee is only 1 million United States dollars. You all need to pay at least 5 years in advance, which is 5 million United States dollars. I will give you half the price. Is that okay? Quote. 1 year in advance is not a problem, but 5 years in advance is too much. Masao Kamida's eyes brighten up. Feng Yu had lowered his conditions, which meant that he was willing to negotiate with them. There was hope for cooperation. Feng Yu pretended to be troubled. 1 year in advance. This is not possible. Kamida, I cannot answer to my family. How about this? 3 years in advance and the payment will be made at the end of each year. Your factory needs to provide me a production report every year to verify the royalties. Quote. No. It is not the production report. It should be the sales report. Masao Kamida retorted. How can the production and sales be the same? Fine, sales is sales. I will accept this. 3 years and 3 million United States dollars in a week. Is there a problem? Feng Yu had an impatient look on his face. Kamida Masao had agreed to pay 3 years of patent fees in advance. Masao Kamida opened his mouth but did not say anything. Mr. Feng, I need to report to the president. I will give you an answer the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow. If you do not give me an answer tomorrow, then there is no need for us to negotiate. Feng Yu said firmly. After Kamida left, Feng Yu was so excited that he almost jumped up. Although the patent authorization fees were reduced from 30 United States dollars per unit to 10 United States dollars, but the payment method was changed from the end of each year to 3 years in advance. Also, the estimated sales had doubled. With this 3 million United States dollars and the money in Taiwan Trading's account, Feng Yu will be able to make a lot of money in the stock market. The profits will be higher than the Wind and Rain brand of humidifiers. The next day, Masao Kamida returned. But he did not agree to Feng Yu's condition of 3 years in advance and annual payments. He changed it to 5 million United States dollars for the exclusive authorization of this patent in Japan. This meant that Taiwan Trading and the Wind and Rain brand of humidifiers cannot sell the same technology to Japan. They also want to monopolize the entire market. Their president took a loan from the bank to buy this technology. He felt that it was much better than Feng Yu's condition of 3 years in advance and 10 years of patent authorization fees. 5 million United States dollars. Feng Yu hesitated for a while and agreed. Although it seemed that he was suffering a loss, but 5 years later, the Wind and Rain brand of humidifiers will have new technologies. By that time, the Black Dragon Corporation's technology will be outdated, and Feng Yu can still sell it to them. Furthermore, there was no market for humidifiers in Japan, and Feng Yu did not feel that it was a pity. Now, 5 million United States dollars was a good deal. Within a year, Feng Yu can turn this sum into 10 million United States dollars. With money in his account, the delayed construction of Tianpeng Pig Farm had officially started. Feng Yu's half-baked blueprints had been revised by Professor Su. Professor Su even provided Tianpeng Pig Farm with a free blueprint. He was more professional than Feng Yu. Everyone has their own specialties. This was not an exaggeration. After Feng Yu saw the blueprints, he felt that it was worth it to hire Professor Su. He only needed to pay Professor Su some consulting fees and provide him with a laboratory. He could get so many benefits. It was a good deal. Actually, Professor Su also felt that it was a good deal. Although he had a mature idea, he did not have the funds. The school would not invest in such a big pig farm for him. Private entrepreneurs also did not invest in pig farms. Only Tianpeng Pig Farm was generous. He had the land and funds. He was fully supported. Even the formula of Tianpeng Pig Farm's animal feed was the result of his research. Professor Su believed that in 1 to 2 years, he would be able to prove that this new type of pig farm was feasible. It was not like what other professors had said. He might even be promoted to the deputy dean. Feng Yu and Professor Su had different goals. Feng Yu was after economic benefits, and Professor Su was after fame. Fame and benefits were not conflicting. That's why they were able to work together. The plumbing and machinery used in the pig farm were manufactured by the machinery company. It was a piece of cake for the machinery company to manufacture these simple things. But there was no assembly line production, and the efficiency was low. Li Ming would not accept this job. It was because Feng Yu had pointed out that some of the expenses were not in line with the regulations, and Li Ming agreed to accept Feng Yu's unprofitable job. Professor Su looked at the plumbing, feeding trough, etc., and the smile on his face got wider. This Xiao Feng was a good person. Whatever Feng Yu wanted, he would prepare it. He was not like Feng Xingtai. He kept saying that this can be replaced with plastic, and that can be replaced with wood. How could it be the same? If everything was inferior, how could Feng Yu catch up with the US? Professor Su was looking forward to the completion of this pig farm. He wanted it to be a model in China and even internationally. He would be famous all over the world. When the time comes, the patents he had applied for should be approved. No one in China might buy it, but the US might. There were many rich farmers there. No, this is installed the wrong way. Isn't the water spraying upwards? The worker over there, stop. I said that this is for feeding. It has to be able to flip over. Who told you to tie it with iron wire? Can the feed still enter the trough? You, the distance is wrong. 2 meters. You are only 1.98 meters. This cannot be handled. Professor Su was very responsible and stayed at the Tianpeng Pig Farm to Tianpeng Pig Farm. These were all his blood, sweat, and tears. Not even the slightest mistake could be made. Yesterday, a worker did not follow the blueprint and made a pigsty smaller. He was furious. When Feng Xingtai arrived, he told Professor Su to adjust some of the equipment and there was no need to be so strict. Just when Professor Su was about to give in, Feng Yu arrived. Without any hesitation, Feng Yu tore down the 2 walls of the pig pen and rebuilt it. Although the 2 walls were not worth much compared to the whole pig farm, Feng Yu's attitude had strengthened Professor Su's confidence. He must follow the blueprints and build the perfect automated pig farm. Of course, Feng Yu's actions had provoked his father's anger. He scolded Feng Yu for being a prodigal. The pigsty that had been built was demolished just like that. Could it still be used if it wasn't demolished? Can it still be used? Feng Yu laughed. Actually, he felt that the 2 sides of the pig farm were not symmetrical, and it was uncomfortable to look at them. 2 rows of pig stalls, more than 100 cubicles, and only 2 cubicles were not symmetrical. Wasn't it awkward to look at? Furthermore, it was just like what Professor Su had thought. Demolishing 2 walls was nothing compared to the investment of the whole pig farm. Furthermore, Feng Yu felt that it was worth it when he saw Professor Su's touched expression. Professor Su was an expert when it came to rearing pigs. In the future, Taiwan Food Processing Factory still needs Professor Su's help to develop pig feed formulas and feeding techniques. It was not worth it to offend Professor Su over such a small matter. After Feng Yu returned home, he explained the pros and cons to his father. Money had a price, but knowledge was priceless. The most important thing for this pig farm now was not the funds, but the advanced technologies. These technologies came from Professor Su, and it was better for Feng Yu to follow Professor Su's lead. Furthermore, Tianpeng Pig Farm still belonged to the Feng family. No matter how much money they made in the future, Professor Su does not need to share a single cent with them. Professor Su was helping the Feng family. What's there to be unhappy about? After Feng Yu said this, Feng Xingtai was satisfied. So, Professor Su was working for the Feng family. But this was not right. How could a worker be more arrogant than the boss? He was a professor. How could he not be arrogant? Hearing this, Feng Xingtai suddenly remembered that Professor Su was a professor, and he was just a commoner. But he was still feeling proud. Now, he could command a professor. Feng Xingtai still did not know that there were 3 Soviet Union experts working for him in the food processing factory. He had always thought that those 3 Soviet Union experts were Soviet workers. The construction of the pig farm was very fast. After Feng Yu invested a large sum of money, it was different every day. Although this would increase the cost, it saved him a lot of time. Others might not understand, but Feng Yu felt that time was more important than money. If he was faster, he would be able to capture the market share earlier. The market share was the most important factor in the future of this pig farm. During the construction of the pig farm, the chief officer, Wen Diguang and the rest would come over to take a look. When they saw the changes in the pig farm, they were all smiles. After this pig farm was completed, they wanted to report this to the higher-ups. After that, they will set it up as a role model and make it their political achievement. How is it not a political achievement to support farmers and entrepreneurs? Feng Yu did not object to this. The more they supported him, the better. This way, there would be lesser obstacles for the development of Tianpeng Pig Farm. Assistant Director Xu was regretting his decision. Tianpeng Pig Farm's political achievement had nothing to do with him. The other star enterprise in the district, Taiwan Food Processing Factory, was also under the control of Wen Diguang and the chief officer. It could be said that both of them would be successful in the next 2 years. As for Assistant Director Xu, he would only be the deputy officer until he retires. Crackle. Dear leaders and guests, today is the completion of Tianpeng Pig Farm. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this celebration. Next, let us invite the officer to give a speech. Wen Diguang was the host of the ceremony. He stood at the entrance of the pig farm to host the ceremony. After the officer gave a speech, the rest of the leaders also got the chance to speak. Only Assistant Director Xu was asked to stay in the office and did not attend the ceremony. Next, let us invite the officer. Let's plant the trees. I hope that Tianpeng Pig Farm will grow like the trees. Outside the fence, some people had already dug a hole and placed the saplings into it. The officer and the rest of the leaders filled the hole with soil and wiped their sweaty foreheads. There were cameras around, and no one can say that they did not work hard. Feng Yu looked at his father's proud face in front of the cameras and then looked at his father's back. Feng Yu laughed. At the entrance, Feng Yu personally wrote a new couplet: Clouds want clothes, flowers want beauty. Pigs want to get fat and people want to be famous. After the construction of the pig farm was completed, Feng Yu was chased back to school by his father with a feather duster. A student's job is to study hard, and all they think about is money. In the blink of an eye, it was June. The weather had turned hot, and wind and rain fans started production again. But this year's sales were not as good as expected. The whole country's orders were estimated to be less than 50,000 units. This was also because of the TV commercials. If not, the sales might not even exceed 20,000 units. There was no other way. There were too many plastic fans now. A small factory in the county or even a private factory could produce them. Although the market was still huge, there were too many types of products. Wind and rain fans were nothing special, and the market share was taken away. Feng Yu sighed. Seems like he needs to bring forward the new electric fans. Feng Yu was not busy with his business, and he has more time in school. There is still 1 month before the exams, and Feng Yu has plenty of time to prepare. But at this time, the teacher came to inform them that the second year of high school will be split into arts and science subjects. The students must discuss with their parents before submitting their choices. It was more serious than Feng Yu's previous life. Almost 80% of the students had chosen science subjects, and only a few female students chose arts. But Feng Yu's form teacher frowned when he received his class's registration form. What's going on? Feng Yu had applied for arts. Also, Li Na's results in sciences were not bad. Why does she want to go to arts? Learn maths, physics, and chemistry well, and you will not be afraid. The form teacher called Feng Yu and Li Na to his office. He wants to have a talk with them. These two were the top students in the class, and how can they go to the arts class? Li Na, Feng Yu, did the two of you fill in the wrong forms? Why did you choose arts? The form teacher found the forms and told them to change it. Li Na looked at Feng Yu in shock. Why did he also choose arts? Li Na's dream was to be a teacher, and it was better for her to choose arts. But isn't Feng Yu's dream to be a big boss? Shouldn't he study science? Li Na suddenly remembered that Feng Yu had specifically asked her if she wanted to study liberal arts or science on the day she was filling out the application. Could it be that Feng Yu did it for her? Feng Yu pushed the form back to the homeroom teacher. Teacher, we didn't fill it in wrongly. What does liberal arts and science have to do with each other? Both will contribute to the country in the future. Quote. But science has a better future. Don't make a mistake. Feng Yu smiled. Teacher, you also studied liberal arts back then, right? The form teacher was at a loss for words. He was indeed a liberal arts student, but he wasn't good at the sciences back then. He was only good at memorizing things. However, how could he have the cheek to say this? Wouldn't that be destroying his own prestige? How is that the same? My dream is to be a teacher. Learning liberal arts will allow me to become a better teacher, and I will be able to pass on my knowledge to you better. The form teacher found an excellent excuse for himself. Li Na weakly said, Teacher, my dream is also to be a teacher. Feng Yu immediately added, That's right, it's good to be an honorable teacher, just like our homeroom teacher. The form teacher didn't know if he should laugh or cry. These two students were praising him, but he had wanted them to study science and have a better future. This way, he would have an advantage when assigning jobs to them. What about you, Feng Yu? You also want to be a teacher? The form teacher didn't believe that a student like Feng Yu would want to be a teacher. No, I want to be a secretary. Liberal arts is just right for my major. Feng Yu told the lie he had prepared. Be someone else's secretary. Nonsense. Feng Yu still wanted to hire 8 to 10 secretaries in the future. Some will be in charge of serving tea, some will be in charge of printing documents, some will be in charge of massaging his shoulders, some will be in charge of cleaning, some will be in charge of his eyes, some will be in charge of the day, and some will be in charge of cough cough. Feng Yu wanted to be a boss and study management. It would be easier for him to study management in liberal arts than science. Furthermore, Feng Yu's memory was better. Physics, chemistry, and other subjects should be left to those talented students. He could just memorize history, geography, etc. With his Chinese, Russian, memory, and all the tricks he had prepared, he would definitely be able to get into Beijing University's management department. Was this not enough? Science. Can he enter Watching University? Feng Yu's dream shocked the form teacher. There was someone who wanted to be a secretary. He thought about it. Feng Yu's words should be referring to being a government official. Many leaders started as secretaries, and it was equivalent to a teacher in a factory. They would have a guide and a backer. The form teacher was helpless. He couldn't say that Feng Yu's dream was wrong. Who doesn't want to be a leader now? Furthermore, a university graduate was already a government official. Wasn't it better to be an official? Both of you really don't want to reconsider. The form teacher tried one last time. Feng Yu and Li Na shook their heads at the same time. The form teacher waved his hand and asked them to leave. Forget it. If there are 2 less top students in the class, then so be it. After leaving the teacher's office, Li Na looked at Feng Yu. Her eyes were filled with emotions. Feng Yu, you don't have to be like this. If you want to be a boss, isn't it better for you to study science? You don't have to be in the same class as me. Li Na said faintly. Feng Yu was stunned. Li Na thought that he was studying literature because of her. Only a fool would explain this. Let her misunderstand. I had gotten someone to buy the poetry collection you like. It will arrive in 2 days. Feng Yu changed the topic. Okay, go back and study. You had been on leave for half a month last month. Feng Yu smiled embarrassedly. I will not do that again. I have nothing to do at the company this month. Oh, you still need to help me with my math. I did not understand the question yesterday. Let's go out for dinner tonight. There is a new halal restaurant at Ganshui Road. I heard the food there is very good. Quote. Feng Yu was usually busy and felt that he did not have enough time. But he did not know why, when he was with Li Na, he would not be so restless. Even if they were to sit quietly and read their own books, Feng Yu's relationship with her would become better. Okay, let's invite Dongjun and Zhang Han. Feng Yu was unhappy when he mentioned them. Maybe Zhang Han had been taking laxatives every day. She had lost some weight in such a short time. Now, she was less than 120 kilograms. When Dongjun had been bragging to him every day about how good his taste was in the past, how good Zhang Han was, and how beautiful she was now. Feng Yu almost got calluses from listening to him. As a result, Feng Yu did not want to bring Wen Dongjun along when he went for a good meal. Wen Dongjun not only kept stuffing food into his mouth, he also kept putting food into Zhang Han's bowl. He did not care if Zhang Han could finish it or not. He also did not care if Feng Yu was eating. But if Wen Dongjun and Zhang Han were not going, Li Na would not go out with Feng Yu alone. Feng Yu could only agree to it. He was thinking of ways to let Wen Dongjun have some foresight so that he would not sit next to them during the movie at the Cultural Palace. Dinner tonight. Watch a movie. Sure, your sister is working the night shift this week, and Brother Li's cooking is terrible. Wen Dongjun was excited when he heard there was food. Feng Yu sneered. Humph. I will tell my brother-in-law about this. Terrible. C King eat 2 big steamed buns for every meal. Feng Yu suspected that in Wen Dongjun's world, one thing is delicious, and another thing is more delicious. Sure enough, during dinner, Wen Dongjun turned into a hungry ghost and kept stuffing food into his mouth. Feng Yu could not understand how a person could eat so hard. Feng Yu was stimulated, and he also ate more. But Li Na and Zhang Han did not eat much. Li Na's appetite was small, and Zhang Han was controlling her appetite. In the past, Zhang Han ate more fiercely than Wen Dongjun, and she was good at eating snacks. But after the winter break, Feng Yu did not see Zhang Han eating snacks. Her self-control was scary. During the movie, they were split into 2 groups. But today, there were many people. Feng Yu wanted to be intimate with Li Na, but Li Na would not agree. Feng Yu walked out of the cinema and looked at his watch. It was only 8 p.m. He turned the steering wheel and drove towards the riverside. Where are we going? Li Na asked curiously. Today's weather is good. We are going to the riverside to admire the moon. It will not delay your return to the dormitory. Admire the moon? How can there be no food when admiring the moon? Wen Dongjun shouted. Damn, this foodie. He had just finished his dinner and he only knows how to eat. No, there is nothing. Feng Yu shouted angrily. You don't have anything, but I do. I still have some melon seeds. Do you two want some? Wen Dongjun took out a handful of melon seeds from his pocket. Feng Yu really wanted to throw all the melon seeds at his face. No, The car stopped beside the riverside, and the 4 of them alighted. The riverside now was not as crowded as the future years. In the future, not to mention 8 o'clock, even if it was 10 o'clock, there would be more people than here. There were no rows of street lights by the river, and there were no aunties dancing in the square. Some young men and women were sitting by the river, whispering sweet nothings to each other. There was also a small area where a large tape recorder was placed. A few young men in bell-bottoms were break-dancing there. Feng Yu held Li Na's hand and walked to the side. He spread the newspaper on the ground and sat down next to Li Na. His right hand naturally rested on Li Na's shoulder. The weather is a bit cold. I'm afraid you'll be cold. Li Na turned her head to look but didn't say anything. Naturally, she would not expose such a lie. She rested her head on Feng Yu's shoulder and stared blankly at the river in front of her. The river water was not clear, but it reflected the bright moon above. There were no clouds in the sky, only stars. One could see Altair and Vega clearly. The dim lights on the fishing boats that returned late still reflected Li Na's pretty face. Yesterday, our dormitory's Xiao Yun wrote a poem. It was very good. The day before yesterday, our next dormitory's Yingying received a love letter from her class monitor. Her class monitor's handwriting is very ugly. That morning, guess what I saw? Butterfly. Now there is a butterfly. It's so big, and the color is very beautiful. But before I could see it, it flapped its wings and flew away. Feng Yu sat quietly and listened to Li Na talking about the interesting things in her life. Many of the things were not interesting, but since Li Na was willing to talk, Feng Yu was willing to listen. These small things could make Feng Yu forget his worries and even his life goal of making a lot of money. He stretched and closed his eyes. Li Na picked up a blade of grass and gently slid it on Feng Yu's face. Feng Yu opened his eyes and saw Li Na's faint smile. Behind her were the hanging willow branches and the lights of the fishing boats. Feng Yu felt that he had walked into a beautiful painting again. Look, that's Altair and Vega. Do you still remember that poem? Li Na pointed at the sky and looked at Feng Yu with anticipation. Of course I remember. Far away from Altair, the bright river of Han women, slender and white hands, picking and weaving, unable to form a chapter all day long, tears falling like rain, the river of Han is clear and shallow, how far apart are we from each other, amidst the water, love cannot be spoken. Feng Yu's low voice, coupled with the current atmosphere, highlighted the beauty of this poem. Amazing, you can even remember all these. Are there really Cowherd and Vega in the sky? Is the Queen Mother so cruel to only let them meet once a year? Li Na seemed to be sad. If there is really Cowherd and Vega in the sky, then the Queen Mother is not that bad to her daughter. Why, only let them meet once a year? Li Na said angrily. She was very dissatisfied with Feng Yu's point of view. Look, if the legend is true, then one day in the sky is equivalent to 1 year on Earth. Cowherd can only meet Vega once a year, but Vega can see Cowherd every day. So, as a mother-in-law who does not like her son-in-law, she is actually not bad to her daughter. Quote. Lee Na was shocked. She had never thought that Cowherd and Vega could meet in such a way. She pinched Feng Yu hard. This person is too annoying. How can such a poignant legend become like this in his mouth? Feng Yu was helpless. Look, telling the truth always offends people easily. No, you must recite another poem. Also, you are not allowed to explain blindly. After waiting for a long time, Feng Yu did not say anything. Lee Na asked curiously, what are you thinking about? Don't tell me you can't think of anything. Can't think of anything. How is that possible? I am thinking about the great ancient poets. What kind of poem would they write in such a situation? I am a genius, and I cannot be weaker than them. Feng Yu said proudly. Lee Na was amused by Feng Yu, genius. How much of a genius are you? You only know how to copy poems. Copy a good one for me. Don't make it less than Maple Bridge Night Mooring greater than. Quote. Actually, less than Maple Bridge Night Mooring greater than can be changed into a song. But forget it, that song is not suitable to be sung now. Let me think, how hard can it be to write a poem for you? Quote. When Lee Na mentioned less than Maple Bridge Night Mooring greater than, the first song that came to Feng Yu's mind was The Sound of the Waves. But that song was more suitable for couples who had broken up and wanted to get back together, or couples who had been together for many years. Anyway, it was not suitable for Feng Yu to sing it to Lee Na. In the future, there were many netizens who adapted their own poems. It was guaranteed that Lee Na had never heard of it. Some golden lines were unforgettable after being read once. Just put it together casually and it was guaranteed to be suitable for the current atmosphere. The sun rises and sets, the flowers bloom and wither, the spring breeze caresses the willow, the years are clear and shallow. The tide rises and falls, the peace and tranquility, the harp and the harp are at your side, the years are peaceful. Quote. Lee Na looked at Feng Yu in a daze. Her eyes wandered. She was touched by this beautiful poem. Feng Yu looked at Lee Na and blurted out another golden line, handsome eyes and eyebrows, spirited, the essence of literature, forgets the vulgarity. Lee Na was even more infatuated. She did not know that Feng Yu was so talented. Feng Yu looked at Lee Na's red lips and slowly moved closer. A pig's voice sounded beside his ear, what are the two of you doing? Feng Yu was roaring in his heart. Wen Dongjun, you idiot. Do you think it is easy for me to create an atmosphere? I am about to succeed. I am going to kill you. Looking at the sales figures of wind and rain fans, Feng Yu shook his head. As he expected, the orders for these fans were getting lesser and lesser. Even though he had lowered the prices, he still could not get back the market share. Feng Yu had thought of increasing advertising. The advertisements on CCTV would surely be effective, but the market was filled with fake products. Even if the advertisements were effective, the wind and rain fans that people bought might not be the same as the wind and rain fans sold by Taiwan Trading. Things that were too easy to imitate were not good. The market was changing too fast. Furthermore, there were some old brands of fans that had started to produce plastic fans. Those factories were well known in their own provinces, and wind and rain fans could not make a lot of money. Even if the fans were still making money, but the speed of making money was not satisfactory to Feng Yu. Last year, they could make a few million in 2 to 3 months. This year, they could only make a few 100,000 in 2 to 3 months. The difference was too big. Luckily, Feng Yu had thought of an alternative. He made a new electric fan, bladeless fan. This could also be patented, and the technical requirements were very high. Not to mention small factories, even big factories could not imitate it. Coincidentally, the aviation factory had this air compression technology. Feng Yu wanted the other party to miniaturize the equipment. Manager Feng, why did you call us together again? Is there any problem with the humidifiers, sales? Hu Heitao asked worriedly. Now, the humidifiers were a cash cow. Basically, Taiwan Trading could sell as many units as the motor factory could produce. The domestic sales were increasing, and the overseas demand could not meet the demand. The aviation factory and the motor factory were praised by the higher-ups. Hu Heitao was very concerned about the humidifiers. If they could make so much money for 10 years, no, 5 years, then the aviation factory would be making a lot of money. Director Hu, Director Li, there are no problems with the humidifiers, sales. The motor factory also does not need to add more production lines. It would be a waste to add one more production line. Anyway, we have the patented technology, and the market is still in our hands. What I want to talk about today is something else. I suddenly had a new idea yesterday. Quote. When Feng Yu said this, Hu Heitao and Li Xiyu looked at each other with excitement in their eyes. Feng Yu's previous idea, the ultrasonic humidifier, had brought high profits to the two factories. This time, even if the profits were not as high, as long as they could get half, no, 30% of the profits, they would be satisfied. Manager Feng, are you saying that you want to continue working with us? Or will it be developed by us and produced by the aviation factory? Hu Heitao asked. Li Xiyu was a little unhappy. Why can't we develop it, but your factory produces it? The aviation factory also had a lot of experts. It was better to research and develop. The production was too tiring, and they still had to modify the production lines. Why was it so easy for the developers to get so many years of profits? That's what happened last time. Isn't that good? Of course, Hu Heitao had to fight for the R&D. The previous R&D only took a short period of time, but the motor factory had to produce for 10 years. Feng Yu quickly waved his hand to stop the quarrel between the two directors. Two directors, let me finish what I have to say. I heard that the aviation factory has air compression technology. It is turbocharging technology. Is it like this? Quote. Hu Heitao immediately looked at Li Xiyu proudly. Did you hear that? Our factory has this technology. What about your factory? Do you have it? Of course. We had introduced this technology 2 years ago. It is used to improve the engines, increase the power and save fuel. Why do you need this technology this time? Hu Heitao was puzzled. What was the use of this technology? You guys also have jet technology, right? Jet technology? Humph. We are Bing City's aviation factory. Do you think we have this technology? Hu Heitao said proudly. At the same time, he looked at Li Xiyu with a proud look. Li Xiyu was furious. But based on these two technologies, their motor factory was not qualified to compete with the aviation factory. He kept consoling himself. If it was electric power technology, try it. Our motor factory was way ahead of the aviation factory. But both of them still did not understand what these technologies could be used for. Develop new engine technologies. The aviation factory had always been developing these technologies. Li Xiyu asked. Manager Feng, what are you going to do with these two technologies? Hair dryers. Quote. Feng Yu smiled at both of them and continued. We are going to develop a new type of electric fan. Huh, electric fan. Li Xiyu and Hu Heitao leaned back on the sofa like a deflated balloon. Electric fans use air compression technology. Electric fans use jet technology. Could it be that a jet was aimed at people? Who would be able to stand that? Furthermore, electric fans were not new. How can they be like the humidifiers and sell so well? Seeing the lack of interest from both of them, Feng Yu said, if this is developed successfully, it will be a revolution in electric fans. There will be many related products that can be developed. The profits will not be any less than the humidifiers. Hu Heitao laughed. Stop joking. Xiao Feng, I know that you had gotten a plastic electric fan from the aviation factory last year. Our factory had also bought a lot of these fans. You want to revive the reputation of wind and rain fans, but what has this got to do with our technologies? Quote. Feng Yu smiled confidently. Next, I will tell you about the new product we are going to develop. Bladeless fan. Bladeless fan, as the name suggests, is an electric fan without any blades. Because there are no blades, it will not be covered with dust. It is easy to clean and will not hurt the fingers. Even children will not get hurt if they touch it. It is safer than the low-speed plastic electric fans in the market. We will use a motor to suck air into the fan base, compress the air through the turbocharger technology, and blow the air out through the jet engine technology. We will use a 16 degrees ring-shaped fan head to blow out the cold air in a circular trajectory. The air will not be interrupted, and the wind will be more stable. If we develop it well, it will save more electricity than normal fans. As Feng Yu explained, he used a bottomless plastic basin to demonstrate the bladeless fan. This way, they could better understand what the bladeless fan looked like. Li Xiyu did not understand, but Hu Heitao frowned and thought about what Feng Yu said. It seemed that what Feng Yu said was right. Using this method to create wind, but how could the cost be low? The cost of one fan was at least 100 RMB or even more. How much would one unit be sold for? But who cares? Anyway, Feng Yu will be paying, and they will be in charge of the research and development. They do not need to care about the production and sales. If the fans were sold, they will get a share of the profits. Even if the fans were not sold, they will not suffer any losses. No matter what the motor factory thinks, the aviation factory will do it. Hu Heitao agreed, but Li Shiyu was still hesitating. They were in charge of the production, and if this product could not be sold, they would be the ones suffering losses. Although Feng Yu, as an investor, would also suffer losses, but Feng Yu was rich. Just look at the humidifiers, how much profits did Feng Yu get? Li Shiyu hesitated, and this made Feng Yu happy. He acted as if he had made an important decision. Director Li, I know what you are worried about. How about this? I will pay for the adjustment of your production equipment. Also, this is an OEM agreement. I will pay your factory 30 RMB for every unit produced. This way, your factory will have a stable income. Feng Yu said this, and Li Shiyu was in a dilemma. Every time Feng Yu asked his factory to produce a product, Feng Yu would make a lot of profits. But he could see the benefits of those products. It was either the low cost or the products were used to fill the gaps in the market. But this bladeless fan did not have any potential to be a hit. Just like that Taiwan brand refrigerator. Didn't they just sell the last batch of refrigerators a few days ago? But Hu Heitao did not know how much profits Feng Yu made from this batch of refrigerators. Hu Heitao thought about it. Feng Yu had failed before, and it was better to be more conservative. He chose to be an OEM. Li Shiyu chose to be an OEM, and Feng Yu smiled and turned to Hu Heitao. Director Hu, this bladeless fan has a high market risk. As an investor, I might not be able to get back my investment. Since Director Li chose to work as an OEM and earn a more secure OEM fee, then all the risks will be on me. So, this time, the aviation factory will not get a proportional dividend. It will be a fixed dividend. That means for every unit of bladeless fan sold, I will pay the aviation factory 10 RMB. I will still be the one investing in this product, and the patents will still belong to me. Does Director Hu agree to this? Quote. Feng Yu was shouting in his heart. Hurry up and say yes. Hurry up and say yes. In the future, when this new bladeless fan was introduced, the market price was $500 and the production cost was only $20. How much profit was there? After the cost was announced, the price dropped from more than $500 to more than $100, and finally to about $30. However, tens of millions of USD of profit had already been made, and the demand was even higher. It brought in a few $100 million of profit for the company. How much did the other party spend on research and development? It was only a few $1,000,000. The main thing was to experiment with the angle of the fan head and the spiral angle inside. Feng Yu didn't know what the spiral angle was, but he clearly remembered that the angle of the fan head was 16 degrees. It was clearly written on Baidu Bike when he made a bet with a friend while drinking in his previous life. The aviation factory had the other two technologies, but they were too big. What they needed to do was to reduce the size of the aircraft and reduce the power. It was just a fan, not an engine, not a military product. There was no need for it to be so strong. After listening to Feng Yu's words, Hu Heitao couldn't take it anymore. Manager Feng, how can you say that? Didn't we cooperate well the last time? You should have seen our factory's R&D capabilities. The previous time, we were able to produce products so quickly. How come this time, we are getting fixed dividends? Quote. Feng Yu retorted. Then why don't I get the aviation factory to develop this technology for me? I will pay the buyout. Is 1 million RMB enough? If not, then 2 million RMB. You name a figure. You don't want to take on the risks, and you still want to get a share of the profits. Although your factory has the technologies, don't forget that Bing City still has the University of Technology and the Shipping University. They also have the technologies. Quote. The first cooperation was the sweetness. If these two factories were willing to continue working together, Feng Yu would not reject them. Now, they were the ones who could not see the reality and wanted to take advantage of them. How could Feng Yu allow this? The price of one fan cannot be only 10 RMB. The motor factory is still selling it at 30 RMB. Why don't you all provide the production line and workers, and I will also give you all 30 RMB. Getting money for free without doing anything. To put it bluntly, beggars still complain about their food. If it weren't for Feng Yu wanting the aviation factory's automobile technologies, he would have ditched the aviation factory long ago. Li Shiyu said unhappily. Director Hu, 10 RMB is not a small amount. Our workers can only earn 30 RMB after working so hard, and we still need to provide the production line. We still have to calculate the wear and tear of the machines and the workers' wages. 15 RMB. I guarantee that this product will be developed as soon as possible. 15 RMB is not a high price. If you sell 10,000 units, I can only earn 150,000 RMB. Our factory still needs to hire a few expert engineers. This will affect our military orders, and we will also have to pay a high price. Quote. Feng Yu looked at Hu Heitao with disdain. Expert engineers. You make it sound like I did not pay you all to develop this product. Do you think I did not see your report last time? The salary of the expert engineers is 6 times of what they are getting in your factory. I don't even bother to ask where the extra money went. 15 RMB. 12 RMB. The cost of the plastic factory is also very high. Do you all think that the fans I want are easy to manufacture? How much is my cost? The future profits are unpredictable. What if I fail? How much will I lose? Quote. In the end, they agreed on 13 RMB, and Feng Yu was overjoyed. Although this bladeless fan might not be popular in China after it was developed, but there should be a market in Europe and the US. Europe and the US had a population of more than 1 billion. There should be at least 1 million units sold. Based on the selling price of 100 United States dollars, the profits should be at least 50%. That would be 50 million United States dollars profits. This was still Feng Yu's worst estimate. He did not include the domestic sales. With the data and ideas provided by Feng Yu, the product development should be completed within a year. As for the R&D investment, Feng Yu felt that 1 to 2 million RMB should be enough. It should not be more than 1 million United States dollars. Using 1 million United States dollars to make at least 50 million United States dollars profits, and it was still legal. Who wouldn't do it? Furthermore, the bladeless fans principle could be modified into a popular invention in the future. Hand dryer. This profit would be at least a few hundred million USD. After signing the contract with the motor factory and the aviation factory, Feng Yu gave the first 500,000 RMB R&D fee to the aviation factory. He also promised Hu Heitao that if the R&D could be completed before the end of the year, he would give the aviation factory a bonus of no less than 200,000 RMB. After finishing all these, Feng Yu went back to school. It was almost the finals, and he did not want to go home and get punished because of his results. At this time, Bing City's third high school received an invitation from the Soviet Union. It was signed by one of the world's top universities, Moscow State Lomonosov University, Moscow University. This was one of the top universities in the world. Even if the Soviet Union wanted to send an invitation, it should be sent to other universities. For example, Bing City's Institute of Technology was one of the top universities in China. Why would they send an invitation to a high school in Bing City? The Soviet Union had 4 internationally renowned universities. They were Moscow University, Leningrad University, where Putin and Xiaomei graduated from, Kiev University, Ukraine, and Belarusian University, Belarus. Such a top university had sent an invitation to third high school. Could it be that they were interested in the 2 students who had performed well in last year's International Mathematics Olympiad? But those 2 students were already in their 3rd year of high school. 2 months ago, they were recruited by Watching University. The principal opened the letter personally. It was an invitation written in both Chinese and Russian. The principal was surprised that he had only heard of one of the students invited by the university. There were still some vacancies. The principal rubbed his temples and looked at the vice principal. Son, this Feng Yu is the brother-in-law of Mr. Li who donated the sports field to the school. Vice principal Sun nodded. That's right. There are only 2 students named Feng Yu in the whole school. The other one is a 3rd-year student, and she is a girl. Take a look at this invitation. What does it mean? Vice principal Sun took the letter and looked at it carefully. Invitation to 3rd high school to participate in Moscow University's multinational summer camp. The title was very long, but the meaning was very intriguing. Universities would invite high school students to participate in summer camps. Usually, the students were in their 2nd year of high school. They had won some awards in competitions, and the university wanted to recruit the students they liked. If Moscow University wanted to recruit students, they should be looking for 2nd-year students. Feng Yu was only in his 1st year of high school. Also, why did they restrict the students to 1st year of high school? This was too strange. Could it be that the Russians wanted to show off their educational prowess, and that's why they sent an invitation to 3rd high school? Then they had found the wrong target. Huaxia High School was one of the top schools in the world. Furthermore, Third High School was one of the top 3 high schools in Huaxia. Even if they were only first-year students, they would not embarrass Huaxia High School. But why did he specifically invite Feng Yu and the others? These 4 people seemed to be students that Boss Lee had asked to take care of. Was there any relationship between them? Vice Principal Sun looked at the name list. The first name on the list was Feng Yu, followed by Li Na, Wen Dongjun, Lu Kun. There were still 6 slots left, and there were 5 teachers to lead the team. Vice Principal Sun will not believe that this has nothing to do with Li Shijiang. He decided to call Feng Yu over to ask him. If there is no problem, he wants to personally lead the team. This is a great honor. If he became the team leader this time and achieved good results, then after the principal retired in 2 years, who else would be the vice principal but him? Principal, leave this matter to me. No matter what, this is a good thing. If possible, I would like to apply to be the leader of this summer camp. Quote. The principal glanced at Vice Principal Sun. Teacher Little Sue from year 2 is not bad. She should be added as well. Vice Principal Sun nodded. I also think that she is very suitable. How should we decide on the remaining spots? Teacher Little Sue was the principal's niece, so of course he knew about it. Okay, let the education department decide on the remaining spots. I will contact the education department. You go and contact the students. Let's select the best from the year 1 students. The principal also had his own thoughts. This honor belongs to him, and he might be able to be transferred to the education department before he retires. At the very least, he might be able to get a part-time job. Not only he can retire 2 years later, but his authority will also be extended. His treatment will also be different after he retires. The class was still in class. The form teacher was explaining to Feng Yu and the rest about the key points and difficult points. Although he was teaching Chinese, he wanted to let the students perform better. Suddenly, he heard someone knocking on the door. He does not like to be disturbed during class, especially by the students' parents. When he turned his head and was about to scold the parents, his angry expression turned into respect. He quickly ran out of the classroom. Principal Sun, why are you here? Are you here to listen to the class? Vice Principal Sun waved his hand. I am here to look for your class's Feng Yu. Ask him to come out. It was Feng Yu again. He was really related to Vice Principal Sun. Feng Yu was called out. When he saw Vice Principal Sun, he knew what was going on. It should be the invitation letter. Kirilenko was still very reliable. Feng Yu had promised his family that he would be admitted to one of the 2 best universities in Beijing. Peking University. Many famous scholars in China were from this university. Huaqing University. Most of China's future leaders were from this university. Of course, many of China's future tycoons were also students from these 2 universities. Feng Yu wanted to enter these 2 universities. One was to fulfill his parents' wish, and the other was to fulfill his own wish. His parents only wanted him to be successful and get into the best university in China. Feng Yu wanted to enter these 2 universities. He wanted to find familiar faces in the future and recruit them. Even if the other party did not want to work for him, he could invest in their dreams. Anyway, it was all for Feng Yu to earn money. Feng Yu thought of a way to get into one of the 2 best universities in Beijing. He wanted to let those 2 universities take notice of him and recruit him or get the school to recommend him. Although recruit had been criticized, the professors and academicians would still recruit some of their favorite students. As long as the students met the professors' requirements, they would be able to recruit them. The recommended admission requirements were to have won prizes in major competitions or to have outstanding performance in school. Recruit must be outstanding in certain areas. For example, having outstanding performance in a national or international competition. What outstanding performance could Feng Yu have in school? Other than his brother-in-law donating a basketball court to the school, there was nothing else. The school's reputation was worse than the students who fought. So, Feng Yu thought of a way to gild his reputation. He participated in the international summer camp and was invited by the other party. With his brother-in-law's help, when Feng Yu was in his 3rd year of high school, the 4 of them would be guaranteed admission. Maybe 3 of them would be enough. Lu Kun was a straight-A student. With his own abilities, he could easily get into any university in China. If it was still not enough, he could contact the professors and provide them with research funds. He believed that there would be professors willing to recruit Feng Yu and the rest. Vice Principal Sun chatted with Feng Yu for a while and found out that it was Feng Yu's brother-in-law's idea. This was great. This way, the school would be more famous in China. His name would also appear in national publications. That was an invitation from Moscow University. Feng Yu hesitated for a while and told Vice Principal Sun to add Chubby Chick into the list. When Feng Yu mentioned the name to Kirilenko, Fat Chick's relationship with Wen Dongjun was still not like this. Vice Principal Sun looked at Feng Yu. Even if Feng Yu did not mention it, he must also add Zhang Han. Even if the principal decided to do so. As for the remaining 5 spots, he needed to go back and think about how to allocate them. He would leave 1 spot for the principal, 2 spots for himself, and the remaining 2 spots for the secretary and deputy secretary. This was to prevent them from objecting when he took over the position of principal in the future. Back in his office, Vice Principal Sun's smile was still on his face. When he met Li Shijiang and recruited Feng Yu, it was really a stroke of genius. The secretary and deputy secretary sat down to discuss. They had no authority to change the list of invitations sent to them. But what if the invitees gave up voluntarily? So, Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun were called to the secretary's office. The secretary wanted to persuade them to give up voluntarily. He wanted to compensate them by giving them outstanding high school students. Secretary, you are saying that the both of us are invited to the Moscow University's summer camp. Summer camp, is it for fun? Wen Dongjun's eyes brighten up. He did not expect himself to be so lucky. But how could Feng Yu not be excited? Going to the Soviet Union for fun. Yes, but this time, we are representing our school to showcase our school, Bing City, Longjiang Province, and even the rest of China's high schools. That's why the school wants to select the best students. Both of your results. Wen Dongjun's face changed. Secretary, what do you mean? Didn't they invite us? Is there a problem? Quote. The school had considered this matter thoroughly. We want to select students who can represent our school. So, I hope the both of you can give up voluntarily. The secretary realized that hinting was useless and said directly. Even with Vice Principal Sun's relationship, these 2 students still dare to go against him. He was the secretary, the second in command of the school. Give up voluntarily? Why? Wen Dongjun was pissed. This was such a good opportunity to go abroad. Why should they give up? I had told you the reason. I will not explain further. Of course, the school will also compensate you. This year, the both of you will be selected for the outstanding high school students. Quote. Feng Yu looked at the secretary and sneered. If it wasn't for me, the school wouldn't even have a single spot. Vice Principal Sun knew about this but did not say anything. Seems like he was up to no good. Feng Yu, why are you keeping quiet for so long? Say something. The school can also report your names to the city government and fight for the outstanding high school students in the city. In the future, when you enter Bing City's universities, you will get 10 extra points. The secretary increased his bargaining chip. Of course, he could not guarantee if they could get the position. There were only a few spots every year. Fine, secretary, I will say something. Hearing Feng Yu's words, the secretary's face showed a bright smile. At least there was a sensible student. Wen Dongjun looked at Feng Yu in shock. In his impression, Feng Yu was more rebellious than him. How could he give up this spot? My attitude is no. Rejected. Just as the secretary was about to praise Feng Yu for being sensible, he heard the word, rejection. What? He actually refused. How could he dare to refuse? Do you really think that you can do whatever you want in the school just because you have a relationship with Vice Principal Sun? In the school's leadership, Vice Principal Sun is ranked behind me. Bang! The secretary slammed the table. What's wrong with you 2 students? Can't I just talk things over with you guys? Let me tell you, today, whether you agree or not, you have to agree. This matter is settled. Quote. Feng Yu had a sarcastic smile on his face as he said indifferently, if the 2 of us don't go, then no one can go. What did you say? How dare you threaten me? What kind of student is this? Punishment. You must be punished. The secretary was furious. There was still a student who dared to talk back to him. This was 3rd high school, not some vocational school or technical school. A teenage kid can't even teach you a lesson. Before you get punished, you should think about how to avoid punishment. You want us to give up our spots. This is your decision, right? Have you ever thought about why Vice Principal Sun did not agree to this? Feng Yu smiled and looked at the secretary. The secretary paused for a while. That's right. Even if Vice Principal Sun wanted to take care of Feng Yu, As Mr. Lee's brother-in-law, he will also not take care of Wen Dongjun. Wen Dongjun's father was only the deputy head of a small farm in Bing City. He was not considered a government official in Bing City. The travel expenses for this summer camp is sponsored by my brother-in-law. You should know about this, right? You think it is because of this? Have you ever thought about why our names are on this name list? Quote. The secretary's face changed. Could it be that this Feng Yu had some connections? Could it be that this name list was not chosen randomly? Impossible. This name list must be chosen randomly. How could Feng Yu have connections in Moscow University? Do you know why this summer camp students are from our school? Why are they from year 1? Why are our names on the list? Why is my name first? Feng Yu continued. The secretary looked at Feng Yu in shock. Could it be that Feng Yu really had a powerful backer? Wen Dongjun tilted his head and looked at Feng Yu with a silly face. Why? He did not understand how Feng Yu knew that the invitation letter was for 3rd high school. Also, how did Feng Yu know that his name was at the top of the list? Can't the first name be Wen Dongjun? It must be according to the pinyin order of the surnames. Feng Yu pointed to himself and said, because this summer camp is organized because of me. The secretary sprang to his feet in disbelief. That's impossible. This is Moscow University and not in China. Even if your family has connections, can they extend to the Soviet Union? Quote. Feng Yu shook his head and looked at the secretary as if he was looking at an idiot. Don't you know that my family runs a company? Don't you know that my company has a few million rubles worth of trade with the Soviet Union every month? Quote. The secretary's eyes opened wide. Your family has a few million rubles worth of trade with the Soviet Union every month. Then do you know that every time we transport our goods, we use the Soviet Union's military train? Do you know that I often go to the city government and the foreign trade department? Do you know how much my car costs on weekends? It's not expensive, only 500,000 to 600,000 RMB. Quote. Military train. This Feng Yu's family had connections with the military. Was it from the province or the Soviet Union? Frequently go to the city government and the foreign trade department. These were much bigger than the Ministry of Education. What? 500,000 to 600,000 RMB car? Not to mention 600,000 RMB, the secretary had never even seen 50,000 to 60,000 RMB in his life. Feng Yu's words had shocked the party secretary more and more. Since when did you see a university hosting a summer camp for high school students? Without me, this summer camp will not exist. Every year at this time, Moscow University will host a summer camp for high school students. But it is for the mathematics competition. When we arrived, the competition had already started. This summer camp is specially organized for me. Quote. With every sentence Feng Yu said, the secretary's mouth opened wider and wider. He did not expect things to turn out like this. Others might not know about this, but Vice Principal Sun knew about it. Damn, I was tricked. Also, the deputy secretary said he had something to attend to later. It was obvious that he wanted to take advantage of Feng Yu and did not want to stand up for him. He was the only idiot. After saying so much, Secretary, do you still think we should give up our spots? The secretary slumped on his chair and mumbled, it's fine. Both of you go back to class. I will not care about the spots anymore. After leaving the secretary's office, Wen Dongjun pulled Feng Yu's sleeve and said, get a spot for Zhang Han. Yes, our class has 5 spots. You, me, Lu Kun, Li Na and Zhang Han. The rest of the spots will be given to the school. With this relationship, as long as we are in the top of the class, we will be guaranteed a place in a good university in Beijing. Feng Yu looked up and waited for Wen Dongjun to worship him. When he turned around, Wen Dongjun was gone. He could not wait to share this good news with Zhang Han. Damn, other people would do anything for their friends, but Wen Dongjun was the kind of person who would stab his brothers for a woman. The school's fight for the spots had come to an end. But in the city, the leaders from the Education Department and the Ministry of Education had started to bang on the table for the teachers' spots. The principal reported this matter to the Ministry of Education. When the leaders from the Ministry of Education heard about this, they were excited. They were discussing who to send to the Soviet Union. With the experience of going to the Soviet Union, it would be easier to promote them. But this matter was found out by the Education Department. The director of the Education Department immediately went to the Ministry of Education and shouted at the head of the Ministry of Education. The teachers must be split between the Education Department and the Education Department. If not, the Soviet Union summer camp would be cancelled. The leaders from both sides wanted to get this precious spot. They went to their higher-ups, the city government and the city's party committee. When this matter reached the ears of the city's No. 1 and No. 2, they could not understand why Moscow University would send an invitation to Third High School. It would be more reasonable if the invitation was sent to the Technology University. The principal went to the city again to explain to the leaders. Of course, he did not say that this matter was all thanks to Feng Yu. He gave all the credit to himself and Vice Principal Sun. He said that Vice Principal Sun had studied in the Soviet Union and used his connections to get the invitation to the international summer camp. Although the leaders did not believe him, they could not think of any other reasons. Only the deputy mayor Zhang Reiqiang, who was in charge of the education department, felt that this matter had something to do with Feng Yu. Feng Yu was able to import cheap machinery and technologies from the Soviet Union. He also used the Soviet Union's military trains to import and export goods. It should not be difficult for him to set up a summer camp. Furthermore, why did he choose Third High School? Why was he a Year 1 student? Also, he had asked casually just now, and Feng Yu's name was really on the list. Zhang Reiqiang would never believe that it had nothing to do with Feng Yu. Zhang Reiqiang suddenly had an idea when he saw the director of the Education Bureau and the director of the Education Bureau arguing. Moscow University's technology was top-notch. If he could visit the Moscow University's laboratory, it would be like how Professor Qian and the rest visited the military factory. Would he be able to learn a lot of knowledge? Zhang Reiqiang told this idea to the city's Leader 1 and Leader 2, and both leaders' eyes lit up. There was still such a capable person in the city who could have such a close relationship with the Soviets. If it really worked out, it would be a great achievement. Yes, no one can be the teacher leading the team. The city government will give it to the teachers from the universities and let them go to Third High School. Then, they will be able to follow the team. Those professors should be willing to visit the Moscow University's laboratories, right? But the benefits must not be kept by the universities. It must belong to the city government. Technology University, Shipbuilding University, etc. were not under the jurisdiction of Bing City or even the province. Since this opportunity was given to them by the city government, then the benefits must also belong to the city government. This matter must be discussed carefully. Bang! The mayor suddenly banged the table. What's with all this noise? What has the appointment of the teachers got to do with the Education Bureau and the Education Bureau? Which one of you is a teacher from Third High School? No one from the Education Bureau or the Education Bureau is allowed to go. Quote. The director of the Education Bureau and the director of the Education Bureau were stunned. They had only wanted to fight for one more spot. But now, there was no spot left. If they had known earlier, they would have discussed this privately. At the same time, they stared at the principal of Third High School. If you had given us 4 spots, we could have split the spots evenly. The principal also wanted to cry. How would he know that the city government would make such a big fuss over this? If he had known earlier, he would have given 1 spot to the school's secretary. Never mind, since they can't take the spot, then he will go back and look into the matter. He will choose another 3 teachers from the school. The city's party secretary also said, Third High School can wait for a while. There might be some professors from Technology University coming over to your school. This way, it will show off our Bing City's education system. The director of the Education Bureau and the director of the Education Bureau finally understood. The city government wanted to take the spot away from Third High School. But what has this got to do with the professors from Technology University? Leader, what instructions do you have for me today? Feng Yu sat on the sofa in Zhang Reiqiang's office and smiled at Zhang Reiqiang. His investment in Zhang Reiqiang was not in vain. His relationship with Zhang Reiqiang was getting better. I heard that the Soviet Union's Moscow University had sent an invitation to Third High School for a summer camp. Zhang Reiqiang raised his brows and asked. That's right, I am the one who made it happen. I want to make myself look good and get a guaranteed place in university. Feng Yu said without hiding anything. Zhang Reiqiang shook his head. You are really generous. For a guaranteed spot in the university, you even think of the Soviet Union. Let me ask you something. Moscow University is one of the top universities in the world. Their technology is very advanced. Will you all be arranged to visit their laboratories and research institutes? Quote. Feng Yu blinked. Why visit those? We are only in our first year of high school. We also don't understand. It is not for you all to understand. It is for the teachers to understand. Just tell me if it is possible. If it is possible, then give me a condition. If it is not too much, I will agree to it now. Quote. Teachers. Even a teacher can't understand it. Feng Yu said with disdain. What can these high school teachers from third high school understand about the university's laboratories and research institutes? University teachers might be able to understand, but they must be professionals. What if the teachers are also professors from Technology University? Zhang Ruiqiang laughed. Feng Yu stared at Feng Yu. You are not thinking of letting the professors from Technology University to impersonate our third high school teachers and secretly learn technology from Moscow University? Zhang Ruiqiang said seriously. What are you talking about? It is to visit and learn. Furthermore, the professors from Technology University can also work in your third high school. For example, the Academic Affairs Office, Party Committee, etc. They will definitely be teachers from your third high school. Quote. Many technologies only lacked inspiration. If the professors from Technology University were to visit the Moscow University's laboratories and research institutes, they might be able to learn a lot. Furthermore, Zhang Ruiqiang also said that he can fulfill one of his conditions. Feng Yu immediately said that he will try his best to make this happen. What conditions should he raise with the city government? Feng Yu asked Kirilenko to let them visit the most famous places in Moscow University. For example, the Nuclear Physics Research Institute, Mechanics Research Institute, Astronomy Research Institute, Gorky Library, etc. Feng Yu wanted to brag to his classmates when he returned to China. Although Kirilenko felt troubled, he agreed. It was only a group of high school teachers and students visiting. There should not be any taboo. Feng Yu told Zhang Ruiqiang about his decision, and Zhang Ruiqiang was overjoyed. He immediately reported to the city leaders to select a young professor in nuclear physics and mechanics to work at third high school for a year. At the same time, he could also participate in the international summer camp. The final exams ended quickly, and Feng Yu performed well. He should be able to maintain the same results as the previous exams. Although Wen Dongjun had worked hard this semester, without the top student, his ranking would drop a lot. But Feng Yu noticed that Wen Dongjun was not depressed at all. Wouldn't he be beaten by Chief Wen at home? Wen Dongjun replied proudly. This time, he was going to participate in the Soviet Union's international summer camp. He had to learn Russian and slack off on his other subjects. Wasn't this understandable? Feng Yu was in awe of Wen Dongjun's shamelessness. Wen Dongjun was indeed suitable to be a government official. Feng Yu had asked Wen Dongjun what he wanted to pursue in his life. Wen Dongjun wanted to learn from him and aimed to retire at the age of 30. He wanted to travel around the world leisurely. For example, he wanted to visit penguins at the South Pole, see the legendary Aurora Borealis, or go to the Himalayas, the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. Wen Dongjun looked at Feng Yu for a while and asked seriously, penguins at the South Pole? Are penguins delicious? Will they be too fat? Quote. Later on, Feng Yu concluded that Wen Dongjun did not pursue knowledge because it would not make him happy. He did not pursue love because he felt that he already had it. He did not pursue a fit body because he felt that his body was perfect. The rest of the good things were hard to come by. The only thing he could master was to eat. From then on, Feng Yu no longer helped Wen Dongjun plan his life. If he gives advice to others, he will not be thanked. If he fails, it is all his fault. Helping Wen Dongjun get into Beijing's university was enough. Wen Dongjun can walk the rest of the road by himself. If he met with any obstacles, he just needs to inform Feng Yu, and Feng Yu will definitely help him. With Feng Yu's future economic empire, it would be easy for him to help Wen Dongjun gain political achievements. These few days, Feng Yu was at home looking at the factories that he wanted to visit in the Soviet Union. Although he said he wanted to visit, he was actually going to visit those factories that were in decline. Feng Yu was thinking which factories, equipment were more suitable for China. It would be best if those factories had some advanced technologies. This way, those factories that did not know how to innovate in technology would still be finished after 2 years. Aren't you tired of looking at these documents every day? Shouldn't you be preparing for the trip to the Soviet Union? Wen Dongjun asked as he sat on the sofa. Feng Yu rolled his eyes at Wen Dongjun. You King say this every day. Not only did you ask for money from your family to buy a few sets of new clothes, you even bought a new basketball. Is that something to prepare for the trip to the Soviet Union? Just watch the TV. I have nothing to say to you who do not know how to struggle. Who would want to look at these documents? These were all money. Every, obsolete, piece of equipment bought back from the Soviet Union was a huge sum of money. It was one step closer to his dream of retiring at 30 years old. Wen Dongjun continued to watch the TV and suddenly shouted, Feng Yu, come over and take a look. Feng Yu put down the documents helplessly. What? Did you see a UFO? Look, there is a Buddha in the church. Wen Dongjun pointed to the TV and shouted. Huh, there is a Buddha in the church. Feng Yu was shocked. How is this possible? Although he was not a religious person, he knew that the Buddha and the church were not in the same system. How could a mythical character named Hua Sha appear in a Western church? Could it be that there were changes in this world that he did not know, or he had transmigrated to a parallel world? Feng Yu looked at the TV and was speechless. Damn, that is called Virgin Mary. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. Wen Dongjun was puzzled. Isn't it a Buddha? I think it looks like one. If you want to look for Zhang Han, you can go and play basketball. I am still busy earning money. Every minute is worth a few $100,000. Feng Yu looked at Wen Dongjun helplessly. Bro, can you let me work in peace for a while? I am very busy. Wen Dongjun stood up. Humph, it's just some documents. Leave it to me, I will finish it in 10 minutes. After that, accompany me to play basketball. 5 minutes later, Wen Dongjun threw the documents on the table. These documents were all in Russian, and they were all jargon. Wen Dongjun could not understand them at all. If he had known earlier, he would have attended the school's pre-camp training. It was even more boring to go home like Feng Yu. Third High School had placed great importance on this summer camp. This summer camp represented Bing City, Longjiang Province, and even the whole of Hua Sha. Before leaving, how could they not attend the training? Anyway, the summer camp will only start in a week. The reason why they had to wait for a few more days was to avoid the Moscow University's summer camp. After this summer camp, Feng Yu and the rest could start their new summer camp. Feng Yu had a good reason not to attend the training. What training? Isn't it just Russian? Come. You can ask the teacher to test my Russian. I am qualified to be a teacher. Wen Dongjun was sitting at the same table as Feng Yu, and he would occasionally browse through Feng Yu's bookshelf to read some Russian novels and listen to Russian songs. His Russian was also quite good, and he found an excuse not to attend the training. Actually, he just wanted to play at home. But Feng Yu did not want to play with him. He only knew how to prepare those documents and said that they were useful. Wen Dongjun looked at them for a long time and still could not figure out what they were for. But Wen Dongjun knew that Feng Yu was smarter than him, and he was good at making money. If not, how could Feng Yu's family change so fast? But Wen Dongjun could not understand why Feng Yu's family had so much money now. They could even buy a farm. Why was he still working so hard to make money? Was this money not enough for him to spend for a few lifetimes? Feng Yu only told Wen Dongjun that he did not know how rich the overseas people were. Before he retired, he wanted to be the richest man in the world. Time flies, and Feng Yu and the rest boarded the plane to Moscow. There was no first-class cabin, and this made Feng Yu very unhappy. On the other hand, Wen Dongjun and the rest could not sit still. Wen Dongjun was leaning against the window and looking at the clouds through the window. He was excited. Feng Yu covered Li Na with a blanket and himself. He found a comfortable position and closed his eyes to sleep. There are still a few more hours. You will be exhausted later. Stepping out of the cabin, Feng Yu stretched. Is this Moscow? Although Feng Yu had lived 2 lives, this was the first time he came to Moscow. Moscow was not a famous tourist city, and Feng Yu had never thought of coming here in his previous life. This time, Feng Yu did not come to Moscow to have fun. He had 2 motives. One was to get into a prestigious university in Beijing, and the other was to follow Kirilenko to visit those factories. He wanted to look for something that could bring back Hua Sha. Principal Sun, I need to apply for leave. My friend is here to receive me. Vice Principal Sun frowned. Feng Yu, this is the first day of the summer camp. You are not even at the dormitory, and you want to apply for leave. This is not right. Feng Yu laughed. It's fine. The organizers will not mind. Look, my friend is here to fetch me. Quote. 2 Land Rovers with the Soviet Union's military license plates drove up to the side of the plane. Kirilenko opened the door and opened his arms to Feng Yu from afar. My dear Feng, it's been a while. Brother Ki, it's been a while. Feng Yu quickly pushed away Kirilenko's hug. Kirilenko's hug was too strong. Nice to meet you. You are the leader of Third High School, right? I am the organizer of this summer camp. Feng Yu needs to follow me to settle some paperwork. This is my ID. Vice Principal Sun saw that Feng Yu knew Kirilenko, and when he heard that Kirilenko was the organizer of this summer camp, he agreed to let Feng Yu leave the team. But he requested that if Feng Yu does not turn up at night, he must inform him by phone. Li Na and the rest knew that Feng Yu would leave the team, but they did not expect it to be so soon. Although they were reluctant to leave, they were overjoyed to be staying at Moscow University. In the car, Feng Yu asked curiously, "Brother Qi, how did you become the organizer of this summer camp?" Kirilenko held back his laughter and asked, "Don't tell me you also believe me. I was just joking. The ID I showed you just now was only a pass." Feng Yu shook his head and smiled, not saying anything. The car drove directly to a restaurant. It was an authentic Soviet restaurant with authentic Soviet cuisine. But what puzzled Feng Yu was that Feng Yu was representing Taiwan trading. Why are the other second generations of Kirilenko's company not giving him face? In fact, Feng Yu was thinking too much. It wasn't that those second generations didn't want to give Feng Yu face. They had actually been subdued by Feng Yu's wealth last time. However, Kirilenko was thinking of breaking away from those people. Now that he had money, couldn't he do it alone? That was why Kirilenko deliberately informed them a day later. Although the most powerful second generation was also from the Soviet Union, he was not from Moscow. He was from Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, and would only arrive in Moscow tomorrow. As for the other second generations, Kirilenko doesn't care about them anymore. He was slowly kicking them out of his circle. Washa's import and sales channels were controlled by Feng Yu, and Feng Yu was only in contact with Kirilenko. This was why Kirilenko dared to do it alone. Furthermore, he had money to help his father and older brother. Now, his family had some reputation in the military. But there were a few higher-ups trying to recruit his father, and he doesn't know which side to side with. Feng Yu tasted the authentic Soviet cuisine, especially the barbecue. Feng Yu liked it very much. Feng Yu was thinking of bringing Li Na over to try it before he left. As for Wen Dongjun, forget it. With that guy's temper, he'd probably call for a takeaway after he finished eating. Feng Yu was satisfied with the food, but Feng Yu did not expect him to drink too much. According to Kirilenko, in Moscow it was impossible not to drink authentic vodka. Don't say that you don't drink. Washa had a saying, the guest should follow the host. The small glasses in the restaurant were similar to the slender glasses in the bars in his previous life. Feng Yu thought that 1 or 2 glasses would be enough. Who knew that Kirilenko would drink so ferociously? He drank glass after glass without giving Feng Yu any time to talk. In less than half an hour, Feng Yu could see 2 shadows of those people. Kirilenko asked his men to bring Feng Yu into the car and bring him to the hotel he had arranged. Both of them stayed in the same room. But this night, it was Kirilenko's turn to have insomnia. Feng Yu did not snore, fart, grind his teeth, or talk in his sleep. But Feng Yu kept asking for water, asking to go to the toilet, and even speaking in Chinese. This made Kirilenko speechless. The most infuriating thing was that the next day, Feng Yu woke up feeling refreshed, while Kirilenko had 2 dark circles under his eyes. He kept yawning. He did not sleep at all. After breakfast, Feng Yu and Kirilenko went to the target factories for a tour. These few factories were specially selected by Feng Yu. Not only they had the latest equipment, but they also had the most advanced technologies. Most importantly, there were also poor experts. The equipment and technologies were all transferred to Washa. What's the use of the experts here? Feng Yu did not want to waste money. He decided to provide these semi-unemployed experts with well-paid jobs in Washa. He was really a philanthropist. Everything went smoothly for Feng Yu, but Vice Principal Sun had some problems. Yesterday at Moscow University, the organizer of the summer camp checked the documents and noticed that one person was missing. Vice Principal Sun said that he was brought away by a co-organizer. He said that he needed to settle some paperwork. The organizer's staff was puzzled. Co-organizer, where did this person come from? That night, Feng Yu did not return to his lodgings and did not call the vice principal. Vice Principal Sun was not worried. That Russian was very close to Feng Yu, and Feng Yu had also said that they were friends. What's there to worry about? However, the staff of the organizer responsibly asked where the student had gone and if they could contact him. Vice Principal Sun explained for a long time and finally got the staff to leave. But the next day, when the summer camp started, the students from different countries met and got to know each other, but Feng Yu still did not appear. The organizer's staff asked again if they could contact Feng Yu. It would be best if he could report back to Moscow. If it was an emergency, he could apply for leave, but he must come personally. If it wasn't for the fact that the airport had checked and confirmed that Feng Yu had arrived in Moscow, the organizer would have thought that Bing City's third high school had one less student. Furthermore, the organizer had checked and found out that this missing student was the one who was specially invited. This student must be very important. How come they lost contact with him? Vice Principal Sun was sweating profusely. He was blaming Feng Yu in his heart. What did he say yesterday? If you don't want to return, you should have called me. Furthermore, you should have left your contact details before you leave. Now, the organizer is looking for me. What should I do? If the representatives from other countries knew about this, it would be a disgrace to Washa. Vice Principal Sun almost fainted. The organizer's staff reported to their higher-ups that one of Washa's students had gone missing. He disappeared the moment his plane landed. For that student's safety, they should call the police. Vice Principal Sun was scared out of his wits. If he were to call the police, then this incident would become a joke. Not only will he not be able to get a promotion, he will also be punished. At this time, Feng Yu was touring the factory. He was overjoyed. This factory's technologies were too good. The Soviet Union's industrial capabilities were the best in the world. Most importantly, this factory was in need of funds, and the factory director was already hired by Kirilenko. When he was chatting with the factory director, Feng Yu suddenly felt that he had forgotten something. It's fine if he could not remember. It's better to have a good chat with the factory director and sell him the technologies. By the time Feng Yu finished his conversation with the director, it was already afternoon. Feng Yu suddenly remembered that the summer camp should have started today, but he did not report to Principal Sun and did not call him. Feng Yu quickly called back, but the person who answered was a Moscow University dormitory manager. Looking for Washa's comrade Sun. Sorry, they are out of the dormitory and cannot be contacted. Feng Yu was stunned. He only knew the dormitory manager's phone number and the details of the summer camp. He did not know the rest of the contact details. Damn, why were mobile phones not popular in this era? Feng, what's wrong? You look unhappy. Director Mozgov had agreed to sell us that refrigeration production line. You think it is too expensive? Kirilenko stuck his head in front of Feng Yu and asked. This price was not expensive. Feng Yu's negotiation skills were better than him. If he was the one negotiating, the price might be higher. No. I am satisfied with this price. The 30% commission I promised you will not be low. But this time, I am in Moscow for the summer camp. I drank too much yesterday and did not go back. I also did not call my team leader to inform him. There might be some problems. Quote. Feng Yu had requested to negotiate the price personally. But he will pay Kirilenko 30% commission. Feng Yu did some calculations. The equipment Kirilenko was selling to him should be around 40% to 50%. He was the one who got the better end of the deal. But this time, the quantity of the equipment was higher, and Feng Yu said that he would be buying more equipment. Kirilenko was willing to accept. Kirilenko did not need to do anything, and he did not even need to sign his name. There were no risks, and he could earn 30% commission. How could he not agree? Kirilenko had wanted to bring Feng Yu to the second factory. He wanted to visit all the factories around Moscow within a few days. He had forgotten that Feng Yu was here for the summer camp. It was an international summer camp, and it was not only the Soviet Union and Washa. Feng, don't worry, I will help you ask around and send you to the summer camp. How about we meet at night? Okay, it's the same to talk to them at night, but I don't drink. Feng Yu said with lingering fear. Stop talking about Soviet rules and Moscow rules. I gave you a wallet, and you gave me 2 shots of vodka in return. Kirilenko was very efficient. After a few calls, he found out the location of the summer camp. The first day was for the participants to get to know each other. That's why today's theme was a field trip. By the time Feng Yu arrived at the gathering point, he could already see the tents arranged in picturesque disorder. As the smoke rose, the students were preparing lunch. Vice Principal Sun saw a familiar car driving over from afar. He jogged over and saw Feng Yu getting out of the car. Oh my god, you're finally back, but the organizer has already called the police. Our school is going to be famous internationally. Feng Yu, where did you go? Didn't I tell you to call? Why didn't you? As soon as they met, Vice Principal Sun questioned him. Feng Yu smiled awkwardly. Principal Sun, I drank too much yesterday and forgot. You still drink? Did you forget the rules announced before you left? All students are not allowed to drink. The organizer had already called the police because you were missing. What do you think we should do? Quote. I am missing. Feng Yu also felt that this matter was serious. If this matter was reported to the authorities, then Feng Yu will not be able to get a place in the summer camp. He might even be recorded in the government's records. Student without any discipline, does not know how to be united, and is a disgrace to the country. Feng Yu immediately pulled Kirilenko over. It's all your fault for forcing me to drink last night. You must help me settle this. Kirilenko gave Kirilenko a look as if he was making a mountain out of a molehill. He was only late. What can this matter be? I will help you contact the organizers. Kirilenko went to the organizer and spoke for 5 minutes. He told Feng Yu that he had settled the matter and that he will come to pick Feng Yu up at night. The rest of the students looked at Third High curiously. What was going on? Why were there so many people surrounding the camp? The organizer's staff seemed to be arguing with their team leader. Could it be that something happened to Third High School? Actually, the rest of the students had noticed that there was something strange about the students from Third High School. Every country's team consisted of 15 students, 5 teachers, and 10 students. But the 5 teachers from other countries were in charge of logistics, communication, team leader, and translators. Everyone had their own duties. But no matter what they were doing, they were all young. On average, they were less than 30 years old. Only Washa's school was strange. Other than a young female teacher, the rest of the teachers were all above 40 years old. Don't they know that this was an activity for young people? Also, their team seemed to be missing one member. They heard that the organizer's staff was arguing with their team leader in the morning, and they even heard that they were going to call the police. Wow, what did we just see? A police officer was walking towards Washa's school. Could it be that one of them had broken the law? This was not good. Should they inform the embassy? Washa was indeed a backward country. They could not even abide by the basic laws. This police officer was one of the people in charge of investigating Feng Yu's disappearance. He was following the summer camp to prevent Feng Yu from returning suddenly. Feng Yu, is this your name? Can you tell me what you've been doing since the plane landed yesterday? The policeman said in a business-like manner. Feng Yu looked at Kirilenko. Settle it. Kirilenko took out a document from his pocket and passed it to the police officer. The police officer looked at the document and carefully passed it back to Kirilenko. He was from the military logistics department. Why was he here? We had purchased a batch of military supplies from Washa. Feng is the contact person, and we had picked him up yesterday. I had already explained this to the Moscow University. Feng is not missing. You all can go back and close the case. Kirilenko said. The people from the other countries were curious. What was going on? That police officer only went there for a while and left. Could it be that Washa's delegation did not break the law? They would never believe that Washa's country was powerful enough to interfere with the Soviet Union's laws. They were more curious about the identity of that young man who had arrived in the Soviet Union's military vehicle. That young man had a badge on his chest. He was one of Washa's students. Why would a Washa's student arrive in a Soviet Union's military vehicle? This was a question that they could not figure out. But this question was not suitable to be asked in person. They could only discuss it privately. Some of them even guessed that this student might be the son of one of Washa's top leaders. This time, he was here on a secret mission. Washa was very particular about his successor. This must be the case. This meant that this Washa's delegation had a political mission. Could it be that those few old-looking people were not teachers but bodyguards? They suddenly realized that the organizers were treating Washa's delegation differently. The location of the camp was the best, and the food was the best. This delegation was not simple, and that student was not simple either. Vice Principal Sun did not know if he should laugh or cry. There were already leaders from 6 countries coming over to express their goodwill. But all of them were looking at Feng Yu. Washa's delegation was now famous. He did not know if he should be depressed or happy. The first day of the camp was a field trip. The students from different countries were going to get to know each other. The official language was Russian. Although Feng Yu had just arrived at noon, his fluent Russian and the students from all over the world were curious about him. He was the first student to blend in with the crowd. In the afternoon, the students from different countries sat on the grass and played some simple games to get to know each other better. The teachers from Third High School were frowning. Why was this summer camp different from what they expected? Vice Principal Sun was thinking that there should be a theme for the summer camp. It should be literature, mathematics, physics, chemistry, etc. The students should exchange and compete with each other. Even if it was about inventions, it should be fine. Among the students he had chosen, there was a student who was good at inventions. The 3 professors from the technical university were anxious. When can they visit the research facilities and laboratories? This was the purpose of their trip. Were they really going to play childish games with these students? The 3 of them whispered to Vice Principal Sun and asked him to find out when the camping activity would end. It's such a waste of time. Vice Principal Sun felt helpless. Although he was the leader, the other 3 were much stronger than him in terms of status and influence. He even felt like he was a puppet, holding the title of the leader and doing the job of a nanny. There was already a student from another country dancing, and everyone was clapping. Only Vice Principal Sun was walking towards the organizer. After a while, Vice Principal Sun returned with an ugly look on his face. The 3 professors immediately asked when they could visit the research facilities. The 3 of you will definitely visit the research facilities, but not in these 2 days. The summer camp will last for 2 weeks, and the first visit will be 3 days later. The main activity for these 2 days is to have fun. Quote. What? Have fun? This is an international summer camp. How can it be fun? What is the theme of this summer camp? Isn't it about technology? One of the professors asked with his eyes wide open. Moscow University had strong technology. What other theme could it be? Vice Principal Sun said with difficulty, this summer camp's theme is art. Dwang. The 3 professors were stunned. When Vice Principal Sun heard about this, he also could not accept it. The theme was art. Why didn't the invitation letter mention this? Furthermore, your Moscow University is not famous for its arts. Moreover, if it's an artistic summer camp, you should have indicated on the invitation that we need to select students accordingly. I haven't heard of any top students in the arts category among the students who came this time. This could be the Waterloo of his political career. As soon as he arrived, Feng Yu disappeared, and the organizers were so heartless that they called the police. It was not easy for Feng Yu to solve the problem, but it also attracted the attention of other countries' delegations. He had a feeling that the school seemed to have tarnished Huasha's reputation. This matter had finally come to an end, and only now did she know that the theme of the summer camp was art. Look at the students in other countries, some are singing, some are dancing, and some are painting with oil paint. As for No 3 High School, there were students with cameras hanging around their necks. Were they going to show their photos to others? Even if it was reasonable, there was no time to develop the photos now. Just now, the organizer had said that they would be taking turns to perform. It was almost time for 3rd High School. Who should they choose? Vice Principal Sun looked at all the students and stared at Feng Yu. 3rd High School was invited to this summer camp because of him. This brat should know the theme of the camp, and he purposely did not participate in the training. Could it be that he had prepared a performance at home and wanted to surprise everyone? That's right, this must be the case. If not, why would he help Wen Dongjun apply for leave? Whether 3rd High School will not be a disgrace and tarnished Huasha's reputation, it all depends on Feng Yu. Feng Yu was enjoying the dance when someone patted his shoulder. He turned around and saw Vice Principal Sun's big face on his shoulder. Principal Sun, what's the matter? Vice Principal Sun gave Feng Yu a kind smile. Feng Yu, this summer camp's theme is art. Why is it not written in our invitation letter? But it's okay, we might not know, but you should know. You and Wen Dongjun did not participate in the training organized by the school. You should have prepared a performance at home. Quote. Looking at Vice Principal Sun's expression, Feng Yu shrunk his neck. Principal Sun, if I say that I also do not know, will you believe me? Vice Principal Sun stared at Feng Yu. What did you say? You also do not know. Didn't we get a spot in this summer camp because of your family? Don't deny it. Hurry up and prepare for your performance. Sing, dance, calligraphy, and drawings are all fine. Don't drop the ball. After this, I will give you a good student. Quote. Feng Yu was dumbfounded. He really did not know the theme of the camp. He wanted to say that he was only here to gain experience. Kirilenko was too unreliable. Even if this invitation letter was given by Kirilenko, he should at least state the theme of the camp. Also, what's the point of doing art? What's the similarity between China and Eastern Europe's arts? Suddenly, Feng Yu saw a student carrying a guitar. He felt the atmosphere around him, and a song popped up in his mind. It was a song adapted from a Soviet Union folk song. In his previous life, there was a Russian version on the internet, and Feng Yu had practiced it for a period of time. Soon, it was Bing City's third high school's turn to perform. Everyone looked at each other, and they were too shy to stand up. This was because of their reserved character. Feng Yu stood up and walked towards the Ukrainian student. "Student, I am late and did not bring my guitar. Can you lend me your guitar?" The Ukrainian student enthusiastically passed the guitar to Feng Yu. Feng Yu strummed a few times and sat cross-legged in the middle of the grass. He had not played the guitar for a long time, and his fingers were rusty. He hoped that he would not make any mistakes. "Next, I will be performing my original song, White Birch Forest." It is adapted from a Ukrainian folk song. It tells the story of a beautiful girl waiting for her lover at the White Birch Forest. Her lover died on the battlefield. White snow floats in the quiet village. Pigeons fly in the hazy sky. 2 names are carved on the birch tree. They swore to love each other for the rest of their lives. One day, the war reached their hometown. A young man picked up his gun and rushed to the border. "My sweetheart, don't worry about me. Wait for me to come back. The sky is still hazy. Pigeons fly in the sky. Who will prove the love and life without a tombstone? The snow is still falling. The village is still peaceful." The young people disappear into the White Birch Forest. The grievous news came in the afternoon. Her sweetheart died on the battlefield. She silently went to the White Birch Forest and waited there every day. She said that he was lost in the distance. He will definitely come back to this White Birch Forest. The sky is still hazy. Pigeons fly in the sky. Who will prove the love and life without a tombstone? The snow is still falling. The village is still peaceful. The young people disappear into the White Birch Forest. The long road is coming to an end. The girl's hair is already white. She often hears him calling beside her pillow. "Come, my dear, come to this White Birch Forest." When she died, she murmured, "I'm coming. Wait for me in that White Birch Forest." When Feng Yu's last note fell, there was a warm applause. Feng Yu was singing a folk song from their hometown, and he had purposely sung it in Russian. All of them were mesmerized by it. There was also a student who said that he wanted the music score of Feng Yu's song. A teacher said that it should be made into a tape for more people to listen to. Vice Principal's son applauded with satisfaction. He gave Feng Yu a look that said, "Looks like you can't hide it anymore. This crisis is finally over." At night, Feng Yu was picked up by a military car. This time, he went to the organizers to apply for leave. He did not want to bring trouble to Bing City's third high school. Although Feng Yu decided not to drink today, he was still carried to the hotel. This was because Kirilenko's partners were all there. One of them was that rich second generation from Ukraine. The last time Feng Yu bought his 80 gas cars, this rich second generation had made a fortune. How could he not thank Feng Yu personally? After a while, Feng Yu drank too much. But before he drank too much, Feng Yu did not forget the purpose of this trip. He told this rich second generation about the things he wanted to buy. Currently, this rich second generation was more influential than Kirilenko, and Kirilenko had to admit. At the dinner table, Feng Yu got to know a lot of useful information. For example, the Soviet Union's industries were still very strong. But because of the Soviet Union's military and heavy industries, the light industries were declining. The industrial system was out of balance. Although the Soviet Union had a lot of resources, the trade did not boost the economy. This caused the people's living standards to drop. Many technologies had been developed, but because of the lack of money, the technologies could not be used in production. The experts were the best, but the workers were not as good as Washa. The Soviet Union's industrial equipment had dropped from being the best in the world. Currently, it could not be compared to the US. Even in Europe, West Germany had overtaken the Soviet Union. It was still the same. The Soviet Union had advanced equipment in their laboratories, but without money, they could not produce them. Many of the scientists that the Soviet Union had plundered from East Germany had returned to East Germany. This was because there was news that East Germany and West Germany were going to merge. Feng Yu speculated that the Soviet Union would not let those powerful scientists return to East Germany. East Germany was a semi-colony of the Soviet Union. East Germany's advanced technologies and industries were all taken over by the Soviet Union and their allies. Among them, Russia had the biggest advantage. The so-called returned scientists should be those old men who could no longer contribute to the Soviet Union, or the descendants of those old men. The Soviet Union was not willing to keep them for free. Those German scientists who could really contribute to the Soviet Union were probably still under the Soviet Union's control. Feng Yu looked at the arrogant Kirilenko and the rest and sighed in his heart. The Soviet Union will disintegrate after the two Germanies merger talks. In Feng Yu's previous life, in March next year, the first Allied country will leave the Soviet Union. At that time, the Soviet Union's allies will be in danger. This was also the best opportunity for Feng Yu. By then, he would be able to move the heavy industries and even the military back to Huasha. Exchanging planes for cannons was definitely not empty talk. As for now, the Soviet Union's light and civilian industries were still the most advanced in the world. If he could bring back Huasha, he would be able to shorten the industrialization process of Huasha. Most importantly, Feng Yu would be able to earn a lot of money. Luckily that night, Kirilenko did not sleep in the same room as Feng Yu. If not, when Feng Yu drank too much and shouted about moving all the Soviet Union's industries, Kirilenko would be shocked. During the day, Kirilenko attended the summer camp and learned about the so-called arts. Other than music, Feng Yu was not interested in oil paintings, sculptures, etc. Feng Yu passed the day in a daze, and at night, he applied for leave again. Not only Wen Dongjun and the rest of the students, even Vice Principal Sun and the other professors were used to it. Anyway, they could not do anything about it and just let him be. Furthermore, the three professors had received hints from Zhang Reiqiang. It was all thanks to Feng Yu's family that they were able to visit the Moscow University's laboratories and research facilities. But they were angry at Feng Yu's lack of ambition. This kid had such good qualities, why did he not want to improve? They had wanted to recruit Feng Yu to enter the University of Technology. But now, it seems that it was better not to recruit an ignorant and incompetent student. Wasn't it a disgrace to them and the University of Technology? That night, Feng Yu was going to visit a TV factory. But after visiting the factory, Feng Yu could not hide his disappointment. This was the Soviet Union's TV factory. And it was the biggest. Even Huasha could not sell these lousy products. Feng Yu looked at Kirilenko unhappily. Brother Ki, are you joking with me? This is the Soviet Union's biggest TV factory. Their facilities are not even as good as our Huasha. Quote. Feng Yu did not know that in the current era, the #1 TV production was Japan, followed by the US and Huasha. The Soviet Union was ranked 4th. Feng Yu still thought that the Soviet Union's home appliances were the best in China. Even after the year 2000, Russia still had tens of millions of black and white and color TV sets produced in the 70s and 80s. Later, the market was taken over by Japan's Sony and Panasonic. As for the Chinese companies, they imported Huasha's electronic components and sold them in Moscow. Kirilenko smiled awkwardly. This is indeed our Soviet Union's biggest TV factory. Since you are not interested in the facilities here, but you should be interested in their technologies. They have clearer imaging technology and can manufacture bigger screens. Feng Yu looked at the factory. The clearer imaging technology was too far behind Japan. Even if they could manufacture bigger screens, they could not be compared to Japan. Their technologies were about the same as China's. It was useless to buy them as they could not fetch a high price. Kirilenko was disappointed that he gave up on this factory. Not only he had lost a sum of money, but he also knew that Feng Yu did not want everything. He must have technologies and facilities that were better than Huasha. But the ultra-high-power electric furnace that Feng Yu wanted could not be bought cheaply now. Although China had changed from a planned economy to a business accounting system, it was still difficult to buy military equipment. Should he bring Feng Yu to take a look at the motorcycle production line that he always wanted? Kirilenko decided to wait and see if Feng Yu was interested in a textile factory. The next day, Feng Yu visited a large textile factory. The equipment was not too old, and the technologies were passable. But it was still not better than Huasha. Feng Yu shook his head. The Soviet Union's light industry was slowly being overtaken by Huasha. In another 8 to 10 years, Huasha will overtake the Soviet Union. Feng Yu gave face to the textile factory and ordered a 1987 production line. It was an obsolete production line. It was because it was too cheap, and Feng Yu could not resist it. Even if the technologies were not better than China, Feng Yu could sell it at less than half of China's prices. How could it not sell? The textile factory in the city just wants to buy a cheap production line and treat it as a form of support to their hometown. Of course, Feng Yu will still add in his share of the profits. He will be more generous and add at least 20%. The next few days, Feng Yu went around Moscow to look for light industry factories. He either ordered a cheap production line or bought some advanced technologies at a low price. This trip had cost Feng Yu slightly more than 1 million rubles. When he returns to China, Feng Yu's calligraphy could be sold for at least 3 million rubles. The profits will be doubled. These 2 days, the students will be visiting the Moscow University Museum, Botanical Garden, Auditorium, Theater, Gymnasium, etc. These places fit the theme of this camp. Feng Yu was not interested in these places. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Now, it was better to visit the Soviet Union's factories. But they had visited all the factories around Moscow. Kirilenko did not have the ability to bring Feng Yu to the rest of the factories, or the factories were too far away and they did not have enough time. Feng Yu was regretful that he still had a few million rubles that he could not spend. What should he do? Kirilenko's eyes brighten up. He discussed with the rest and decided to fulfill Feng Yu's wish. They will help Feng Yu get at least a motorcycle production line. Of course, they will also need the relevant technologies. Seeing Kirilenko and the rest understood his intentions, Feng Yu returned to the camp to wait for Kirilenko's good news. On this day, the students and teachers were finally arranged to visit the Moscow University's planetarium. There were many of the best equipment in the world. It was used to observe the celestial bodies. It was much clearer than the equipment in China. Even the 3 professors from the Polytechnic University also took a look at the equipment and asked some questions about the parameters. With Feng Yu's help, they got a set of not very detailed data. The 3 professors did not specialize in astronomy and did not know if these data were useful or not. But they had a mission and recorded all the data in their notebooks. When they return to school, they will hand it over to the other professors. However, some of the aerospace data was inadvertently recorded by them. These data, through reverse engineering, could save at least a few months of research by other experts. Of course, this was all in the future. When they visited the Institute of Nuclear Physics, the 3 professors became unusually attentive. On the surface, their identities were physics teachers, chemistry teachers, and moral teachers, but in reality, they were nuclear physics, chemistry, and mechanics professors at the Polytechnic University. In the end, most of the knowledge was the same. Many famous scientists were experts in many fields. The 3 of them squeezed in front of the students and stared at the large experimental equipment. This research could be used in the field of energy, nuclear reactors, and even nuclear engines. Needless to say, this was of great significance to the country. They must remember this. The 3 professors opened their eyes wide. Ah, this was incredible. It was actually the study of fluid mechanics. This theory could be applied to aviation and navigation. They must remember this. The 3 professors' eyes widened. This was a new type of building. They had never seen such a thing in China before. They had to remember it in their minds. At night, the 3 of them would draw a sketch and bring it back to school to study. Although the behavior of the 3 professors was strange and kept asking questions, the proud Soviets felt that it was because they were shocked by Moscow University's technology. This was normal. Not many people in the world would not be shocked by the technology. The other countries' teams had the students at the front and the teachers at the back. Only Bing City's 3rd high school's team had the teachers at the front and the students at the back. This caused many teachers and students to look down on them. They felt that the quality of the Chinese teachers was too low. When Dongjun was still trying his best to squeeze to the front, Feng Yu pulled him back and shook his head. When Dongjun looked around and noticed many students were looking at him, he thought he was disgracing the school by not lining up. So, he just stood at the back. It's fine if they don't see him. Anyway, even if they see him, they will not understand. He just wanted to see something new. As for the other students, they did not dare to squeeze with the teachers. If they could not see the front row, they could turn around and look at the back. Anyway, they would not understand what the scientists were talking about. The research facilities and laboratories were so big, and they were even allowed to tour the facilities. They heard that this was a special exception. Originally, the organizers did not want to bring the students to tour these facilities. The theme of this summer camp was art. But the higher-ups had said that they wanted to showcase the best of Moscow University to attract young people from other countries. This way, the school and the Soviet Union would be able to train more scientists. Since the school leaders had said so, why would they still object? Normally, the tour was done outside. Why were they allowed to enter the facilities? Weren't there a lot of confidential information inside? The reply from the school leaders was that although the information was confidential, the visitors were all students and most of them were students who were good at art. What could they understand? We just want to make use of them to spread the word about Moscow University's strength. Even if the data was given to them, would they be able to understand it, let alone look at it up close? Some formulas could be memorized for half an hour, and they would forget it in 5 minutes. What's there to worry about? Feng Yu had done his best and left it to fate. These 3 professors were chosen from the technical university. They were highly educated and had good memory. It was up to them to remember what was useful. Feng Yu could not help much. Although he and Wen Dongjun had memorized some data, he was not sure if they would be able to write it down on paper when they returned to their dormitory. For the next 4 days, Feng Yu visited many laboratories and research institutes in Moscow University, and this summer camp was coming to an end. Tomorrow, there will be a farewell party, and the day after that, everyone will return to their respective countries. At 12 p.m., Feng Yu and the rest were still writing down the data they could remember. The 3 professors had instructed them to write down as much as they could remember. If they could not remember clearly, they could use a different color pen to write it down. They must not make things up. Wen Dongjun had wanted to make things up. But since they did not allow him to make things up, then fine. I can't remember anything. Feng Yu had written down some data. He had a good memory, and he did not know if these data were useful or not. He decided to let the 3 professors organize the data. The rest of the students were instructed by Feng Yu and the 3 professors to write down what they could remember. But when Feng Yu took a glance, it was all useless. One of the students had written down the names of scientists who had made great contributions to Moscow University. Feng Yu did not know how she managed to remember all these. But Feng Yu knew that these were useless. These people were either dead, or they were doing important research. Washa would not be able to poach them away. Furthermore, the 3 professors should be able to find out these names. These were all public information. What surprised Feng Yu was that there was one student who had recorded more data than him. Lu Kun was indeed a top student. Even though he did not understand many things, Lu Kun still managed to memorize a lot of data. The 3 professors praised him and stole the limelight from Feng Yu. Feng Yu and the rest looked at the 3 experts packing the data carefully in their luggage, and they can finally sleep. The rest of the students were thinking about the farewell party tomorrow. Only Feng Yu was thinking about Kirilenko and the rest. He wondered if they had bought the motorcycle production line.